Part 1. Circus. Yea, and if some god shall wreck me in the wine-dark deep, even so I will endure. For already I have suffered full much, and much have I toiled in the perils of waves and war. Let this be added to the tale of those. Homer. Chapter 1. Darrow. Castaway. Our sun floats in darkness, attended by moons made of trash. Long ago, when the planets were reshaped by mankind, the detritus of their terraforming operations was fused together into moon-sized spheres by orbital compactors and shoved out toward Sol. Gripped by the gravity of her mass, most of these trash moons have completed their centuries-long funeral march into the nuclear fires of the sun, but several hundred laggards still remain circling their eventual demise. Tethered to the barren landscape of a forgotten trash moon once catalogued as Marcher 1632, a shipwrecked corvette named the Archimedes hides in the shadow cast by a waste escarpment a kilometer high. Martian slaves turned soldiers turned castaways crawl over the ship. Our welding torches flare against the hull. Our spacesuits are stinking bogs. We are marooned 200 million kilometers from home, and I stew in sweat, nausea, and discontent. That bloody damn Bologna. That arrogant, peerless shit. I'm going to break his knee if I ever see him again. It should be him on this hull. I'd tell him to his face, but he took the only relic in the base's hangar that could still fly and stole off with Ori, his pink accomplice, while I slept. He recorded a little message telling me to tend my wounds and left his mess behind, his crippled ship, for us to repair. The bastard! More than a decade separated from Olympia's airy sepulchres has done little to diminish Cassius's spectacular talent for condescension. Worst of all, in typical Cassius fashion, he's taking his damn time. 6 weeks he's been gone on a mission to Starhold, an ecliptic trade post between the orbits of Mercury and Venus, to secure us the helium we need for the Archimedes. While here I am, either languishing in the old Sons of Ares base that's hidden in the belly of the trash moon, or latched onto the side of his ship like an industrious barnacle welding the days away, knowing time is running out. Hades, it may already have run out. Cut off from communication with the outside world, I have no way of knowing the course of the war I began. No way of knowing if Virginia and Victra have managed to weather the united power of the Golds of the Rim and the Core. No way of knowing if Sephi has come back to the Republic, or if Lysander has used my defeat on Mercury as a ladder to the morning chair. No way of knowing if the enemy has already burned Mars, my family, my home. I think of Mars and her highland moors and whispering woods. No, Virginia told me to endure. I've been imprisoned before. I know I must force away the thoughts of home before they make debris of me. Not for the first time, I tried to seek refuge in anger. I want a fight. I need a fight. It's how I'm made, to struggle in eternal vain. But instead of a fight, instead of the forward motion that soothes my restless nature, all I get is the monotone hum of generators and the days congealing together, a litany of endless routine. I started this war. Others are finishing it. I must escape. Atalantia must die. Atlas must die. Lysander must die. I picture each of them groveling before me, my ears deaf, my hand choking the life from them as blood swells in their eyes. The violent fantasies do nothing to ease my desolation. The anger that once made planets tremble is now toothless. Shorn of my myth by my failure, shorn of my army by my mistakes, shorn of my friends and family by the demands I made on them, I know hate will not return what I have lost or repair what I have broken. The sun has raged for 4.6 billion years. I have raged for 16. No surprise, the sun has more fuel to spare. Even my anger at Cassius feels performative. I can't sustain it anymore. Can't feed this endless anger at myself and everyone. Not after what I have done. I escaped Mercury with my life, but it cost me my free legions and what remained of my self-respect. I led children of Mars to a planet far from home, promising we could finish the war, only to abandon them to the enemy to save my own hide. My heart is buried with my army in those sands, but my body trudges on, as it does, no matter the ruin it leaves in its wake. It's been a backward slide since I fled Mercury with my small band of survivors. Cassius rescued barely 200 of us from Heliopolis, but it was not a clean escape. Harried by Grimace torch ships, we missed our rendezvous with the Telemanus fleet, missed our chance home. We barely managed to limp into the base on the Marcher before Cassius took off. The silence is broken by the chatter of the other welders. One tells a joke. It's funny enough for me to stop flagellating myself. I listen to the other voices. They remind me of the drill boys chattering in the tunnel above my claw drill back in Lycos. Their bad jokes soothe me, and my mind wanders to the tattered book Ori left in the helmet of my spacesuit before she slipped off with Cassius. The note Ori left with it said that the book was her path through the darkness of her servitude in the Rim. I was angry after Ori and Cassius left and nearly used the book as toilet paper. But I've always felt pinks to be the most oppressed of the colours, their plight imbuing some of them with preternatural internal strength. Evie and Theodora taught me that. So, more out of respect for them than Ori, I read the first page. I grew annoyed by the opacity of the writing. It read like a divination book, repeating conventional wisdom and esoteric metaphors. Still, I recall a few lines that seem apt. The path is made of many stones that look all the same. When you trod upon evil, do not rest or look down, because goodness is only a step away. The next may bring ruin, the next joy, but these stones are not your destination. They are but the journey to the path's end. I mull that over as I weld a new panel onto the hull. Maybe this is just a stepping stone. Maybe this place isn't perdition. Maybe it is a gift. Truth is, I should have died on Mercury. Truth is, everything after that hell is a gift, even this place. It may be tedious repairing the antique 50-meter Corvette with only hand tools, but labor gives a man purpose, I suppose. Each panel welded, a step forward. Each step forward takes me closer to my family. So long as Cassius returns with the helium we need for the reactor, and so long as Harnassus actually fixes the reactor, we will go home. Maybe I'll read another page tonight. But I'm a stubborn bastard, so maybe not. My comm crackles. Welder 23, do you register? I holster my torch and ease back on my security line. Welder 23, ignore your existential dread for a moment and do reply. Welder 23 registers. What's what, Thraxa? That rash acting up again. Unable to find any suits wide enough for her prodigious thighs, Thraxa's stuck inside the base. Daily, the bellicose woman grumbles that she would have preferred the honourable suicide she intended to commit in Heliopolis to the daily monotony of shift management. Sun's on its way in 30. Be a dear and rein your squad in before you boil in your suits. I glance over my shoulder to the eastern curve of the trash moon. A little early, no? Archimedes' mass is speeding up the moon's rotation. We all know you skipped physics, but trust me on this one, or by tomorrow your prick will look like a hydra. You're rad heavy as it is. "We can finish the hull this shift," I say. "Next shift can finish. Aren't going anywhere without helium, and the reactor's fixed anyway. Call it." With a grumble, I agree and call my crew to end shift. The welders scurry along their safety lines back to the base as I count heads. When the last is in, I pull myself down the hull, push toward the base, and ease down to the airlock. At the rim of the airlock, I pause and do something I haven't done in all my welding shifts. I take the time to look out over the craggy horizon. A thin scythe of sunlight carves around the trash moon. It warps the mottled surface outward with heat, inverting expansion calderas until dust and toxic gas spew. The dust and gas coalesce around a scarp of green-black plastic before stretching out behind the moon to form a tail of shimmering particles. I have seen things a red miner was never meant to see. Unspeakable horrors, impossible beauty. Things that would make the tale of particles seem commonplace. But today I feel a little different, a little more willing to see there's beauty here on this stepping stone. Maybe it's the book. Maybe it's the radiation. Whatever it is, I feel like today I have enough strength to look the other way, past the shadowy boulder of the Archimedes, to an expanse of stars in the distance where my eyes settle on a dim, ruddy light. Home. Space is empty and silent, but my memory is full and rich with the sounds of home. I close my eyes and hear the whisper of the gourd trees, the murmur of the thermic sea, the beating of griffin wings. Victra shouting at Sophocles, Severo cackling at his girls, the clink and whir of packs fiddling around in the garage, the voice of my wife. For a perfect moment, I see the promised dawn, my return to Mars, my home. Then it is gone. The moon has turned toward the sun. The light blazes through my eyelids until it is too much even for my golden eyes to bear. It is time to go down. Chapter 2. Darrow. The Book. If Mercury was a perpetual frontal assault on my nerves, Marcha 1632 is a slow siege on the mind. The old Sons of Ares base is a claustrophobic Spartan affair. Built inside the Marcha to give early Suns raiders a hidden harbor from which to harass Venusian slavers, the base was abandoned 11 years ago, when its garrison joined my fleet in our desperate attack on Luna. 8 months ago, we limped in to find the halls cold and in vacuum. By restarting the base's solar-powered generator, we re-established habitability. We found water stores, calories when we most needed them. But temperatures and gravity remain low, and the hostile radiation beyond the lead-lined walls makes us feel besieged. We look it. We are skinny, pale despite the sun scars of Mercury on our faces. Nearly all of us are bald, and those who can wear beards in remembrance of Ragnar. Removed from the war, blind to the movements of friends and enemies, cut off from all communication from home, worry is our incessant refrain and routine, our only salvation. I worry over my son as I deradiate with my crew in the flush, clutching the grav bike key Pax gave me before I left Luna, as I used to clutch Eo's wedding band in the Lycos flush. I worry for Virginia as I slump through the narrow drill-carved halls to the mess. I worry over Severo, lost when Luna fell to the Vox, as I slurp down the freeze-dried amino mush. The others, as bold as I am, worry to either side, about their own loves, homes, lost time, lost worlds. Together, we make a sea of worry under the dim chemical lights. We try to hide that worry from each other like it's something dark and secret and shameful. Like all lost soldiers, my survivors are tired and quiet, except when they are grotesque, flippant, or profane. Sincerity is found only in the awkward silences, or the quiet moments when Ori's lyre fills the mess with songs of the Rim that somehow remind us of our own homes. Not for the first time, I miss her songs. It's not been the same since she and Cassius slipped away. I eat quickly, clean my tray, say goodnight to my troops, and resist the urge to condescend with a joke to get a smile. They know I left their friends to die for my mistakes. They know I will work them half to death again next cycle. That's my job. If you don't use a machine, it breaks down. Like the sons of Ares when we phased them into the Republic military. Like this base. But if something is used too much, it breaks apart, like Orion on Mercury. Like Cervo after Venus. Leadership is a tightrope, especially when you're losing. Checking in at the base's machine shop to get a progress report from Harnassus, I find the Orange Imperator hunched over parts from the Archimedes reactor with a gaggle of mechanics. He is a simian-shaped man with big knuckles and a drinker's nose. His beard is more prolific than my own, and shot through with grey. Spanners and auto-drivers rattle in the background as he comes to speak with me.
Cadus!
Darrow, here the hull's ready to go, he says. Near about. Third shift gets the honours of finishing. Won't take them half an hour. You're sure the plating will still be sensor-resistant? It'll be stealth that gets us home. In theory it will be, so long as we didn't dilute the plating too much thinning it out, he says. We're on track to finish right behind you. I brighten. Really? That test run didn't seem too prime. That's because you're not an engineer. Assuming we get the helium we need, the Archimedes will be ready to fly when Bologna returns. If Bologna is not being tortured in a grim sorosphere, that is. You might be the only one who thinks he intends to come back, I say, with a glance for his men. He shrugs. We wouldn't be around to doubt him now if he didn't save us on Mercury. But I am worried he is bed-blind. We should be warier about that pink of his. Not that it's any of our business, but I don't think they're sleeping together, I say. He's shocked. Really? The man's utterly besotted. I don't think he has much say in the matter, I reply. Cassius told me the tale of his escape from the Rim after we landed on the Marcher. He'd been a prisoner of the Rim with Lysander and forced into a series of unfair duels on Io. Impressed by Cassius, Diomedes Aura falsified his death to protect him after he'd survived the duels. Diomedes hid Cassius in his estate on nearby Europa after accepting his parole, a promise not to flee until the war was done. Ori, a hetera of House Ra, helped Cassius escape Diomedes' estate on the Archimedes. She claimed to be a sympathizer of the Republic. Together they rushed back to the core to warn the Republic of the Rim's plan to enter the war. They were too late. She served as Cassius's crew member ever since. Well, even if they're not shagging, just because she looks like a dryad, sings like a siren, talks like an oracle, and has a bloody damn alibi, doesn't mean she ain't Crypteia. If she were Rim intelligence, we'd already be dead, I say. Calling the Crypteia Rim intelligence is a compliment. Intelligence work is part of their charge, certainly, but the Crypteia's most insidious duty is maintaining the hierarchy in the Dominion at all costs. Unless she's leading the Crypteia to us right now. You have to admit, even for a raw hetera, she does have a diverse collection of skills, medical, engineering, not exactly the domains of a courtesan. My eyes narrow. You've been talking to Screwface, haven't you? He grimaces. Man does like to talk these days. Sows doubt like it's his job. Might do for you to check in on him. I don't know if I have anything left to say that will pull Screw from his depression. A thought comes to me. Maybe he'll be more receptive to Ori's book than I am. He's a reader, Screw. I clap Harnassus on the shoulder and head for the door. I call back, Cadus, if you thought Ori was Crypteia, why'd you make her a liar? Before she left with Cassius, Ori would play her lyre and sing the songs of her spheres to the troops after dinner. Harnassus never missed a performance. "It was for the troops." He lies with a blush. I tell myself I'm checking on Screwface to keep him straight, but it's my own loneliness that inspires the visit. Of all my survivors, he is the only one who shares memories of the Institute. I just want a spark of our old days of glory from an old member of my pack. Taking 2 thermoses of the diluted calf from the processor, I grab my training pack and Ori's book from my room and make my way through the base's upper labyrinth toward the comms chamber. I find Screw bathed in computer screens under thermal blankets next to his space heater. He looks more like an animated stack of laundry than the legend he is. It breaks my heart. Screwface is a man uncelebrated by the public because his sacrifices have always been in the shadows, much to his chagrin. A lover of the high life, he envies the fame of Colloway Char or Sevra. When I met him at the Institute, he was ugly, lazy, and a freeloader. He is still a freeloader, and would rather amputate his own testicles than pay for a drink. But with 3 years behind enemy lines, and after being carved by Mickey and given a new identity by Theodora to infiltrate the Ash Legions, no one could describe him as lazy. At first, he was delighted by his deep-cover mission. Chronically insecure, when he emerged from Mickey's recovery suite, broad-shouldered, ruggedly Roman in the face, with a chin almost as fine and just a little larger than Cassius's, I'd never seen a man finally so at home in his own skin. "Fit, mate. I look bloody damn fit to slag an entire ballet troupe. Bologna, what? Ash Legions, here I come," he'd said, striking an Olympian pose. He was nude, epically proportioned. Theodora even applauded. But now Screwface is ugly again, and he hates it. When Heliopolis fell, he was scalped and lost a leg. He covers the livid scar that starts just above his eyebrows with a wool cap, but the base's stores lack prosthetics, so he's made do with a peg of plastic padded with packing foam against the stump. My command has ruined the man. Twice. Bitterness seeps through his every word, but he was there for me in Heliopolis before it fell. He helped pull me back from despair, so I can stomach his bitterness. "Word from Bologna?" I ask, handing him the calf. He doesn't thank me. "Oh, we're calling the decapitator of Ares by his real name today." He pouts. "Alas, no, the Chin and the Siren are still wayward." "Do you always have to bring that up?" I ask. "Oh, come now. Yesterday's talk was so fun. You had many adjectives for the feckless Quim. The avian turncloak, even a few adverbs." "I was bitter and drunk," he asks. "You're all wrath when you're bitter and drunk. Honestly, I think the war would be won if you were that way the whole time. But then I fear it'd just be you and me lording over an autarky." He chuckles at his rhyme, his lingo inverse to his birth, which was low. "Let's be candid, though. Everyone's been bitter about Bologna their entire life. Handed all the cards, wasn't the putrid Adonis. And misplayed them all, I offer. Except that dimpled chin. Oh, the dew-dappled valleys it's explored. My kingdom to be a hair on that mentum." I resist glancing down at Screwface's very dimpled chin. Unlike the rest of us, he still maintains a clean shave. "Anything on the sensors?" I ask. "Nil, O bald and bearded liege." He cups both his hands around the thermos for warmth. The nails of both fingers are bitten to nubs. "Radar and LiDAR are still slagged. Tried building some filters to strain the soup. You know all this." He chews on a calf stick, swigs his coffee, and cocks his head back. "Routine may be your sanity, but you're driving me mad." You haven't left this room in 3 days, I say, and nod to his slop bucket. Your decor is starting to look very Severo. He looks around. No jade, no golden walls, no silk. I've got about zero in common with that deserter's den. Screw, you know he did what he thought was right. Screw spits on the ground. I spent 3 years amongst Atalantia's sociopaths on behalf of the Republic while he was sucking on the tit of gold royalty. Look at my reward. He removes his cap to show his mutilated scalp. While we died, Severo ran home. And I'm here waiting for that pink to lead the Dustwalkers right to us. She's something, all right, but she's not Cryptea, I say. He frowns. Then what is she? I think of Ori's skills, the book, the way she watches me like a judge sometimes. A friend, I hope. Let's pray you're right, because they're out there hunting us. They'll want to cut your head off for destroying the dockyards of Ganymede, you and Victra, and Dustwalkers never stop till they find their mark. I share Screw's respect for the Rim Stalker squads, just not his agitated tenor. It'd be almost ironic if they found us and dragged me back to the Rim to pay for my sins. But it isn't because of them or Ori that Screw shits in a bucket for fear of abandoning the census station. Neither is it because of Ajax our Grimace, who came closest to discovering us when his destroyer Panthera prowled within 50,000 clicks of us 5 months back. Rightfully, Screw is only afraid of fear himself. I sympathize, because I am too. Atlas isn't hunting us, I say. He looks up at me like Pax would when I'd wake him from a bad dream. Our trail's cold. In relation to the system, we're smaller than a zooplankton on a krill's back in all the seas of all the worlds put together. Even if Atlas doesn't think we're dead, he won't waste time looking. Not when he knows where we want to go, you mean? Screw murmurs. Maybe that was the wrong conclusion to lead him toward. Shit, boss. Even if Bologna does come back with helium, it's a long sail home and we're the bottom of the food chain. If the enemy patrols spot us, won't be anywhere to run. Those Rim ships are faster than us. Not that it matters. Most of the lads and lasses think Mars has already fallen anyway. I need you to stop encouraging them in their pessimism. You're a howler. The men look to you to set the tone. So do I. You're the only one here from the old pack besides me. Pack? 2 is not a pack, Goodman. 2 is debris circling a drain. He looks me over. You're in denial, boss. Afraid to face the facts. Sephi and her Volk abandoned the Free Legions to steal a kingdom on Mars. The White Fleet is gone. Orion is dead. Free Legions are dust. Senate hung us out to dry. Virginia didn't send reinforcements to Mercury. Severo dumped us for his little gold family. Clown and Pebble pixied out. Our pack's done. Our army's rotting on the pails. I don't blame you. I don't blame me. I don't blame the troops. I blame the mobs that balked and the politicians that connived. So much for that spark I was seeking. I leave Ori's book in my bag. Screw doesn't need words. He needs to go home. All the same, bitch to me, not the men, I say. Yeah. He sips his coffee. My bad. Leaving Screwface no better, but also hopefully no worse than when I found him, I head to the Archimedes sparring chamber via the umbilical that attaches the ship to the base. The white padding of the chamber is stained by years of sweat. Most of it belongs to Cassius and Lysander, but I've made my own marks in their absence. Since Lysander broke my blade, I've been reduced to using the room's practice razors, the very same ones Lysander would have trained with. Fetching one from the wall, I feel silly. Screw's words eat at me more than I'd like. What's the use in training? The blade in my hand can't fix what's broken. Much as I hate to admit it, resentment towards Severo gnaws at me like it gnaws at Screwface. Severo abandoned me when I needed him most. I could forgive him of that. It's harder to forgive his betrayal of the army. He was the first brother of the Free Legions. When he left, doubt crept into the rank and file, into me. Worse, Severo's choice indicted my own choice. More than anything, I wanted to return to Pax when he was kidnapped, to rescue him, to prove in the end I was there for him. I chose the duty of an imperator over the duty of a father. Now I'm alone, playing with blades. The silence strangles me. I almost turn back around. No one will notice if I take a day's leave. No one will dare say I didn't work hard enough. I yawn again. Maybe just a stretch today. Body could use it. Better to face tomorrow rested. I almost cave. But I know by now that voice of reason is the enemy. Inside me there is a coward who fears discomfort. That coward will offer solace in the forms of excuses. But it is the coward who grooms a man for his defeats, the coward who makes him accept them because he is accustomed to finding a good reason to quit. The coward inside can only be killed one way. I toss down the pack and don my training kit. "Hello, teacher," I say to the Sphere's computer. "Welcome, Blade Master 3. The computer's voice is feminine and seductive, just the sort Cassius would choose. 10 years ago, I would have marveled at speaking to a computer, but the tech boom of the Republic has made the once-forbidden technology eerily commonplace. Compared with some of Quicksilver's systems, this computer is a troglodyte. Martian gravity profile again? No. Asteroid combat profile? No. Randomized intervals to a floor of 0.2 and a ceiling of 4.5 Gs. Let's run the system today. We'll finish on Mars. I rub my left forearm, hoping it will hold over 4 Gs. Affirmative. Duration? Dealer's choice. Affirmative, Blade Master 3. Preparing session 168. I fight back another yawn as the room warms up. I roll out my shoulders. They're stiff from the welding and from countless dislocations over the years. Tightness seizes my left lung as I take a deep breath. A souvenir of the razor Lysander drove into my chest in Heliopolis. I shake out my left arm, which had shattered when my sling blade clashed with the blade Lysander took from Alexander's corpse. Ori, suspiciously versed in medicine, pinned the bones of my left arm back in place and applied a calcium catalyst. But I'll need a carver's work to regain full functionality. My arm throbs. A good reminder of unfinished business. A thought comes to me as the room's gravity wells warm up. When I trained with Lorne, he would speak to me as I flowed through the forms of the Willow Way. I miss the metronomic company of his voice, and I'm tired of silence. Computer, link to my datapad. I fish out my datapad and Ori's book from my bag and scan in the first 24 pages. I instruct the computer to narrate the text, then ease into the winter stance of the Willow Way, blade above my head and held with both hands. I pause. Computer, voice sample from Holofile 131, Sovereign's Saturnalia address. A moment later, Virginia's voice fills the room. To those who wrote that we might read, to those who fell so we might walk, to those who came before so we might come after, gratitude. The sphere begins its program. The gravity shifts are slow at first, alternating orientation as I move through the first branch of the winter stance and sweep the blade diagonally in descending cuts. I grunt in pain as my body warms up and the stiffness dissolves. Soon the only sounds are the whisper of the practice blade, the shuffle of my feet, my breathing, and Virginia's voice. The first understanding. The path to the veil is inscrutable, eternal, and perfect. It cannot be seen with the eyes, nor felt underfoot. It winds as it wills. It ends where it must. It climbs when it does. It falls when it should. I flow into the autumn strikes, bending back and lashing forward in attack. It stretches deep into the rocks we dig, and back into our hearts. It winds on before and after us, in all directions and none. Though we may walk it, we may never master it. Though we may see the path, we can never know the truth. The path to the veil is inscrutable, eternal, and perfect. It must be followed at all cost. 6 more understandings follow the first as I pass through the seasons of the Willow Way to fluctuations in gravity. Over the course of the hour, the narration loops a dozen times, playing on when I lay heaving on my back. The 4th understanding. The supreme good is the wind of the deep mines. It flows through rock, around people, and over all lands. The wind is oblivious to obstacles, though they shape her path. When you smell rust on her breeze, or hear the echo of tools in the dark, smile and be glad. The path is upon you, and you are upon it. All you must do is walk. My left arm aches. My lung is tight and on fire, but my mind is blessedly empty as I lay listening to Virginia's voice. The words of the book are, as I first thought, opaque. I do not understand them yet, much less accept them, but they remind me of something I read long ago when I trained with Matteo. Not Dumas, not the Greeks, something that fell between the cracks. The book is familiar, as comforting as the echo of a lullaby from my childhood. I return to my quarters in a trance-like state. With water scarce, I use a dull knife to striggle off the sweat and dead skin before continuing my nightly rituals. I record a message to my wife as though we'd just been talking, and store it with the rest without review. Then I record my message for my son, another chapter in the testimony of an absentee father. Months ago, I started telling him my life story, a story I should have told him in person. Even if I can't make it back to him, maybe my story will. Tonight I begin with the day I met Virginia at the Institute and end with Cassius, Severo, and I howling like wolves as we raced across the moon's lit plains with Minerva's standard. When I've finished, I sit on my bed feeling empty and satisfied. The book said something about emptiness being what we use. Boxes, cups. They are useless to us when full, because we use their emptiness by filling them. I leaf through the book again to find the phrase. Before I can, the base's proximity alarm begins to scream. They've found us. I jump from my bed, guilty with joy. At last, a fight, an opportunity. This I know how to do. I dress in sober glee, ready to kill. Screwface's voice fills my room. Battle stations, proximity warning. Votum torch ship inbound. Chapter 3. Darrow. Revenants. Alarms blare throughout the base. I sprint down the corridor and catch a rail rifle thrown by Thraxa as she falls into a run beside me. Her mouth is open in a mad, bad grin. She has the only razor on the marcher, and seems not at all interested in sharing it. How many ships, I ask. Her eyes twinkle. Just one, she says. Still big enough to glass us. I say we play dead. Let them come in with boarding teams, kill them all, take their shuttle, ride it over to the ship, commandeer it, and ride it home. My eyes go dark. We might lose half the men. More, she says. A cabal of 2, we share a single mind. Our troops flow around us in the hall. They are so small. They glance up at us, their generals for reassurance. Thraxa grips me, voice low. If there's opportunity, we do what we gotta do. Torch ship closing. It knows we're here, Screw calls. So much for playing possum, I say. I look at Thrax's blade. Bad lass. She shields it from me with her body and we jog on. In our rush to access the main hall's slide, we nearly collide with engineers streaming up out of their barracks. Most wear only their field chest armour, still scuffed and dented from their trek through the Laidon. I take a chest plate from one and marshal 2 dozens on me. I send Thraxa to command the 2 railgun batteries as I head to defend the hangar. "I should have the blade," I call as we part. She booms a laugh. "You had your own." I did. I miss my wife's gift. I feel naked without it. Rifles are fine, but I hate being at the mercy of the quality of an enemy's armor. Better to be close, where the kill is assured. "Have they spotted us?" I ask into my comm. "Screw?" Screw doesn't reply. In the hangars, I find Harnassus and several oranges making a firing line behind a barricade. Harnassus tries to keep the fear from his voice. "It'll be obsidian berserkers first through the doors," he says, as I join him. "Screw, I need a report," I say into my comm. "Are they within range of the base's railguns yet?" "Screw, they're transmitting a message." A pause. My heart thumps. Railguns prime down the firing line. Then Screw bursts into laughter. "I'll be damned." Has he finally snapped? Like Orion? Like Severo? "Boss, tell Thraxa to stand down the batteries. Stand down. The torch ships are friendly. It's the wayward Chin, and he's brought friends." The torch ship extends an umbilical to connect with our base. My troopers flock to the aperture as Colloway Char slinks out. Harnassus, Thraxa, and I wait for Char. Screw didn't bother coming. Instead of ducking his slender shoulders and making a beeline for me, the best pilot in the Republic slows. Colloway Char is skinny as a rail, the dark skin on his face drawn tight to show every contour of his skull. When he looks at our men, it's not with his usual weary tolerance, but with stony sovereignty. Char has never favoured responsibility. I'd hoped he'd be a leader one day. He began that transformation on Heliopolis after Orion died, but he's completed the transformation in my absence. "Are you with the Telemanus fleet?" a red engineer calls to him. "Has Mars fallen?" shouts a brown rifleman with rusted mod arms and sun-washed eyes. Colloway rears on the brown. "Has Mars fallen? Has Mars fallen?" He sneers. "Where's your faith, Martian? Mars stands, as will she always." The troops cry out in relief so profound it sounds like a lamentation. Char picks his way through them and tries a salute before I wrap him in an embrace. The top of his head does not even reach the bottom of my chin. I thought I'd gotten skinny, but I can feel his shoulder blades through his jumpsuit. Behind him, several dozen blues and greys disembark and seek out friends amongst my band. I pull back from Char. Once he's greeted Thraxus and Harnassus, I blurt out, "Virginia, is she alive? Is Pax?" He turns on me with the look of a weary castaway who has seen too much to think of the people we once knew back home as anything other than vague concepts. After a moment, he nods. "Virginia is," he murmurs. "She governs from Aegea. Don't know about your son." I hold on to his shoulders to steady myself. Thraxa pats my back. "I saw Virginia issue an address 3 days ago, Darrow. Victra was by her side, as were Cavex and Niobe, and your brother Kieran. He's arch-governor now." I sway with so much emotion it hits like grief. I cannot speak. "Kieran? What happened to Rollo?" Harnassus asks. "Rollo was assassinated months ago," Char says. I'm so used to death I don't blink. Arch-Governor Kieran. Strange. I cannot imagine my reserved, polite brother holding the office Nero Augustus once occupied. "Tell us more. We've been dark for months. What else?" I demand, drunk already and craving more. "Not much. System is dark soup. Some new gold weapon, or maybe one of ours. Rams? Quicksilvers? Who knows? It's playing havoc with sensors and broadcasts from here to the belt. False signatures everywhere. Solar flares, laser warfare on telescopes, drones with atomics. Add to that the broken hulks spinning everywhere, and it's a mess. We're putting up a fight, I think, but it's safe to say we aren't winning the war. Rim came in for us. Who's in command? Onassis asks. Helios has the Dust Armada, and Dido the Dragon, Char answers. Thraxa and I glance at one another. The Rim brought 2 of their 3 main armadas. Helios is not good news either. He is their best astral commander. A steely veteran more than twice my age and experience. And Quicksilver, is he back on Mars? I ask. Char frowns. Suck gossip is he quit the war. I stare at Char. Quit the war? He started it with Fitchner. He seems to resent how little I know. Sephi's dead too, blood-eagled by Ragnar's father. I stare at him. Is he even speaking common? He rules the Obsidians and stole the best of the Volk fleet before fleeing Mars. Thraxa and I share a glance. She is covered in obsidian tattoos. Ragnar's father would be ancient, if he's even alive. Imposter, Thraxa sneers. They fled Mars? Unshorn too? Char looks overwhelmed by our inquiries. Never mind that, I snap. What about Severo? Thraxa makes a sound of contempt, far more interested in the Obsidians. Where is he? Char doesn't answer. There's distance between us. Blame. I thought you were dead. They said you were dead. The smugglers that got us off Mercury. Everyone thinks you are dead, he says. You look halfway there. I feel a pang of sorrow, like I've been left behind, outmoded, forgotten. I wasn't sure anyone else made it off Mercury, I murmur. I search behind him. I don't see Rona with you. No. A lump forms in my throat. The last time I saw my niece, Lysander had broken her face after shooting Alexander in the head. I looked down. How will I tell Kieran I left his daughter behind? Arch-Governor Kieran. Her shuttle didn't make it to the Morning Star before the EMP went off, Char says. She went down in the city. Only reason we escaped is because some of the assault shuttles in the Star were shielded from the EMP by the hull. We couldn't make it to orbit, so we hid in the mountains until we hired iron smugglers to sneak us off-planet. We stole the torch ship from the smugglers, who stole it from the Votum fleet. She's more battered than she looks. Half her guns are gone, her armor's patchy, but she has a Votum transponder and she flies like a bat out of hell. Should be enough to get us home. How many are you? Onassis asks. 2,011. All I could get out of Heliopolis. There's room for more in the torch ship, but we're packed pretty tight. Hoping you have food. Old MREs, I say. Lots. His eyes search the tunnel passages at the rear of the hangar. Is this all your people? When I nod, he doesn't look disappointed. He looks angry. I feel the weight of his indictment. You were on Mercury for weeks, I begin. The rest of the legions, the ones who couldn't get out. What happened to them? He surveys my face. Do you care? It'd have hurt less if he stabbed me. Thraxa jabs a finger in his chest. Your Arch-Imperator asked you a question, Char. We're 2 different tribes now. My eyes narrow. How bad does he want our food? Butchery. Char looks away, and that common grief indicts my narrowed eyes. Those who didn't starve to death inside the Morning Star, or weren't eaten by Atalantia's hounds, were impaled by Atlas. From Heliopolis all the way to Tyche. The rest they sent to the Vodum iron mines. I saw it from the air. The road they made. From Heliopolis to Tyche. I should have killed Atlas when I had him in my grasp, just as I should have killed Lysander. Does no mercy go unpunished? No cheer for the hero of the hour or the helium he's purloined, a patrician voice calls from the umbilical. Thraxa mutters a choice curse. With his golden curls shining in the grim hangar light, the bloody dumb Bellona enters and poses like a gallant razor master entering the bleeding place to the amorous cries of fawning pixies. When only silence greets him, he sighs his disappointment and waltzes toward me with 4 canisters of processed warship-grade helium balanced on his shoulders. They're stamped with the Bellona eagle. Despite the fact that Cassius is offensively handsome, over 7 feet tall, built like a high-grav boxer, and resplendent in his grey traveller's cloak, all eyes drift toward the dusky woman behind him. Though she wears filthy crewman overalls and carries a pistol, Ori is as out of place amongst us rude soldiers as an orchid in a munitions belt, and not just because she and Cassius still have hair. Ori is a rare pink, not a cheap thrill with angel wings or horns or a silky tail waiting for a client in a pearl club, nor a Helen of Troy either, the type of flashing thoroughbred as might be seen on the arm of Atalantia or Apollonius. Ori is a raw Hetera, a beauty of shadow and dust with autumnal tragedy written in her features. Her face is long, her skin a shade darker than olive. Her thick hair is wavy and blue-black, and never seems to be the same colour or in the same braid twice. It is impossible to guess her age. Some have guessed 40, some 30, some 20. It's her eyes that make that last one impossible. They are wide, dark pink, and ancient. My troops may gossip and cast aspersions, but when they see Ori's slender arms straining under the weight of a single canister of helium-3, a dozen men, and half again as many women, rush to help her. Thraxa shoves them all away and takes the canister. Harnassus tries to pretend he's not jealous of the soft smile Ori gives Thraxa. Used to the reaction, Cassius rolls his eyes and sets down his 4 canisters with flair. He pops a foot atop one and leans on his knee. My eyes drift to the helium, and I imagine embracing Virginia the moment I step off the Archimedes in Aegea. My goodman, the finest Martian helium-3 available, courtesy of my mother's smuggling operations on Starhold. Always did love filching from her purse. Behold, your Zephyr Wind home. His eyes narrow. Provided you haven't molested my ship beyond repair. He glances at Colloway, who watches him with beleaguered resentment. Did you tell him, Char? No, of course not. It's all on me. Typical. Tell me what? I ask. Cassius sighs. It's Severo. He's not dead. Worse, in fact, a sordid affair. He's been sold at a high society syndicate auction. Sold? I repeat. To whom? Cassius winces. That's the part you're really not going to like. Chapter 4. Darrow. The Sordid Affair. The hologram fills the greater half of my quarters. A man hangs suspended in the air of the syndicate auction house. The man is naked, scrawny, and smeared with tattoos and scars. His head is covered by a giant helmet in the shape of a wolf's head. When the pale-eyed syndicate auctioneer waves a hand, the helmet detaches and floats into the air to bear an ugly, cantankerous face that means more to me than my own flesh. Severo. Love has seldom caused me such physical pain. There is a moment of confusion in Severo's red eyes, the same eyes Mickey the Carver took from me and exchanged for my gold ones. Then agony as he realizes where he is. He hangs his head in shame, then lolls it back and forth. Even with his broken nose more crooked than a lightning bolt, his hair wild, his ears masticated, and his lips tattered, even with 10 years of war and what happened to him on Luna racking his body, I can only see the weird little wolf child who saved me and Cassius from freezing to death in a lock. The teenage menace who used to stare at me from beneath a stinking pelt, half ready to run, half aching for a hug, desperate to prove he's worth a damn. The boy inside the war-rent man pants in fear. It breaks my heart to watch his eyes search the auction floor as the enemy bids on him. They're anonymous, the bidders. Holographic projectors conceal their identities, beaming absurd avatars of beasts and gods from their starships or inner sanctums into the auction house. Severo is unwilling to even look his tormentors in the eye. I have never seen him so beaten. The image cuts out mid-auction, replaced by grand military architecture. Stars and distant warships glitter out of the mouth of the hangar, flanked by caryatids of the Carthii family. A hauler mech, escorted by a pack of syndicate thorns and an arbiter of the Ophian Guild, stomps out of the back of a steaming blockade runner. The mech sets a cargo box down on its end. 4 legionnaires in grey armour and white capes stamped with a purple bull open its giant lock. The cargo container parts down the centre. Pressure hisses out. Inside, Severo hangs imprisoned in a slave rack. Months of beard growth covers his jutting chin. His hair is long and shot with white. Waste tubes with pressure motors worm out of his emaciated gut downward into plastic sacks. He was shipped muzzled and conscious, with barely enough calories to keep him ticking. His eyes are open and bloodshot and staring at someone beyond the hologram with familiar, tired hate. A manly voice purrs. "They whisper you are dead. That is how you left me, for dead. But I have claimed a new domain." The hangar disappears, replaced by an angelic, evil visage. "Are you dead, Darrow?" Apollonius au Valii Roth waits for an answer, as if this weren't a recording he made for me to see. "If you are dead, then this dark age has ended with a whimper." He looks despondent and casts his fierce eyes to the sky. "No, you are not dead," he says to himself, then levels his gaze and lets his smile creep. "You cannot be dead. I know it in my war-bred bones. But you are not on Mars, nor Earth, nor with your adamantine woman defending your sphere, nor raging against the forces of Helios and Atalantia at the head of your inimitable ecliptic guard. So you must be in hiding, wounded and weak, scuttling in the shadows, a mouse in the dark. Young Ajax, son of Aja, aggrieved and dauntless, seeks your blood. So too the Rim and their myriad hunters, chief of all, Diomedes the Storm. They will catch you if you make for Mars, little mouse. They lie in wait, clever, patient, hungry. They will never let you lead another army. Better to come here. Better to pass the time with me." He peers at me like a dragon might when hearing of a distant treasure, acquisitive, scheming, entranced. He runs his tongue along his teeth. "To tempt you, I have acquired your mongrel at no small sum. On Luna he was ill-treated. 90 days of reprieve and dignity will I grant him in my domain. But on the 91st day he will be released into the hanging Colosseum of the dockyards of Venus, as were the Carthii captives of old, and like the Carthii of old, I, along with my guests, will hunt him upon equine wings, and mount his head on a spear, and feed his organs to the war pyre." He closes his eyes, as if imagining the wind through his hair as he rides the Carthii Pegasus, and the scent of burning flesh as he laughs with his friends by the sacrificial fire. When his eyes open, they shine with madness. "Unless you come to me, unless you come and we decide at last who is hunter and who is prey. Until then, my noble foe, per aspera ad astra." The light of the hologram fades. Then the hologram starts over again, an endless loop. Screw pauses the image. Onassis, Thraxa, and Colloway slump in the gloom around my small breakfast table. Screwface itches his stump. Cassius leans against the door with his arms crossed, watching me. At his feet sits Ori, her eyes closed. "Where did you get this filth?" Screw demands from Cassius, and thrusts a finger at Ori. "Did your siren conjure it?" Even Harnassus thinks that's ridiculous. Ori doesn't bother opening her eyes to address the accusation. "Why is she even in this room?" "I can leave," she replies. "Slag that," Cassius says. "After what we went through to steal the helium, you should all kiss our feet." He pauses. "Never mind. You'd probably all enjoy that, you creeps. But to answer the query, I didn't get Apollonius's message. The mad bastard has been transmitting that from the dockyards of Venus for 2 months. Due to all the jamming, I only picked it up 3 days before my contacts at Starhold linked me up with Colloway." "So you just happened to come across it," Screw sneers. Cassius remains droll. "After being cut to ribbons by raw dust-walkers, breaking my word to Diomedes Aura, racing across half the system to plunge through the Ash Armada into a war zone to save Darrow, then back through the Ash Armada again, under the guns of the Annihilo, I ally with the Minotaur, a grandiose ruffian overcompensating for his poor heritage, whom I haven't seen since he was quoting Milton high on lexamine and blowfish poison in a Martian brothel 14 years ago." He bats the air like a cat. "Please, if you're desperate to insult me, at least do me the dignity of being lucid." "Dignity." Screwface pitches his head back and laughs. "That the virtue you imparted on your impaling protege, the heir of Silenius? Dignity? Ha!" At the mention of Lysander, Cassius's smile disappears. "Atlas impaled your troops, not Lysander. It's not his style." "Oh, we know his style," Thraxa says. "Rona, Darrow's niece. It wasn't Atlas who beat her face in. Your boy did that, after he shot Alexander in the head. Not in combat, while they were having drinks." Cassius frowns. "Alexander, Arcos," Colloway says coolly. It's the first time since he arrived that I've seen him look at me with any degree of sympathy. "He was Darrow's arch-lancer, Bologna. He was an arrogant shit, but the best soldier I've ever served with. Full stop. He offered Lysander blades. Lysander declined. Took his head off at range. His own cousins." Cassius's face falls. Arch-lancers to an imperator are often as close as children. The guilt on his face is exactly why I didn't tell him. It's not his fault, and I didn't want his sympathy. I miss Alexander. We all do, which is why we all feel so sick looking at Sevro's auction. Harnassus steps up to me. Gentle. "Darrow, I know no one wants to be the one to say it, so I will. There's nothing to do here. We're millions of clicks behind enemy lines. Thanks to Bologna, we have helium, and the reactor repairs on the Archimedes are being finalized. We should burn for Mars while we still can." I stare at Sevro's image. The dockyards of Venus are not so far away. He's close. Closer than I thought. Love for Sevro, or hate for the Horned One? Which is it that draws me like gravity? Why did we survive Mercury? I ask. No one answers. I look around the room. Why did we survive this prison here? Darrow, we haven't survived yet, not until we get home, Harnessa says. Every day you've held us together, telling us home would soon be in reach. Now it is. Now is your chance to get back to our forces, to Virginia, to your son. I resist that current and feel the pull of this new one. We survived so we could make a difference in this war. I answer for them. The fight on Mars begins over Venus. The ships of the Ash Armada come from one place and one place only, the dockyards of Venus. Atalantia betrayed Apollonius to us. The man is pathological with his grudges, so the only reason she'd let him keep those dockyards is because she believes he has the ability and the willingness to destroy them. I left Apollonius with only a handful of men, which means there are only a few ways he could present that dire a threat. Bombs? No? That gives us an opportunity. Harnessus blanches. Darrow, you can't. Why not? I ask. Look at us. Look at yourself. We're hanging on by a thread. But we're hanging on, I say. I glance at Char. Only half dead. Char is done. My gifts belong to the Republic. I will not squander them on another one of your suicide missions, Darrow. He gets up, lights a burner, and walks out. I glare daggers at his back. Least he got his food. Thraxa may not like Char's lack of tact, but she agrees. Darrow, whatever luck we had, we spent getting off Mercury. With Orion dead, it has to be you who leads the fleet. Our priority must be to get you home. Only Screwface has not spoken. His rancour at Severo has been replaced by a look of abject sadness. Whatever complaints he had, he loves his friend. Still, he shakes his head at me, begging me not to consider it. I look at the rest of them. I saw enough hunger strikes in the mines to know how they're broken. Magistrate Pogenius would pretend to agree to terms. He'd descend with food, roast chickens, fresh bread, hunks of steak glistening with fat. Then he'd find a technicality. He'd hem, he'd haw, he'd sigh, and he'd renege on the deal. It'd only take a day or two for the first strikers to cross the line. People can endure anything except false summits. False summits are where they break. My friends broke the second Cassius, waltzed in with that helium. My heart is often iron, but it melts for the broken. They will try a peaceful mutiny. I can smell it in the air. They love me, but they will restrain me. I can't let it go like it did with Wolfgar, so I feign a surrender. I'm tired. Give me the night to think it over. Is that fair? I ask. Of course, Harnessa says, relieved. You know how much Severo means to all of us. Screwface nods and wipes his eyes. Thraxa squeezes my shoulder with her metal hand. I return to staring at Severo as my friends leave, his expression frozen at the very moment he realized he was being sold at auction. The very moment he realized he'd become a piece of meat. I massage my aching left arm, hating my frailty. Are you Prime? Cassius asks. I turn. I was so focused I did not realize he and Ori had remained behind. He leans against the wall beside the door, observing me from the shadows. Ori's eyes are still closed, her face far off and pensive. I don't answer and turn back to Severo, thinking. There's a cure for that, he says, and produces a bottle from his pack. He pours a generous helping for himself, tosses it back, and pours another. Why didn't you tell me about Alexander and Rona? Didn't seem relevant. I reply. Do you need something? After a moment, he clears his throat. Before all this, when Olympia was a beacon and my father's star was on the rise, he had time to spend on me. So he decided to take me for my first hunt. Cassius, I'm glad you're here, truly, but I'm not interested in lessons right now. I seem to remember teaching you one of your very first, he replies. I turn around. I beg your pardon. Left you in the mud with a hole in your gut. He pours some liquor into another cup and pushes it across the table to me. I drink the liquor down. Because I'm a duelist and you never have been. Not really. How's the arm? You know, the one I chopped off at the gala, I say. He smiles. You see, on my first hunt, I had so many expectations. A 36-point ivory stag had wandered onto our estate. I sigh and let him get on with it. In the stalk, I imagined how it would fall to me. I would look at the stag and it would look at me, and I would feel something transcendent, a mutual agreement for a great chase. The stag would flee, fast and wily. I would pursue. I'd release my arrow on the run. It would catch the stag mid-leap, true and in the heart. And I would feel exultant because I had met the stag on equal footing and given it the splendid, noble death it deserved. And for his part, the stag would feel at least some measure of satisfaction in being felled by a predator equal to his own majesty. Instead, I ambushed it at a watering hole. I misjudged the wind and the shot was ruinous. The stag bolted into the woods, maimed but not yet dying. We tracked it and found it 8 hours later, dragging itself across volcanic rocks. It had gotten 3 kilometers over them. You could see the bones of its ribs where the skin had flayed off. I'll never forget my father's face. Ori's eyes open, disliking the tale. Cassius doesn't notice. Her eyes shift to me and pierce right through me, studying. Point is, you think you have the Minotaur's respect. You believe that respect entitles you to certain privileges. That stag had my respect. I still slit its throat and nailed its head to my wall. Apollonius might dream of a great duel, but your head is his ticket back into gold favor. He'll take it, however he can. 6 years in deep grave will change a man, I reply. The experience is the point for Apollonius, not the result. I'm a cherished peer. That stag was not your peer. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm destined for Mars. He nods along, patronizing. I'm destined for Mars, Cassius. You should be, but you're not, he says. You've been gone 10 years. You don't know me like you think you do. He eyes Severo. Some things never change. You're going to try and sneak off when everyone's sleeping. After Mercury, you don't want to spend any more lives. Darrow, I know guilt better than most people. I know you're afraid to go home, but I won't let you go get yourself killed, not even for Severo. Let me, I ask. He smiles. The room grows chilly. Cavex told me to bring you home. Virginia is waiting for her imperator. And her husband. I bristle at that. You said you came back to fight in your war, yes. Die in a suicide mission, no. Who says it's a suicide mission? Ori asks. Her voice sounds as if it comes from an oracle's cave. She's not looked away from me since she opened her eyes. Tell him your reasons, Darrow. Cassius spares her a quizzical look. Do you know something I don't? He asks. Tell him your reasons, Darrow, she says again, if you have more than one. I do, I realize. Far more than one. They make up the current that's drawing me this way. Part of me feels the urge to fight that current, fight Ore's smug look and the words of the path to the veil. but it's hard to hold on to petulance when you're wasting away. I have 5. 1, it's Severo, and I owe him. 2, those dockyards are the heart of the gold war industry, and if I can't save Severo, I can at least slag them up and buy Mars time. 3, when I appear there, I'll draw all eyes to Venus. It'll clear a path home for the rest of you. 4, the Minotaur respects me more than he respects his fellow Golds. Odd as it sounds, I might be able to turn him. 5, the Republic needs a spark. I would rather go home, Cassius. Trust me on that. But the path leads to Venus, Ori murmurs. I glance at her. The wind is oblivious to the obstacles, though her path would not be the same without them. She smiles. So, my book is intact after all, it seems. I hesitate again, unwilling to give credit to a book written by people I don't know, given to me by a woman who, while she's had my life in her hands, I don't exactly trust. It's not toilet paper yet, no, I mutter. Cassius is confused by the exchange. Were you two in touch these last weeks? You're acting like you share a secret language all of a sudden. Isn't that always the case with those who've read the same books? Ori says with a little mischief. My people believe only the dust knows the weight of golden boots better than reds and pinks. You know Ares was a hero to my people, Cassius. So is his son, which is why I will be coming with you, Darrow. Cassius looks as if he just got the bar bill for the Howlers after a successful reign. No gory damn way, he says. She frowns up at him. Did I trade one master for another? He blanches. Of course not. It's just I don't think you quite understand where Darrow is going, or how he goes places, or what he does when he gets there. I've been on the other side of the equation. How do I say it? It's utter carnage. No offense, Ori, but he's right, I say. The answer is no. Apollonius doesn't have very many men, it's true. But the ones he does have eat scorpions for lunch and think whiskey and knife fights are for children. If it turns into a meat grinder, I'd rather not bring the veal. No offense. Ori uncoils from her seat on the ground. As she stands, she reminds me of a deerling, tall and perilously slender, like most pinks of the rim. I could crush her ribs and puncture her lungs just by stumbling into her the wrong way in a hall. Blame the frailty, sure, or we can cut to the quick. You don't trust me. I don't know you. Darrow, I am a Ra Hetira, slave to a house that lives on a molten rock raging with volcanoes, which also breeds dragons, and founded the Cryptea. The Cryptea, not just an intelligence agency, but a cult dedicated to murdering anyone who compromises the precious hierarchy. Trust me when I tell you, the Ra do not raise creatures without fangs. If I wanted you dead, you would all be dead. Either from the heart-folly petals I brought with me from the rim, ground down and dusted into the oats I served you when you were crammed in the halls of the Archimedes, or sleeping in your bunks here, breathing the air from the radiation filtration center on level 7B. Cassius and I exchange a worried look. Her eyes are sympathetic. You read the book, but still you struggle against the path. That is your nature, I suppose. She sighs. But I am not Veal. Veal can't fly. Thanks to Cassius, I am now very familiar with the running of the Archimedes. You two will need an escape pilot to stay behind when you and Cassius board the dockyards. Cassius shakes his head. Ori, she raises her eyebrows in challenge. I remember what you told me before I helped you escape from Europa. Do you? He clenches his jaw. He's not used to being held to the fire by a pink, much less a pink he's so obviously in love with, one who is so obviously not in love with him. He makes a grand show of his surrender. Once more unto the breach it seems. She squeezes his arm. This is your path too, Cassius. The one you want to walk, remember? He nods. I have provisions I'd like to collect before we leave. I will meet you two back here shortly. When she's gone, Cassius runs a hand through his hair. That woman. You don't even like Severo, I note. No, and I imagine he's aged as well as Mercurian milk in summer. What did you tell Ori, then, before she helped you on Europa? He flops down into a chair and fondles his drink. You know, I've always been a weaker man than I'd like to admit, Darrow. That's my charm. He sloshes his drink about. Truth is, I bear tremendous guilt for the man I was before all this. I snort. Don't. I can put up walls, too. I let him talk. I've always wanted to be a decent man, Darrow. But, well, I lacked the will to make the necessary sacrifices. I was a coward. The raw truth is, I liked my wealth. I liked my pinks. I liked being on top, a Bellona. I felt the wrongness of it, but I excused it, said it was the way of the worlds, pretended I wasn't the boot on the throat of the Reds or the Pinks. I made myself believe my honor made me an exception, one of the good tyrants. Honor was made to hide behind, I think, like a crown or an Olympic cape. He grimaces. I know now I was only a more tolerable source of misery. If I am honest, that's why I spent 10 years traipsing around the asteroids with Lysander, doing small good when and where I could. I wanted to come back a long time ago, but I was afraid, Dara. Afraid of how people would look at me. Afraid of the hate I'd see in their eyes, and I do see it, because I know they're right to hate me. Wearing that Olympic cape, I killed Ares, Fitna, a man worth 10 of me. I was running from that guilt, that hate. So I fled, further from home than I'd been before, and you know what I found? I found that hate, the hate I ran from for 10 years, waiting for me in the eyes of the first woman I think I've ever really loved. She doesn't love me. But that's all right. She's a mirror, I think. It helps keep me straight. For her part, Ori tolerates me because I swore an oath. What oath? To pay back the debt I owe to the Lows for killing their deliverer, Ares. I told you, she's a sympathizer. It's why she helped me. Because I helped you kill Octavia. Now, I can't bring Ares back, but I can fight for his cause, for the Republic, and I will help you save his son. His eyes flick to me. So tell me you're not planning to duel Apollonius? You know me. I never fight fair if I can help it. A simple exfil mission, then? Yes? Yes. Minimal carnage? Swear it. Minimal carnage, I say. His eyes narrow. And we'll have an exit strategy? Yes. Dominus Portobello, I say. Huh? Screwface named him after finding him in the armory, growing in the dark. I go to open a kitchen cabinet and return with a heavy load wrapped in a towel. I toss it to Cassius. He unwraps the towel to reveal a black sphere the size of an ostrich egg with a smiling, fanged face drawn onto it. He sighs. Darrow, this is a 30-megaton atomic warhead. I smile. He has a big personality. Well, then Apollonius should love him. With rucksacks of gear over our shoulders, Cassius and I head for the hangar. Ori trails on behind. The halls are suspiciously deserted, even for so late in the base's night cycle. When we enter the hangar, we discover why. Our way to the shuttle is barred by all my remaining men. Thraxa, Harnessus, and Screwface stand out ahead of them, marshals of this latest insurrection. "Guess they know you too," Cassius mutters. "What's this, then?" Thraxa calls. "Slinking off in the dead of night?" "I have a little errand to run," I say. "Didn't want you all to worry." "Errand's cancelled," she says. Harnessus looks tired. Thraxa looks angry. Screwface looks at his boots. I take my time searching the eyes of the men and women behind them. My welding team is here, as are the infantry and aviators and engineers. Their skin was made leather by the sun on Mercury, then the fat scraped away by the privation on this base, so that it hangs from their bones as if 2 sizes too big. They're here because they love me, but I see the anger in their eyes. It's an anger that's always been reserved for the enemy. I feel 1,000,000 kilometers away already as I address them. "Brothers, sisters, you have put your faith in me too many times to count. I have let you down, but I did not survive Mercury to slink home. I survived to continue the fight. Even if you cannot see it, there is an opportunity here to wound the Gold War effort, to help Mars. I do not ask you to wait for me. I ask only that you meet me on the Lion Steps with a mug of swill at the ready. God knows I'll need it." Thraxa doesn't understand. "Darrow, the Ecliptic Guard has gathered. The Red Legion's muster. Do you not want to lead the defense of Mars?" "More than anything," I say. "But I believe this is the path. I have the right ship. I have the right plan. I will go to the dockyards and I will find a way." "And if you don't," she says, "then I'll find a different way. Please let me pass." "You're a fool." She draws her razor and surprises me by pushing it into my hands. "Take Bad Lass. If you die, die with a blade in your hands." "It's been in your family for centuries," I murmur. Bad Lass is a silver blade embellished with foxes and trees. Her father, Kavax, gave it to her when she graduated from the Institute. It belonged to his mother. "Then if it ends up on the Minotaur's trophy wall, I'll find you in the Vale and I'll beat you to drippings." She slams me into a hug. "So don't die." I thank her and turn to Harnessus. "What do I tell Virginia?" he asks. I knew the answer before he asked. "Tell her I listened. Tell her I endured. When I give you the signal from the dockyards, sprint for Mars. Tell Char." He nods. Screwface has his pistol drawn. It shakes in his hand. I approach him and clasp him behind the neck. "I'll come with," he says. "You need someone you can trust." "Mars needs you, too," I say. "You've been gone long enough. Your sovereign knows your sacrifice, Screw. When you look into her eyes, you'll realize you've been seen this whole time. Serve Virginia as you've served me. Protect her. Protect Mars. I will return." I kiss him on the forehead and tear myself away. I build up steam as I reach the troops. They don't look like they're going to move. I know it appears as if I've broken and parted from sense. I can't explain how I feel. All I can do is keep walking. Finally, the 10 years of respect I earned from them makes them part. I walk through them until I reach the pedestrian umbilical to the Archimedes. There, a lone red with dark skin and narrow eyes bars my path. His crooked lantern jaw is set in an anger I know far too well, his ham fists balled at his sides. He glares up with rage 3 times too big. I go around that one. At the umbilical, I turn back to my men as Cassius and Ori disappear inside. I look back at my friends, my soldiers with whom I've suffered so much, and raise my fist. "Hail Libertas!" Only my echo answers. Chapter 5. Lysander. Games. Shrill whistles pipe from a shimmering mirage as the wild sunbloods gallop out of the desert. The surviving youths of Mercury's ruling elite pursue the white horses, herding them in a ritual stampede toward the storm gates of Heliopolis. The horses pour through the triumphal arch erected to honor my victory over the rising and into the streets of the city itself. The horrific burn scar Darrow's boot left on my face itches like mad. Truly, it'd be easier to be rid of the thing, but a scar from Darrow is a point of honor and a good reminder of what he's done to our society whenever I look in the mirror and see the wrinkled, shiny horror that makes my eyelid droop. I resist scratching it. There are eyes on me. From my place atop the triumphal arch with Glerastes and Roan to either side, I nod to a blue. With a warble from the gravity engines, the arch rises. We follow the horses as they press deeper into the city, their hooves rattling the surface of the Via Triumphia. Behind barricades, the morning crowd is already drunk on spiced clove wine from Kerix and cactus brandy from Polyobus. Despite the Herculean efforts of our sanitation divisions, radiation from the atomics used in the Battle of the Ladon still infests the continent. The radiation has made many of the citizens grow bald. In defiance of this pestilence of baldness, they boast wigs of eccentric length and colour. And they remember well that it was Atalantia who sowed this radiation, not Darrow. In the eyes of Mercury, Darrow and Atalantia are equally loathed, but I am beloved. Pouring money into a planet will do that. They chant my name. Behind me, my Praetorians stare down at them like a row of militarized falcons. My whisper, Kyber, crouches to the left. My last line of personal defense, the discreet Looney's grey follows me everywhere. Today she plays a copper. Her sensitive jaguar mod eyes rove the rooftops from behind chrome goggles. "They love you like children love their father," Glerastes says. Wind whips my cape behind me and tugs at Glerastes' brilliant orange robes. Roan grimaces. "If only love wasn't so expensive. If only all those voices belonged to soldiers. These people are the heart of the society," Glerastes calls over the wind and the clamour. He shields his eyes from the sun to look south of the city to the spaceport. There, the Lightbringer, beset by swarms of construction skiffs, looms like a mountain. "It's the thump of military boots and the buzz of welders that is the music of insolvency. Better to be impoverished and strong than impoverished and popular," Roan replies. Though he cuts a fine figure in his purple and silver parade uniform, Roan is no parade soldier. A veteran's veteran, he's fought on 13 spheres, and wears the evidence in the falera on his chest and the scars on his face. He is no blunt object. A violent intellectual, he was Arja's favourite grey, and he is now the clever engine of my growing military machine. "Mobs may seem strong as the sea, but give me a star shell and a Moses I will be." Glerastes sharpens a retort. "If you can't get along, silence is preferable," I snap, annoyed at their mutual and growing enmity. "You're both heroes of the people, so wave your gory hands and lobby me later." I wave to the people below. Block by block, the crowd grows denser and more drunk. Sunburnt women in wigs shout down from the rooftops. Children climb their fathers' shoulders to wave the flag of their favourite racing team. The gold and white of Team Hermes dominates the main boulevards as the sunbloods flow south, past the bazaar, through the partially restored water gardens, where the stampede completes a circuit and then turns gradually toward the hippodrome, our destination. At the grand building, my arch settles down over the entrance to the executive reception plaza. We disembark between two columns of Praetorians. In the lift to the executive level, Glerastes physically side-checks Roan to take his place at my side. Roan is so surprised that by the time he regains his balance, the doors to the elevator are already closing. I hold up a hand and signal him to meet us up top. The grav lift ascends. I don't know if force is the right idea with Roan, I say. How else can I penetrate the purple and black wall that follows you everywhere but with my hips and wits? Glerastes glares at Kyber, who stands in the corner. Somehow she was already in the lift waiting for us. But one always manages to slither in. You have something to say, go on and say it. Glerastes, the greatest architect of his generation, is bald, hawkish, with heavy eyebrows, gleaming orange eyes, and a stooped, predatory posture that once made him seem hungry and unctuous, but also impervious to any drug or construction catastrophe known to man. More and more, though, the posture also betrays his fragility. He seems like a man teetering over a cliff. These past months have been hard on him. In the end, artists are a sensitive breed. There are rumors the Saud denied you a loan. Is it true? He asks. I sigh. You know what I miss most about being assumed dead? No gossip. Roan is steering you to ruin, he blurts out. Glerastes, old friend, these games were your idea, I say. The people need hope, you said. The games are a pittance compared to what you're spending on ships and legions. And it's not the game so much as the guests who trouble me. You dirty your hands dealing with the likes of Wrath and the Carthii? A tired line. But I should cover myself in eagle shit? Hardly a fair comparison. You're bleeding money. Lady Bologna is distinguished. Far more than just a banker or a brute. She is a broker of power. She might not control the 200, but she influences a sizable block of senators, most of whom have no love for Atalantia. Yes, and perhaps if you sang my praises in her ear, she might actually have deigned to attend my games, I say. Instead, she sends no note, no emissary, just her racing team. It's been nothing but insults since she sent Roan to aid me in the desert. Perhaps she did not sponsor you to be Atalantia's plaything, he says. Would a plaything smuggle legions to the Minotaur? I ask. Now you'll moan I am reckless. You're juggling asps, my boy. Forget Bologna money. If Atalantia... Hades, if the Carthii discover you and the Minotaur have a secret pact... He glances at Kyber. I don't understand, Lysander. Why him? The Minotaur is an insane person. He craves the ephemeral, experiences, satiation of his lusts. No man is more your inverse, and yet you waste the wealth that could rebuild Mercury to send him an army. Lysander, I am scared. For you, for me, of every shadow, every glass of wine. Maybe you should quit drinking then, I say. I apologize immediately when I see the pain on his face. Glerastes, you have no reason to be afraid. I will protect you, I promise. But honestly, what would you have me do? I'd have you listen to the people. You are loved, so be loved. Do not play Atalantia's game. Play your own. Abandon this pursuit of an army and a fleet. Focus your time and money here. Let Mercury's prosperity be your campaign for the morning chair. He reaches to grasp my right hand. It would break my heart to see you get caught in a gold knife fight. You're better than that. You must be. Maybe I am. But without power, everything else is just good intentions. Now, I have guests waiting. Glerastes pouts, but does not protest when I reactivate the lift. Pytha waits on the executive level with Roan. Roan's grav boots shimmer with heat from his ascent. Sorry, I must have tripped, he says to me, with a glance for Glerastes. Glerastes doesn't follow me out of the lift. You go on, he says. I haven't the stomach for your guests or guards today. Annoyed, I leave Glerastes behind. Pytha, the blue pilot who watched over me for so many of my formative years on the Archimedes, raises an eyebrow. You want me to fly him home? You'll miss the race, I say. Please. Chariots? They don't even have engines. Python chose to follow me instead of Cassius. That loyalty and her belief in my vision for the society has more than earned her the post that will make her the envy of all blues in the society, Captain of the Lightbringer. That is, if the ship actually flies. Otherwise she'll be a laughingstock, and me with her. Our fates are entwined. I thank her and head for the box with Roan.
Vodka on his breath, and it's not even known, Roan says. I thought Mercurians were supposed to be industrious.
Mind your own self, Flavinius. I'll not have you sniping at each other. Now put on a smile for my guest, I snap, and plunge into the pulvinar. The girls drinking inside the suite raise their eyebrows at Pytha and Roan. They shift away altogether from Kyber, thinking her a copper because of her disguise. But Roan is popular. His service record, if not the myriad teardrops on his face, would demand respect from even Atalantia. I greet my guests with alacrity and mannered courtesy, until a roar a few minutes later draws me beyond the protection of the silk awning and into the sunlight. In the stands below, low colours rush up through the tunnels from the vendors toward their seats, arms laden with fennel sausages, candied pecans, oysters, and sloshing gourds of wine. To the 250,000 who cram together on the tiered marble bleachers, the sound of the hooves on the street outside is still distant, but already the crowd hollers in anticipation. The voice of the hippodrome gargles like infant thunder. Only when the first wild sunblood enters the stadium does the discordant noise coalesce into a single voice. Ad Astra! Ad Astra! Ad Astra! The horses pour into the racing sands. The youths gallop after them, herding the horses into running a lap. Great flames light around the stadium to signal the beginning of the games. As the dust-caked youths pass the pulvinar, my box, they stand in their stirrups to salute me and my peerless guests. The youths resemble dusty birds of prey. Their faces and eyes are severe, their bones still thin, but though not one is over 15, there is not a trace of youth left in them. I have seen that look before. It is the look of having already chosen one's fate. It worries me to see it in those so young. I wonder if I wore such a look when I sat by Calendora's deathbed as she succumbed to the poison on Darrow's blade and confessed her part in the assassination of my mother and father. An assassination planned and executed by my mother's best friend and my betrothed, Atalantia. Considering Darrow has no reputation for poisons, it's not hard to guess who was really responsible for Calendora's demise.
Less than 300 graduates. A pittance compared to Atalantia's institutes,
Roan drawls, surveying the young horsemen and horsewomen. While most of my guests remain reclining in the shade deep within the box's air-conditioned recesses, Roan sweats with me in the early morning sun.
Dominus, what I said about Glorastes
wasn't wrong, but I won't have Glorastes defamed, ever. I look over so he sees how much I mean it. You were not informing me. You are playing politics. Now, let us move on. He nods and goes back to business.
Our spies on Venus report Carthii institutes are churning out young peerless, he says. The Saud are not too far behind. Still, if you ask me, you chose the right colour to invest in. He eyes the thick band of greys that claim the front rows around the racing sands. I agree and scan the promenade level in distaste. Although Atalantia is occupied solidifying her hold on Earth and laying siege to Luna, little escapes her gaze, even less her taxes. Her gold allies, and there are many, populate nearly half the boxes on the promenade level. The boxes were to be sold at auction to help finance these costly games. Instead, Atalantia helped me spiral toward bankruptcy by insisting none of her friends be required to pay. Ravenous lot, aren't they? A voice murmurs. I turn to see a slender, deeply tanned woman of middling height. Horatia Alvotum, Cicero's younger sister, is not a warrior despite the peerless scar on her heart-shaped face.
A master administrator, her narrow eyes shimmer only for numbers. She's far more at home amidst a coterie of coppers than she is on a warship or battlefield. They've not come for the games, they've come to see us fail. She means they've all come to see the Lightbringer launch, or rather, not launch. As the project manager in charge of refurbishing Darrow's crashed ship, she takes that personally. More liberal and political than Cicero, Horatio has assumed her father's place of prominence amongst the reformer bloc in the 200. Our politics are strikingly similar, but hardly popular. We pray we're not naive for believing that's only because the tyrants of Atalantia's iron bloc have the lion's share of war prestige and military might. The wine you'll buy for these golds alone would buy armour for half a legion, to say nothing of the food. Or pinks, I reply. Or violets. They're not our worst guests, I think, Rowan says. No. Horatio's not over fond of smiles, but she graces Rowan with one. So which guest of honour holds that claim, Roth or Carthii? The Venusians, always. With a sour look, Rowan glances behind us at the brood of House Carthii, lounging in my box, drunk on my wine. I'd rather have hosted the Rim deputation, especially their rising hero, Diomedes. But Consul Dido's reply to my invitation was a single line. Mars must fall. So, instead of honourable, worthy, peerless knights of the Rim, I'm beset by Carthii Philistines so cultured they've forsaken the use of manners. Horatio leans in. I've done some reconnoitring with my friends on Earth. The Carthii are, as you said they'd be, unofficially unaffiliated. The furious Atalantia let Roth keep their dockyards. So available. I wouldn't say that. Available, I confirm. In Atalantia's decade of war and her lifelong quest to claim the sovereign's chair, she's relied most on the Carthii shipbuilders of Venus. That has changed. After Apollonius stole the Carthii dockyards, Atalantia alienated her old allies when she signed the détente with Apollonius to ensure his stolen Carthii ships keep flowing to her armada. All rather messy. I, of course, was only too happy to broker the deal. While politically conservative, opposed to reform, and generally insidious, the Carthii are powerful and very wealthy. Winning them would be a political and military coup, but also as safe as bedding a viper. I smile when I spy the best mark of those Carthii present, meaning the richest and most ambitious of the lot, sizing me up from amidst a clutch of her brothers. Barely 27, Valeria Aucarthii, like many of the ruthless young girls of her generation, has found war to have a catalyzing effect on her prospects. She has ascended past many of her more famous brothers to become a third-place contender in the expansive and often fatal sibling rivalry to become their ancient father's heir. With her father, Asmodeus, well past 100 years old and still replacing lost progeny like it's funny, she is likely in need of a powerful new friend. I nod to her. She tips her glass my way. Bottom first. A slight Venusian flirtation. "Where's your brother?" I ask Horatio. "Cicero?" She frowns. "Even I can't track that variable. I'll inquire with the grooms. He promised me he wouldn't race. I'll inquire with the grooms." Valeria Aucarthii sways toward us before Horatio can leave. "Lysander, I've just looked at the program, and I must say it's terribly Aurelian of you not to include the gladiatorial matches." She slurps the flesh from an oyster and discards the shell on the floor for the servants. "Or are you to blame, Horatio?" "I fear it's a collective statement," Horatio says. "Excuse me." "Reformers? Ugh, such prudes." Valeria wrinkles her nose.
chariot races and Pegasus jouts are all well and good, but truly, what are the stakes if no one's dying? I think the people of Heliopolis have seen enough death, I reply. At a nod from me, Rowan slips back under the awning to keep watch on me from the shade opposite Khyber. Valeria watches after him. Shouldn't let your dog sit at the table, Lysander. They'll eat the food off your plate. Praetorians are hardly dogs. Falcons, perhaps. She chuckles. I hear Horatia is responsible for that delusion of grandeur to the south. She is, I reply. It was her idea to use the wreckage of the White Fleet to repair the Lightbringer. Votum's building ships. If I thought that possible, I'd be offended. It looks like a monster, far too heavy in the front, not even painted. Horatia says paint is a luxury our budget can't afford. Hilarious woman. So serious. Valeria says, Are you fucking her? Or is it her brother you like? Both? Like I said, we're not on Venus today, I reply. Mm-hmm. Her eyes glide to Roan, then down to the Praetorians in the stands. I heard you were a student of our ancient ancestors, a virtuous shepherd of the people. She busies herself shucking and slurping oysters. Still, we all wonder when you'll grow tired of this orgy of equitus and come join the real circus. I'd like nothing more than to join the war, but without a military appointment from the dictator or the 200, I must tend my duties here on Mercury. The last thing I want to do is meddle in politics. What a law-abiding young citizen you are. She smiles. Imagine my father's relief when he learns that you don't consider lobbying Atalantia to exploit our stolen docks to be meddling in politics, she says. The Battle of Mercury cost us dearly, and Julii and Augustus are putting up a rather impressive fight, I say. The war requires warships to replace our recent losses, no? That your family lost your dockyards to a madman and a handful of soldiers is hardly my fault. Actually, it's more an indictment of how your father treats his workers and citizens. I hear your own people rallied to Apollonius and helped him take the station. I merely helped Atalantia, and Apollonius remained focused on the greater interest of our people, winning the war. She rolls her eyes. Lysander the Lightbringer. Lysander the Peacemaker. A maker of peace wouldn't keep that scar. Hideous. Does Atalantia like it? No, she detests it. I love it. Savage. From Darrow's own boot, no? She eyes the burn on my face and sucks down another oyster. I'm a simple woman. I like ships. Flying them, building them, taking them from my enemy and painting my centaur on them. I do the eyes myself, then have a cigar. What do you like, and don't say peace? Power, I reply, and look up as a thunder rumbles from above. Against a blue sky, huge obsidians painted white beat their drums on each of the Hippodrome's 14 towers. The main gates open, and the chariots of the four-horse Grand Prix emerge one by one. An announcer declares each rider and their team, sending each team's supporters into convulsions. After all, what else makes peace? This isn't power. This is theatre, she replies. Expensive theatre. The love of the people won't buy you the morning chair, Loon. But it affords me the opportunity to ask what would. She grins. You know what I want, Peacemaker? That which the Minotaur stole. That which Atalantia was only too ready to trade away. That which my father withholds and my siblings covet. My inheritance. Really? I had no idea. Stop. Our politics are opposed, she says. Reformers are in denial of humanity's basic lowness. But we have much in common, you and I. Atalantia and her father gobbled up all those loon ships and fortresses and men, and then slapped the grimmest skull onto them. Has she returned what belongs to you? I smile. Everyone knows she hasn't, even though by law she should. It seems we've both had our inheritance stolen by a usurper. If only there was a way to help one another. Her eyes drift to the box to the right of ours, where Apollonius's brother, Tharsus O'Wrath, parties with all his race-day finery, surrounded by his cadre of new sycophants, exiled Martian golds, lithe courtesans, preening poets. Wraths did not exist at the time of the conquering, so no matter the vastness of their wealth, the depths of their infamy, or the quality of their wine, to their everlasting chagrin, they've never been considered a premier gens. I fear your inheritance is already spoken for, as is mine, I say. For now. She smiles. For now? Tharsus seems to glow as he feels our eyes on him. I've sworn him to keep public distance from me, lest others suspect I am in league with his brother. I must maintain the appearance of neutrality. He prances to the edge of the box, just a few paces off. He shouts, "Either you want to fornicate with me or kill me. I don't know which, Valeria. The first would be fine, but the second is improbable, if not impossible." He idly probes a passing pink. "I am immune to glares, knives, and all between, for my brother has atomics pointed at your inheritance, and he is—" He gestures to one of his drunker sycophants. "Mad as a bull!" the friend cries, and makes horns with his fingers. The rest make bull sounds and dance around before breaking down into laughter and blowing kisses at the Carthii. Horatia returns, with news of Cicero. "He didn't," I say, reading her expression. "Tell me he's not." "He did. He is," she says, apologetic. I wince, and the crowd roars as the announcer proclaims the entrance of the reigning champion of the individual circuit. Riding as always for Team Hermes, Cicero Alvotum drives his chariot out onto the sands, his 4-horse team led by the indomitable Blood of Empire. Wearing a white tunic with leather straps tightly bound to protect his chest, Cicero's powerful arms and legs are tan and oiled. Like all charioteers in the classic Prix, he is woefully under-protected. My blood boils at the sight of him riding with a smile toward mortal jeopardy. "He promised he wouldn't race," I mutter. "Stakes, after all," Valeria says in delight. I sigh. "Pardon me. Theatre calls." "For now?" she asks. "For now," I reply. "But not forever." She toasts to that. I signal Flavinius before jumping over the wall of the Pulvinar to land below, where Kyber is already waiting. She really does look like a copper Actarius with her datapad and lithe limbs. If she has a weapon on her, I can't see it. Shocked by my descent into the common stands, the crowd cheers as I make my way amongst the mid-colours, not to sit with my own men, but to honour the Votum legions. Cicero's greys receive me with the hero's welcome Rome paid their centurions for. As I place my bet with the roving bookie, Cicero guides his chariot past and lifts his hand in formal salute to me. His voice, aided by some unseen microphone, booms out across the arena. "I dedicate this race to the saviour of Heliopolis, the steward of Mercury, the image of Selenius, last of his line, Lysander, the light-bringer." He blows me a kiss. Cicero guides his chariot to the starting line, and the crowd roars. Silence falls. The charioteers fix their eyes forward, and when the long, mournful note bursts from a great white horn, the chariots lurch forward, and the sands swirl. Chapter 6. Darrow. Mortal Concerns.
Like a deep space remora, the Archimedes stirs from its idle drift and creeps into the wake of the convoy of Votum Cosmos haulers. The haulers are accompanied by powerful destroyers freshly painted with a purple minotaur's head. After journeying from the Marcher to Venusian orbit, we waited days for a convoy whose wake could mask our approach to the dockyards. It gave us time to plan. Thus far, the stealth hull has allowed us to avoid 2 Carthii patrol squadrons, but the dockyards, with their far more sophisticated sensor suites, will be a different affair. I lean over Cassius's shoulder as he guides the Archimedes closer to the hull of a Cosmos hauler at the end of the convoy. "Easy, does it? The blind spot isn't large," I murmur. "I know how to fly," Cassius says. "If you want to worry about anything, worry about the hull." "Considering the only way we'll know if they've spotted us is if they shoot at us, perhaps you should both focus," Ori says from the co-pilot seat. I sit down in a pop-out seat behind them and hold my breath until we've matched speed with the hauler, a bare 10 meters from her starboard. Cassius breathes out. "There. We're in her shadow. Quicksilver must hate you, Darrow, or he's working for the Golds. Why else would he not equip the White Fleet with this tech? 5 destroyers with this hull could cut apart this society like a scalpel." "Apparently, the material is 100 times more expensive per ounce than razors are to produce," I say. "Outfitting the Morning Star alone would have bankrupted the Republic." "So, that's what I said." He laughs. "No wonder the Senate didn't like you." In the blind spot of the hauler, I have time to appreciate the view as we approach Venus. At a distance, the dockyards of Venus, the greatest structure ever built by mankind, resemble little more than a scratch on a sapphire marble suspended alone in the darkness. If ever I needed a reminder for how small we are in the scheme of things, I needn't look any further than Venus. Yet even Venus itself, a planet of immense majesty, with all its vast coral reefs, mysterious migrating islands, abundant flora and fauna, rigid caste structure, and human factories for the gold military apparatus, is smaller than my pinky nail when I hold my hand at arm's length. As we approach and Venus grows in size, there's time enough for the worry to set in. Soon the Carthii navy comes into view. Most of the ships and praetors of House Carthii were off serving at Atlantia over Mercury when Apollonius stole their dockyards. Now their ships are tethered to the North Pole of their home planet, where they twinkle, a crown of blue splinters. No doubt they're tethered there by fear of what Apollonius would do to their dockyards should they try to reclaim them. If I were him, I'd have bombs and a dead man's switch. He and I often do think alike. I reach over to the seat beside me and pet Dominus Portobello, our lone atomic, for reassurance. Under watch of the station's guns and its escorts, the haulers slow as they approach the dockyards. So does the Archimedes. Amongst the yard's complex fortifications are guns the size of skyscrapers. If death comes, we won't have long to notice. With a tentative smile that grows the longer we don't die, Cassius cuts the engines and initiates a lateral drift out of the hauler's wake. The dockyards roll past, endless fortifications and industrial towers, spindles and garages as far as the eye can see. Ori is amazed at the sight. Cassius grows dour. "Good news. We're not dead yet," I say, and stand. "Bad news. That was the easy part. Ori, the Archimedes and Portobello is yours. Cassius, it's time. Remember what I taught you about axial drift, and don't forget 2 port thrusters are wonky," Cassius says to Ori, reluctant to hand over the controls. "I won't crash if you don't die," she replies, and gives him a smile. He glances around at the ship, his home, takes a breath, and heads for the garage. I linger for a moment and watch her fingers dance along the controls to the ship's systems. Did Cassius actually teach you to fly, or did you just pretend to let him? She continues her task. It is a master's nature to want, just as it is a servant's nature to provide. This does not mean the master does not provide. This does not mean a servant does not want. So you humored him. She turns. I am a pink. I humor everyone. She doesn't sound bitter about it. We all have our survival mechanisms, Dara. I am and always have been air. Until now, you could afford to be a rock. You didn't have to change or alter course. Now you are cracking. That is a good thing. If you wish to be repaired, you must first be broken, I murmur. She had seen me reading the book in the Archimedes lounge. It's nonsensical half the time. Of course it is. All your life your hands have been how you have interacted with the world. But the path isn't a tool to be grabbed and used, Dara. Because it isn't a thing, it is a verb. She holds my gaze, patient, neutral. Why are you really here, Ori? I ask. Cassius may buy the sympathizer story. You might explain your skills as part of a Hetira's education, but I'm here for Severo, she says. That is the truth. Not the whole truth, but it is all the truth that matters, because it is all the truth that is useful. And I suppose the path would tell me to accept that. You tell me. She smirks. Do you really have a choice? I nod to Dominus Portobello. Make sure you put that where it counts. She salutes. I head for the cargo bay. Cassius is already half-dressed. It took us 2 days of work in the machine shop to reshape the Sun Industries armor Kavak sent with Cassius to look like the Spartan Baroque-styled pulse armor of a House Wrath knight. Now grey and purple, detailed with bulls and Hercules on the shoulders, our geysers should do the trick. Don't worry, I taught her well, Cassius says. She's a natural. I'm sure, I say. When we are dressed, I check my chronometer. 90 seconds. Button up. We don our helmets. A chill trickles over my skin as I see the world through the pulse armor lenses. Even if I loathe war, my body thrills to its rituals like a drunk hearing the clink of ice into a whiskey tumbler. With Cassius armored and ready beside me, I feel infused with the luck of House Mars, 16 again, and preparing to steal the enemy standard. We take our places at the starboard door, and he pats my back. Not to butt, Bologna. Don't be shy. The jump light turns red to yellow. I'd rather not. Cassius, we rehearsed this, yet my objections remain. If anything, you should hop on my back. You look like the warning advert for street drugs. No offense. It's Howler protocol on lateral pair jumps. If our equipment fails, you and I can't get separated, I say. I shove the traction gun into his hands. Now get on my back. He climbs on my back, muttering, Let's go to war with the Reaper of Mars, I thought. Truly, I envisioned something far more glamorous. Ori triggers the door. The faint iridescence of the pulse field is all that separates us from space now. We are close enough to distinguish viewports and doors in the metal landscape of the dockyards. With danger ahead, but my life in my hands, I come alive again. It feels good to have my boots unstuck from the mud. I steel myself and jump. The dockyards roll beneath us as our initial push carries Cassius and me toward them. Then the velocity we inherited from the Archimedes sends us laterally along the curve of the eastern construction crescent. As we float above the dockyards, it's like watching the construction process in reverse. First, we pass over destroyers and torch ships, complete and lacking only paint. Then we see ships without guns, then without hulls, then without engines, until finally we pass over machines welding vast sections of durosteel for the superstructures of warships.
Workers, as tiny and numerous as ants, crawl along the surface of the warships and dockyards under the gaze of inanimate overlords, giant statues of deceased Carthii.
When we reach the Vulcan mouth, we pass under the gaze of Selenius and Carthus, colossal caryatids that glare at us from either side of the mouth. These statues are the last sight retired ships see before they are melted down inside a furnace named for the Roman god of the forge. Selenius and Carthus, heedless of our pathetic mortal concerns, witness to the march of time, sneer past us toward the stars. And then, 15 minutes after our jump, we reach our fire point. Careful not to throw off our trajectory, Cassius aims and fires the traction gun over my shoulder at the station. A counterforce exits out the back of the gun. We will spin a little until the payload locks on the surface of the station and the line goes taut. The motor in the gun pulls us forward. On the surface, we abandon the gun, and Cassius uses the base of a heavy railgun installation to climb off my back. He shot well. We're only 80 meters from our target. We cross carefully, pulling ourselves along the toes of Selenius. As a battered Republic destroyer slides from the queue into the mouth for incineration, we hop onto its hull. The incinerator doors close behind the ship. "Fast like. Now," I say, and we race down the length of the doomed warship and jump off its bow toward the vast aperture that awaits beyond the incinerator to consume the liquid metal the warship will soon become. A wave of heat chases us into the aperture, down its huge umbilical, and into a grim processing center where vast cubic trays wait for the liquid metal. A red foreman in a mech suit turns our way, but we're already gone and into the station through a pedestrian walkway high above.
The Carthii's philosophy of order is simple. They believe in an iron rod of discipline held by a velvet, scented glove. Dockyard workers who obey their Carthii masters are given many delights, including 23 delirium arcades for the pleasure of their coveted greens.
We target an arcade located on the 37th level of the eastern construction spindle. The arcade is thick with humidity, and the lights in the ceiling cast a dim indigo glow over the rows of delirium pods. Our abrupt entry, and the sound the brown janitor's body makes as he hits the floor, draws the attention of the arcade's admin, a tall, androgynous green with a cruel, pale face. They turn from their route through the rows of delirium pods to see a shadow leaping toward them. Cassius takes them down hard with a knee to the sternum. By the time I make it over to them, he's holding their body, now limp as a wet towel. The shock of the mild collision killed them. "Sorry," Cassius murmurs. "Not used to this high gravity." He drops the human towel. "So fragile. We're looking for an architect or a Fulgor Bellator. Delta symbol with 3 lightning bolts. Try not to kill them."
We split the pods, and I go down the rows, peering at the blank, pale faces for the right tattoos that will find Sevro's cell and lead me through the doors blocking my path to it.
Hardwired into the experiential pods, the Green's reveries are replayed through small holograms over their heads. More than half the Greens partake in sexual simulations and are fit with codpieces to catch the byproduct of their pleasure. I stop and feel my gut churn at the horror bathing the face of a highly decorated Fulgor Bellator, a lightning warrior. A hardy green bred to be paired with grey squads in the field to enslave or neutralize enemy electronics, his body is thicker than most of his colleagues, and his predilections far more gruesome. I wrap my hand around his throat and tear out the wires going into the ports just in front of his ears. His consciousness falls out of its licentious revelry and back into his war-scarred, tech-enhanced body. I strangle him and then break his neck like a sheaf of dry hay. Concerned, Cassius comes over. "You murderous hypocrite." His expressionless helmet fixes on the frozen dream above the dead Green before he looks away in disgust. "Venusians,"
He makes a spitting sound. Found an architect with healthier dreams. I follow him to a slender green woman with narrow eyes and the tattoo of an architect over her right eyebrow. Her delirium is tamer. She flies atop a scaled beast over a gloomy forest lit in green light. The black mountains that surround the forest are jagged enough to have been hewn by a giant with a scythe. Her eyelids flutter as Cassius eases her out of the dream. She starts. Her eyes focus on her new, frightening reality. As she tries to scream, I wrap Bad Lass around her neck and say, "Your life is in your hands. Don't drop it." The Green Architect does not choose to drop it. She is slight, probably a third of my weight, and so nervous her thin fingers shake on the keys of the hallway terminal. I made her access it manually so I can curb any potential mischief. Cassius keeps a lookout. The Green's program filters through thousands of images. The brigs are filled with prisoners, most of them golds or greys, but no Severo. She widens the search, delving into high-security zones until I have her stop on a bleach-white security room. A man lies in the fetal position, clad in a yellow prisoner's jumpsuit, his head encased in a giant wolf helmet. Cassius must hear my heart beat faster. "Got him?" he asks, without turning. "Maybe." I zoom in on the prisoner's exposed hands until I see a skull tattoo on the back of his left. Still not convinced, I assess the scars on his right hand. They match the ones Severo received from Atalantia's Kajir war beasts on Earth. I swallow, nervous now that I'm so close. That's Severo. I check my chronometer. If Ori is on schedule, she'll have landed the Archimedes and finished her spacewalk on the 6th construction spindle by now. Our insurance should be in order. Let's go get him. With our jam field hiding us from cameras, I put the Green on a razor leash and force her to lead us. She unlocks the maintenance lifts to take us as close as we can to get to Severo's prison. Accessing the maintenance crawl spaces, I have Cassius release a Sun Industries spider drone in the ventilation ducts. He guides it via the uplink in his helm until it peers through the vents into the high-security block. It crawls in and begins to pump gas from its carry pod. An alarm blares inside, and the Greys on duty scramble for their helmets. At the same time, I thrust the Green toward the main door controls. Shaking, she hunches over the controls until the door hisses open. I drive my elbow into the back of her head and move in low and fast, just as the spider explodes in stutters of white light. The first Grey turns toward the door. He's blind when I spear him through his armor and heart. I lift him up and run with him as a shield. Guns crackle, slugs slam into the Grey's armor, but I'm into them, and that's where I do my best killing. Shoving the Grey off Bad Lass, I cut at a man holding a rifle and take both his arms off at the elbows. I kick the other way and snap a Grey's neck as I catch him under the jaw. I whip another around by his ankles and jerk him down from the level above, retracting the blade and taking his feet off, and then slam the razor into the crest of another Grey's helmet. He parts like split wood. I whip at two others to either side of me. The damage to their helmets is superficial, but it buys Cassius time to shoot both Greys as he follows behind me. 3 o'clock, I call. Low! Cassius ducks just as the Obsidian's axe sweeps past where his head was moments before. In the same motion, Cassius sweeps his razor over his head in a circle, dividing one of the two charging Obsidians at the waist. His blade catches in the armor of the other. He blocks a second axe strike with his aegis, a glowing shield emitted with his left vambrace, and rolls to free his blade. The Obsidian's next swing crashes down. The axe sparks against his pulse shield and rebounds. Cassius stabs his razor, two-handed, under the Obsidian's armpit, taking his opponent under the jaw. The blade emerges out of the top of the Obsidian's helmet. Cassius recalls his blade and cleans it as he stands. "Clear," he says. "I'll hold here. Get your goblin." I stumble over the twitching bodies and tear a pass card off a Centurion's armor. I race down the security block's main corridor until I reach Severo's door, where I wave the pass card. The heavy metal retracts upward, and I burst into the cell. Severo lies in the center of the white room.
The wolf helmet on his head is so heavy, the act of lifting it from the floor makes the veins in his neck bulge. I race to him, and with a careful swing, cut the lock on the helmet. I sheathe my razor and tear the helmet away. Severo's face is dewy and crusted with dried saliva, dead skin, hair, and yeast. He smells as cheesy as a popped cyst. His eyes blink out at me from the tangle. They are grey. The man has Severo's tattoos, his scars, but he is not Severo. "Help me," the impostor begs. Oh, shit! I drop the impostor. "Cassius! Trap!" Booms sound from the hall. Cassius fills the doorway, his rifle shouldered. "Darrow!" He stares at the impostor at my feet. "They've blocked the exit. 2 squads at least." I raise my helmet. "We have to punch through them. It's our only—" "Move!" I shout, as the cell door begins to close with Cassius in its way. Cassius hurls himself into the cell. The door slams down behind him with enough force to crush granite. He rolls to his feet, razor out again. "You idiot! What was that?" I shout. "You said move! The other way! You didn't specify which direction. Who dives into a bloody damn cell?" I snap. Drip, drip, drip. The blood on Badlass hits the floor harder with each drop. I feel the unmistakable twinge in my stomach, a leaden weight in the brain and limbs. Gravity. There must be a well under the floor. We have to get out. I pull a breaching charge from my thigh pack and toss it to Cassius. The gravity increases exponentially, and the charge falls short. My feet rise with excruciating slowness and descend with a force greater than any horse's kick. My pulse armor is tough. Not top of the line, as I'm accustomed to wearing, but tough and battle-tested. Still, it succumbs to the weight. My knee drives into the floor hard enough to dent it. Cassius keeps his feet. He trudges toward the door with the charge in hand. "Elephant on my gory chest," Cassius says through gritted teeth. Blood pounds in my head, 10 times the weight it would be on Earth. My heart gallops from the strain of pushing it through my veins. I crash down like an ancient Martian god tree. I land poorly and feel the gold needle fire down my left arm as a nerve pinches in my neck. I lay there wheezing. Cassius burbles something I can't understand. He must not make it to the door. There is no explosion. There is no Severo. Did Apollonius ever have him? I've been played for an utter fool. A voice, too vibrant, too ravening to belong to anyone but Apollonius, comes from a speaker above. "Darrow, Darrow, Darrow, truly you are divine, for you have answered my prayers. Welcome to the dockyards of the Minotaur. Welcome to your doom." Chapter 7. Lysander, the ally idiot. Cicero wins his race without true contest, except in the 5th lap, where a Carthii-sponsored chariot nearly crushes him against the central spina. Leaving my praetorians at the gate, I cross the staging courtyard to give Cicero a piece of my mind. Khyber wanders along behind, innocuous, but always searching for danger. The courtyard smells of hay, manure, leather, and horses. The smells wake memories of Virginia our Augustus. Of all the girls who came and went through my grandmother's palace, Virginia was my favourite. I feel a faint longing for her easy smile and unpredictable conversations. Certainly that smile hid a mouthful of daggers, but Virginia had a way of making you feel privileged to have lost to her in a game of chess, or an idle bet on which songbird egg would hatch first in the garden's aviaries. I wonder if she still has time to visit her stables on Mars, or if, like me, this war has swallowed her up. She was always happier after a ride in the Palatine's park. Come to think of it, so was I. Arcades enclosed the staging ground, providing shade and tables for the teams.
Young gold charioteers and the sordid entourages that inevitably orbit such scurrilous characters sip wine and play dice. Many toast me as I pass, but not the Carthii, who sneer and insult me under their breath. Beneath the arcade bearing the winged heel of Team Hermes, Cicero inspects his reins system. He's due to race again before midday, and will race nearly 20 times before the games are through. All of them in that stupid little helmet. Cicero senses my approach. Instead of turning, he joins the grooms in wiping down the horses. "Lysander, I know. I chase him around one of the horses, Blood of Empire. "You promised me you would not race." Blood tries to nuzzle me and nearly knocks me down in doing so. My friend sighs. He peers at me through a tangle of golden curls. "My good man, search your memory. I said I promised I would take your recommendation to heart, and I certainly did." He touches his breast. "In fact, my heart was so torn over the matter, I nearly sprained my wrists holding it together." He tosses a sweat-soaked rag to a groom and extricates himself from the horses to sit on the step up to his chariot's basket. He accepts a silver cup of wine from one of his stewards, drains it, and calls for more. "Wine? It's Thessalonican. Roth brought 10 barrels. God knows how he got it. Man knows his smugglers. Weird fellow, really. Always with the innuendos. Can't tell if he's trying to filch my purse or slag me." "You do recall that the charioteers of Rome were slaves?" I confirm, as the steward refills his cup. "Rich, dripping in whores, but slaves still." "Is that your way of telling me that, unlike them, I have so much to lose?" Cicero asks. "Your father doesn't have the reins any longer," I reply. "Your house is yours to guide. My father lost his planet, followed by his honor," Cicero says flatly. "Then he spent his life and his favorite son to reclaim both. You know his fearful disposition, his frugal nature, but he loved this sport. This hippodrome is in our blood." His eyes go misty and far away as he looks up at the stone heights of the stadium's southern face. "This sand belongs to me. I have no less to lose than the meanest slave of Rome. What concerns are there but honor? What is there to lose but life? You ask me to risk my life for you, your claim on the morning chair, when all know the odds against that. This, by far, is the safest sport." He sips his wine and casts me an imploring look. "You and my sister do not understand because the insides of your minds are ordered against the guts of a clock. My mind is a wandering, haphazard organ, but it is not without its own breed of order." His eyes drift toward the driver's arcade, where the Carthii-sponsored charioteers lounge in the shade, listening to one of their fellows play the harp. "Yes, vanity is in my nature, but it would mean very much to me if you would have faith that I'm not being vainglorious. I will not have Mercury insulted by Venus carrying away the glory on a day meant to honor my father and the planet he died for. What would that tell our citizens? That Mercury will only be a shadow of what it once was? That Votum is the least of the houses of the conquering? I race for more than mere laurels, dear friend. I race for the spirit of my people." He nudges me. "Our people." I enjoy Cicero's candor, his general optimism, and his love of conspiracy, but it is his buffoonish bouts of bravery that I admire the most. Others think him flighty, a party boy more interested in the arts than war. Far from it. It's strange, the friends we make. Cicero could not be any more different than Ajax, my best friend from childhood. Back then, Ajax was pleasant and self-conscious, while Cicero was a famed nightmare full of mischief, arrogance, and general trouble. Life since has made Ajax a selfish braggadocio, grotesquely skilled at killing to prove he is not weak, while Cicero doesn't mind others thinking he's weak, and even when he thinks of his own interests, manages, I think accidentally, to nurse along the interests of others.
Yet I still miss Ajax. I snort at the stupid power of childhood bonds. What? Cicero asks. I deflect. Something your sister said months ago. If a charm offensive is needed, call on Cicero indeed. If it means that much to you, you have my blessing. Not that you need it. After losing both Cassius to Darrow and Ajax to Atalantia, I'm careful not to tread on my friend's spirits these days. You do see me. I told Clearastes as much, he says with a delighted smile. Where is the old bag, anyhow? Mayhaps I'll dedicate the next victory to him. He left, I say. You chased him away, no doubt, Cicero says. You must be gentler with him. I am gentle with him. You are kind, but you are not gentle. Artists are sensitive about their work, and you're his work of personal redemption, he says. I frown. He helped Darrow, didn't he? The storm gods were as much his devils as they were the reapers. He has much to atone for. He spots something over my shoulder. Oh, shit. Incoming cretin. Centaur or bull. The hornier breed. Tharsus and his menagerie are headed straight for us. The idiot, I mutter. Didn't you tell him to keep his distance? Cicero asks. Several times, I say. Cicero ducks his head. He'll get us all skinned by grimace sociopaths. I'll be stuffed and strung as a puppet. You'll be skinned. Don't say that. That's terrible. Oh, gods, he's getting closer. Do you think he's seen us? Cicero tries to hide in the basket of his chariot. Cicero, my goodman! A true Flavius Scorpus you are! Tharsus calls. Cicero pops up like a prairie dog at the compliment. Well, I won't say I disagree, Cicero says. What a spectacle! What bravado! When he's close enough, Tharsus's tone darkens. I can read lips from 100 meters, you slanderous goat rapists. We know. I clap Tharsus on his muscled shoulder, and my hand comes away smelling of sandalwood and pheromones. Yet even being reminded you are violating our agreement, you kept on coming. It'd be even more peculiar if I kept my distance from such illustrious company. He leans in, flirtatious or just being clever about hiding his mouth from lip-readers. An audio distorter vibrates on his middle finger. You're not doing your job, loon. You're supposed to slide your hands into moneyed panties to finance our grand crusade, not finger-blast grey prostates down in the cheap seats. It's my brother's job to be loved by soldiers. You are just a broker for men and money. Money your brother will just waste at syndicate auctions, Cicero says. Tharsus brandishes a smile that is all too smug. A waste, you say? Several more of Valeria's brothers have joined their racing team now. One of the Carthii throws a grape at one of Tharsus's poet friends. Another tosses a chicken bone. I tilt my head at the Praetorians to discourage the instigators. Marcus, a sun-dark water buffalo of the Centurion, one of Rome's favourites, is only too happy to oblige. Tharsus, go away. I flip him a few credits, as if I've lost a bet. He pockets them, grinning at my discomfort. You're going to start a brawl that won't end here. Please, they touch one hair on my illustrious head and my brother will blow the construction spindles on their dockyards one by one until I'm returned to him. How then will the war be won, when the enemy has their docks and the society doesn't have theirs? Tharsus purrs. Quell your anxiety, Palatine child. I've come only to give you news from Apollonius. While others, like that fool Ajax, burned precious helium prowling the system for the elusive wolf, my brother has lured him from the shadows for a test of martial valor. Inconceivable! Cicero squawks. That broadcast worked. Indeed. And soon my brother will lay Darrow low. He touches my arm. Calm your loins, precocious catamite. Your old flame Cassius is snared as well, and will be gifted within the fortnight for your pleasure. Mayhaps the Lady Bellona will unlock her vault for you then. I stare at him. Cassius is alive? He tried to free Severo with Darrow? Yes. And your brother has them both? I ask. Tharsis looks so smug he might faint. Yes. I'm staggered. I thought Cassius died out on the rim until I saw him rescue Darrow from Heliopolis 8 months ago. I assumed since then, with Ajax, the Dustwalkers, and others looking for them, that Cassius had met some grisly end. Cassius was like a brother for 10 years. Imperfect, yes, but a brother still. I preferred him dead, in a way. At least his end was noble. It hurt, but it was better than thinking him alive and fighting at Darrow's side instead of mine. It is a hard game, this, so I must be hard. I will give him to his mother, Julia. Perhaps that is the key I am missing to open her vaults. Look at that, already counting the coins, Tharsis says. You! Tharsis cries, distracted by the Bellona charioteer exiting the shade of her arcade to scold one of her grooms at work on her horses. Tharsis is off, his muscular arms gesticulating like a mantis in a mating dance. You brilliant woman! Of course you know me, but I must know you. What grace, what bravado, what spectacle! Cicero and I stare after him until he accosts the young Bellona charioteer. My mind whirls. Apollonius has Darrow and Cassius. A great anxiety sloughs away at the thought, replaced by another anxiety. Darrow must die, of course. But must Cassius die too? Cicero folds his arms and pouts. What's the matter with you? I ask. Cicero sighs. It's just spectacle, bravado. Those were the same compliments he gave me. I spare him a second glance. He's not joking. I do love Cicero, but sometimes I wonder if I wouldn't be taken more seriously with the dread Ajax our Grimace at my side. Night falls on Heliopolis, and the races give way to theatre and parties. Laughter and music from rooftop celebrations and coastal galas drift through the lamp-lit streets. The cobbled path I walk wends along the wharf and then through a grove of starburst trees to an amphitheatre cut into the side of a cliff. A play is on, but that is not why I have come. I've come because a grand ship named the Dustmaker slid into orbit at midday, and I must meet its master. I leave my Praetorians behind and descend to stand behind the back risers. Down on the stage, backed by the sea, an agonized Oedipus is realizing his queen is actually his mother. Low colours on the seats and the embankments, huddled with spiced wine and sweets, weep. Discordant sounds of celebration creep across the water from a floating island in the far distance, as if mocking Oedipus's agony. I doubt anyone else notices. Theseus, the famed violet actor of Earth, is old now, but age has not diminished his craft. Filled with emotion by his performance, I lean against an olive tree and watch until Oedipus blinds himself. The chorus speaks, and the crowd melts away from the amphitheatre, back toward the bars and acrobatic displays by the wharf. I descend into the amphitheatre to intercept 2 large men in dusky traveller cloaks just as they stand from their seats. No one could mistake them for being anything other than what they are. Peerless, scarred. They say Theseus could make a stone weep, yet your eyes are dry. Are you Stoics, or has Theseus lost his touch? I say, as they turn. The older Scar is thinner than his colleague. He answers laconically, Mercury is hot. I forgot to hydrate. Honestly, the answer is like the man. Helios our Lux is austere, unimpressed, and as serious as a gun barrel.
Nicknamed Sunburn for his affinity for torch-ship raids and his flushed complexion, he was the Truth Knight of the Rim Dominion for 40 years before becoming co-consul with Dido at the onset of the war. He is cordial, but clearly not excited to see me. "Salve, Maulun." Helios shakes my hand. His is sheathed in an antique cestus, a battle glove comprised of interwoven golden bands that ensnare the user's arm from the elbow to the tips of their fingers, that gives the wearer mastery over his warship. War scenes and the word Dustmaker are etched into the metal, along with a line from the Iliad. "I, too, shall lie in the dust when I am dead, but now let me win noble renown." This particular cestus is named the Binds of Zeus. The younger peerless guard is a hurricane contained in a lead drum that any man, even Apollonius, should be cautious in opening. He is thick-set, gloomy, soft-spoken, and one of the rising heroes in the Rim military. His name is Diomedes Aura, the eldest son of Romulus and Dido. I'm delighted to see the man. He may be the only person I desperately want to like me for no reason other than I find him honourable, admirable, and utterly immune to everything: charm, flattery, bribery, or any of the devices employed so often in the Corps. Everything, that is, save merit. Diomedes likes unsung heroes, but all I have to my name so far are a few songs and one horse charge. It makes me a little insecure around the man. I extend a hand to him. "Aura, or should I say Storm Knight, or Legate, or Twin Taker. You're truly racking up the honours, goodman." He does not take my hand. I'm shocked, embarrassed. I'd thought he and I to be approaching friendship after journeying together to propose the Rim's entry into the war to Atalantia, but our months apart seem to have chilled that growing intimacy. His sister Seraphina died in the desert on our mission to take down a storm god on Mercury. Does he hold resentment? Helios looks away. Diomedes says, formally, "An apology is due, Aulun. I lied to you. I claimed Cassius was dead on Io when he was not. I have been censured by my order, but not by you." "You may have 4 strikes if you wish," Helios murmurs, still looking away. "Why did you lie?" I ask Diomedes. "Cassius fought with honour, but was shown none in return. I wished to spare his life. I knew no other way but to claim his death and secrete him away. He broke his word by returning to the war." Diomedes pauses, "as did one of my servants in abetting his escape." If all lies were so kind, I'd never wish to hear the truth. "I forfeit my strikes if only you take my hand," I say, and stick out my hand again. He takes it with a relieved smile. "I must admit my surprise in hearing you two are on planet. When Dido rebuffed my invitation, I did not think to expect a Rim deputation." "Nor is this one," Helios replies. I frown. If it is not a deputation, it can only be one thing: an insult. "I am here as a private citizen to honour an oath to my daughter." His hand brushes the short-bladed Kitari on his belt. A House Dionysus ring of the Ionian Institute is melted into the pommel. "Before she died, she made me swear I would see Thespian perform once more." His grim face skews into the approximation of a smile. "She always thought that I heeded duty so much I forgot to live." A thin excuse. I mask my disappointment. "And how does living feel?" "I yearn to return to my ship and the war," he confesses. "Living isn't for everyone, I suppose," I say. They watch me, awkward, as if waiting for me to leave. I feel like a fool. When I was told the capital ship of the Rim's fleet was in orbit, I thought Helios's presence indicated a desire to speak with me. I was wrong. You're both to be complimented on your successes in the war. Thanks to the two of you, we have the Republic on their heels. They barely dare to leave Mars for fear of your fleets." Helios is polite, but barely. "You have done well on Mercury, too, by the looks of your party." "Still much to be done, I fear, especially in Tyche, but the iron rolls and the sea calms. I'd be honored if you would join me in the Pulvinar tomorrow for the Pegasus jouts, and then for the launch of the Lightbringer." Helios looks to the massive ship lying to the south. No doubt he thinks it Rim property, owing to the fact it was built in the dockyards of Ganymede, and then killed those docks under Darrow's command. "No," Helios says. "This was a stop of convenience. We are en route to Earth. Tomorrow we pass Sol for the summit. We depart in an hour." "What summit?" I say. "The dictators in Rome. 9 days from now, Atalantia has promised to unveil her plans for the next stage of the war." It's plain as day they know I was not invited. "The next stage?" I ask. "Mars?" Helios shrugs. "If not, there will be consequences. Atalantia cannot continue to drag her feet while my people fight her war. It is time to end this. I would ask you to relay that, but I hear you don't share her confidences, only her bed." He looks over at Diomedes. "The core is an odd place, is it not?" Diomedes looks embarrassed. The rudeness from Helios, even for a Moony, is startling. "You're making a point of insulting me, it seems." "Why?" "I am aware you invited Consul Ra to your games. Dido may flirt with core power struggles. She is Venusian by birth, after all. I do not flirt. Unless you can move Atalantia's fleets off Earth and Luna and towards Mars, do not communicate with us. Your office is a domestic one. Stay in your lane." "Is that why the Moon Lord sent you to the core? To make sure Dido shows restraint?" I probe. It would make sense for the isolationist faction to get cold feet with both the Dust and Dragon armadas away, and only the Shadow Armada and the local garrisons left to defend the walls of the Rim. Nervous people, Moonies. "Dido wanted this war. I did not. I am here so the Moon Lords can be sure there are no hooks in our lip when the war is won. Back to isolationism, then." Helios glances at the Praetorians watching from the rim of the amphitheatre. "What do your Praetorians think of you consorting with a man who led a squadron at the Battle of Ilium? Their brothers' and sisters' blood is on my blade. My Praetorians are an extension of me, and I believe, if we are defined by the conflicts of the past, we will never grow into anything better than a gnarled reflection of ancient feuds." "Words. I watched Rhea burn, lad," he says. "There is a sickness here in the core for which the only cure is quarantine. We should not be here, but we are. And when we leave, I will burn the bridge behind us." So much for the unity I always dreamt of. Diomedes, surely you see the value in retaining a connection between rim and core. With your horticulture and ship design and our manpower and resources, we could look even past the garden of this little sun. There are worlds to build across the stars. "I am a simple knight," he replies, as though I get the sense he is reining himself in. In fact, after seeing him fight out on the rim, I feel his self-control is the only thing that protects the rest of us. I do not think it prudent for inexperienced men or women to venture into matters of state. "From what I know of you, simple is exactly the wrong word," I say. Helios actually laughs. "Well, they were wrong. You're not blindsided by your own reflection. Not in both eyes, at least." Jove, the man is an absolute savage. Still, I try to win him. And where is Atalantia hosting her summit in Rome? He snorts. The Colosseum. She plays games with you. Says the man who holds circuses. My office is a domestic one. Should I not stay in my lane? Diomedes smiles, a rare thing, and even Helios eyes me with a little more interest. I receive the warning of the incoming man from my praetorians only slightly before Diomedes alerts Helios. Helios follows his gaze to see a tall gold striding toward us from the far side of the theatre. I go cold inside. The newcomer is slender, pale-faced, with gently slanting eyes. He wears a brown cloak and a wig of brilliant blue hair. Those in the departing crowd who see his face wilt. Atlas Aura favors us with a neutral smile as he comes to a stop. I almost gasp when I see the very serious man in the very ridiculous wig. And here I thought Thessian underappreciated. What a constellation of admirers he has. He sees all three of us staring at his wig. He shrugs. When in Heliopolis. I knew Helios was on planet the moment his boots touched ground. That I can't say the same for Atlas is terrifying but hardly surprising. How long has he been here? Atlas greets Helios and Diomedes, but neither man takes his hand. Atlas raises an eyebrow at the bad manners and nods to the binds of Zeus around Helios's arm. Had I a moonbreaker in my palm, I'd shake even the devil's hand with a grin. The two men stare at one another. They are similar in build, though Atlas is longer-limbed, slightly thinner, and slightly taller. I do not consort with traitors, Helios replies. As a boy, Atlas was given as hostage to my grandmother only to become one of her greatest tools. While his brother Romulus is revered as a hero even in death, Atlas is seen as the blackest of traitors. Truthfully, it's not exactly fair. He didn't choose to be a hostage. Atlas sighs. Helios, we ply the same trade, you and I. Truth. But ask yourself, between the two of us, who is the one who has broken an oath, and who is the one who has not? Helios, a staunch advocate for the first Moon Lord's rebellion, is unamused. Thank you for the play, Loon. If you will pardon us, he says. Without a word for Atlas, Helios turns to depart. Diomedes follows. Nephew, Atlas calls. Diomedes stops but does not turn. I was sorry to hear of my brother's death. He was a great man, your father. We had our differences, namely your mother, but I loved him very much. I have no doubt you'll live up to our name. Diomedes' quarter turns. Diomedes! Helios snaps. Grudgingly, Diomedes follows his mentor away. Atlas watches until they've left the theatre. Quite the pair, those two, he says. That is the wrong man to needle, I say of Diomedes. It's good to know where the nerves are. I thought you were on Luna, I say. Starvation is a slow boil. The pan is set, the burner is on. I can't really make the loonies eat each other any faster. Once they topple the Vox, Atalantia may need me again. Why are you here, then? I ask. For the same reason as Helios. His cold eyes wait for my face to betray me. To see Thessian, of course, the greatest mummer of our age. He smiles, choking, and scratches a scab on his neck. It looks like someone tried and succeeded in cutting his throat. He sees me looking. You should see the other man. Well, you should see this whole continent, really. You were on Earth then as well? I heard rumors. He nods, as if pacifying North America was nothing. Atalantia thought I was too. Brutal. Oh well, let Falth deal with the Rockies. Atalantia has sent me to convalesce in the mountain hot springs here, but also to review your performance. You're here as a prefect, I say, surprised. A finance snooper? You? I've a knack for numbers, especially when it comes to counting soldiers, and even I need time away from the front lines. I'm here to help. Your expenditures, well, Atalantia wants to be sure her betrothed does not spend himself into ruin. You will, of course, make your people available to me. Of course. Good. I won't trouble you further. Pretend I'm not even here. He watches me for a few moments. It is good to see you, Lysander. You've done great work here. Truly. The people of Mercury are loyal citizens. They didn't deserve Darrow's chaos. Atalantia is pleased. Even she cannot go a day without hearing how beloved you are by the people of Mercury. He pauses, then says, Your parents would be proud. Atlas is so unnerving, it is easy to forget he was close with my parents. Kalendora told me to trust him, but I can't bring myself to do so. All I know is he's Atalantia's attack dog, and Atalantia killed my parents. He doesn't know that I know that secret. But even if he did, what would he do? I can't help but toy with danger. I'm having a gala to launch the Lightbringer. I'd be honored if... He laughs. Don't be silly. I'd kill the mood. Simply no one wants to come to my parties. With a smile of good humor, he claps my shoulder and departs. Watching him go, I'm filled with dread. If Atalantia is so pleased, then why did she send her headsman? He stops as if hearing my thoughts and calls back, Lysander, your parents were dear to me. You know that. But there are plans in motion that cannot be derailed, not even by you. Tend to Mercury. Relax. Let the war be won. It is no shame to be loved. When he is gone, I stand in silence for a few moments. The theatre is now empty. The torches cast shadows over the stone risers. I hear wind move the grass behind me. Khyber, follow him, discreetly. Your will, Dominus. The following day, after hours in the sun, glad-handing, scheming Peerless, and hours more soliciting creditors at the theatre, then the Pegasus jousts, it is a relief to land at Glirastes' estate. The knowledge Atlas is on planet, and my obsession with deciphering his parting words, does not stop the day's tension from melting away. Mindful of Cicero's words about Glirastes, I thought a visit was in order. Exeter, Glirastes' brown steward, greets me with my favourite cactus wine and leads me to the garden attached to Glirastes' workshop. Be gentle with him today, Dominus. He is nervous. He fears your machinations. Better then he doesn't know of Atlas's presence. In your opinion, does he feel at fault still? I asked the pale valet. For the storm gods? He is at fault, Dominus. Glirastes is at work, hunched over a hollow moulder in his workshop when we enter. He shades out his work when he hears our footsteps. Lysander, whatever are you doing here? I thought you were at the opening gala. I thought I might skip it, I say, and flop down on a couch. What? Don't be ridiculous. You have allies to foster. I can't be too over-eager. Cicero will charm them, Horatia will reassure them. I must be a rare sight. Anyway, I wanted to celebrate this evening with a true friend, without a wall of black and purple.
He searches for my Praetorians. I left them on the ship, even Kyber. He is immensely pleased, yet gives a little shudder. That whisper makes my skin crawl. But really, Lysander, you can't afford to insult your guests. Wait. What did you mean? Celebrate. I smile. There's news from Apollonius. News you'll never believe. Chapter 8. Darrow. The Hanging Colosseum. Grizzled greys in wrath purple shove Cassius and I down the throat of the famed tunnel known as Flamma's Gullet. The tunnel is aptly named. Like food, thousands of gladiators have travelled through the tunnel to the arena for Carthii-sponsored consumption. Veins of blood-hued minerals wind through the pale stone walls and floor. Through some strange art, the veins writhe to form the antique silhouettes of famous gladiators from the Carthei's favourite blood sports. Alongside them writhe beasts, Pegasus, griffins, manticore, and carvelings too esoteric for my rudimentary education to name. Pax would know. He's the one who likes to read. Cassius does not look well. It's the first I've seen him since we were captured 2 days ago. His nose is broken and his right eye blackened. He grins at me as he limps along, favouring his ribs. Of course, his hair is still coiled and lustrous, and he didn't lose any teeth. He brandishes his smile at me as if we were drunks stumbling our way to a pearl club. Did he ever even have Severo? Cassius asks. I don't know. Must have been a trap from the get. Hopefully our insurance is still in order, he says. I grunt in reply. He frowns at me. You know, you might be the only man who grows fatter after 2 days of captivity. It's true. I did gain weight. They fed me, I admit. They fed you? Cheer up. At least you don't have to fight Apollonius. What did they feed you? Salmon, rice, greens, roast beef, complex carbs, protein, you know. Roast beef? Yeah. Roast beef? I had to suck water from a rusted pipe, and no, that's not a euphemism. A grey belts him in his right ear. Black Cloak, count your blessings we aren't dragoons. Praetorian Guard would pump you with time sludge and flay you lidless. Horrid, Cassius mutters. The Grey's accent is Martian, like all the Greys I've met so far. Strange. Not Thessalonican, where Apollonius is from. More specifically, this one's from Yorkton, or thereabouts. I feel a pang for home. Conventionally, Greys from Yorkton would have served House Augustus. Another Grey spits on Cassius and kicks his legs out. Cassius smiles back at them as he stands. They may hate me, but Cassius disgusts them in a way only a man who has worn the Olympic cloak and betrayed it can. Black cloaks seldom live long or die well. The tunnel broadens into daylight and the most spectacular arena in the core, the Hanging Colosseum. I blink into the natural sunlight. The sight is staggering. Beneath a grand, transparent dome that looks down on Venus, a sandy fighting floor stretches toward a perimeter wall thick with blooming vines and poisonous thorns. A sea of grey legionnaires roars from the stands. Above that sea wag the purple banners of House Valii Wrath and the standards of legions, some of which are for legions that I once destroyed but have now been resurrected. Above that, columns, carved with the faces of centaurs and satyrs, reach toward the dome. Beyond that lies the planet Venus, with its aquamarine seas, rainforest continents, and white sand archipelagos. I feel upside down. The overall effect of the sight would have given the boy from Lycos crippling vertigo. Today what stuns me is the sheer number of soldiers. I thought you said he only had a handful of men, Cassius says. He did.
Seems the Martian exiles have found a man they think they can take home. There must be 50,000 greys filling the stands. More. They are joined by dockyard workers, oranges, greens, blues, and reds in the tens of thousands. I suffer the petty jealousy of a commander without an army facing a contemporary with an army, and wish in vain for the 1,000th time that I could retrieve my own legions from the sand. Why does Apollonius deserve such loyalty, such power? The last time I saw the man, he'd only the tattered remnants of his personal legion to call upon, not even 1,000 men. That he can spare so many troops for mere pomp while still holding the station against the potential of invasion from the Carthii navy on the pole suggests his numbers run deep, or his peace is utterly secure. Or both. He's stronger than I imagined. But how? Apollonius has always been popular with greys. Despite his eccentricities, he is a man of war, never more joyful than on campaign, flawless in self-promotion. Still, it would take an ally to swell his numbers like this. One name stands apart. I look over at Cassius. I don't think those Votum haulers were just carrying iron. Lysander? He asks. He might be naive, but he's no fool. He should know the Minotaur never suffers bedmates for long. Maybe he's just that desperate. Silence falls on the exiled legionnaires as we, the two most reviled sons of Mars, stride onto the Carthii sands and are forced to a stop in the center. Eyes scour me with generational hate. I ignore them and search for their warlord and Severo. The man in the cell might have been bait, but that doesn't mean my friend isn't here. Wrath! I shout. When he doesn't come, my annoyance grows. Damn his pomp. Damn his trap. Damn his celebrity. I glare at his men. They stare back, haughty and hateful beneath their banners, tipped with golden bulls and tigers and lightning bolts and eagles. They are bolstered by zealotry, armored against culpability by words like duty, fidelity, brotherhood. Wrath! Finally, when he has judged the tension to be at its crescendo, a horn blows from high above the Pulvinar, and dock workers and soldiers gaze up lovingly at a lone figure in purple armor, who emerges atop the roof of the Pulvinar holding a horn. The horn sends images of charging horses galloping through the dark alleys of my mind. A glittering coven of peerless knights enters the Pulvinar beneath Apollonius. I recognize many of the faces, legates and praetors of little wealth but not insignificant fame or capability, frontline veterans, professionals. Minotaur! A single gold legate shouts from the Pulvinar. Invictus! Hundreds of grey centurions echo. Minotaur! The legate calls once more. Invictus! Roar all the greys, joined by twice as many dockers. I was right. Invictus. In the days of the Society, a lesser house could hope for no greater honour on the field of battle than to be permitted to weld the battle cry of House Loon to that of their own general. Cassius's expression darkens. He searches for Lysander amongst the knights beneath Apollonius. But if the heir of Silenius is here, he hasn't the fortitude to show his face. I wonder what Cassius would do if he did. Apollonius descends from the high place, with his arms outstretched and his cape swirling behind from the high place, but not to join us on the sands. He lands amongst his greys, where a stout, bearded centurion tilts back his tattooed head and booms with a powering, rousing voice that'd do a violet baritone proud. When he returned from deepest grave, he had no home, though he was brave. He had 2 horns, that iron knave. Praise he who commands our legion. In reply to the singing centurion, the legions also tilt back their heads and throw their arms about one another and wave their standards like Gravcross hooligans until each and every one carries the song's unending verses. Forgotten soldier, march to war. Take your glory, Minotaur. Forgotten soldier, march to war. Take your homeland, Minotaur. Soon all of gold will envy he who fought for you and fought for me. With naught but horns, 1 minus 3. Praise the Minotaur's legions. Exiled Martian, march to war. Take your glory, Minotaur. Exiled Martian, march to war. Take your homeland, Minotaur. Hear the sound of thousands roar. Toward our planet, land of war. Through 1 billion slaves he'll gore. Praise the Minotaur's legion. As they sing, Apollonius cannot resist displaying his own affection for these men and women. He slaps backs, sways his arms to the tune, points to his favourites, and calls out coarse jests. The veterans worship him. As they bellow a verse about his sexual relations with Atalantia and his future Augustan and Julian conquests, he takes up a standard and pumps his arms to welcome the brutish jeers and taunts and jibes that are the language of affection amongst this martial breed. Cassius watches with a scowl. They love him. I feel defeated. I thought if I could just reclaim Severo, I would also reclaim the spirit of the old days. I thought I would return to Victra, to Virginia, carrying a spark to relight the blaze of our glory. But now I'm not even sure Apollonius ever had Severo. Our only hope is Ori and the atomic. No doubt Apollonius will be streaming this event throughout the station. Ori will be in the Archimedes, parked in a hiding place on the dockyard's hull. She will be watching, waiting for my signal. When Apollonius finally joins us, he carries his legion standard, a giant golden bull's head, the oak staff of which is pierced with pieces of the shattered stars of Republic legions. Legions he destroyed on Earth and Mars. Legions under my command. Quieting his men, Apollonius beams me a smile and greets me with a verse from an ancient children's book. The Lamplighter. Along the black abyss, the bold mortal, long-suffering, nigh-breaking, fixed his will against fate's course, sheen-mailed, ne'er quaking, bent was his neck, fury unslaking, to row, row, row his oars against the world's breaking. Once more he paddled from safe shores, if only to shout, if only to roar, "Come, death! Come, oblivion! Here yet this mortal strains." Apollonius shivers in delight. Built thicker and taller even than Cassius, he is a man cast in a Miltonic mould. His angelic beauty is shaded with evil intent. His skin is the colour of buckwheat honey. His lips are full, sensuous, and cruel. His nose is generous and stately. His eyes are sheathed behind sleepy lids and curtains of thick gold lashes. Long waves of dark golden hair spill past his shoulders. Hardly meriting a glance for Cassius, his eyes search me, relish me, devour every last centimetre of me, noting my diminished size, my grizzled beard, my pale skin and shortened breath. As if he knew what to look for, his eyes linger last in confirmation on my injured left arm. He sighs like a great dragon lying down to sleep, content in his machinations and ready to dream of evil things. "Truly, I did not think you would come, but I held on to my meagre faith like a Boeotian Uragos, praying to hear the Alala rolling west from golden Attica. Athens has come. But you are not a city. No, you are an empire." I'm not sure what that even means. With great anticipation, I watched you sleep these last days. I wished to visit, to converse peer to peer. I hear you were asking for me. Now you know my pain.
But best is the gratification long delayed, the caviar savoured, slow eaten to melt on the tongue. He steps forward, yearning to embrace me, but not wishing to give insult. He whispers, "I am bored, Darrow. I am terminally bored. I yearn for the clash. I yearn for martial sensation. So gratitude, Reaper, gratitude, foe, for this. The ultimate honor between peers, a conversation in the language we both have mastered. Violence. Surely there can be no greater distillation of all our mutual respect, animus and quality." His eyelids flare back. "Gratitude for answering my summons. Gratitude for granting me this final communion." His eyes flick to my bald head, where the first sprouts of new hair are emerging. "Depilated and dilapidated though you may be." "Well, slag me, but you've really gone off the deep end, Goodman," Cassius says. "Shut up," I snap at him. He has no idea how to talk to Apollonius anymore. I do, and I want information. While Apollonius assessed me, I returned the favour. I've noticed something strange. He has no injury save for two. An almost invisible scar on the left side of his neck. Whatever caused it missed his jugular by a hair. He also has a bite mark on his right cheek. It is almost healed, but shows no signs of past infection. "Hello, Apollonius. When I left you on the Ash Lord's Island, I knew you'd caused trouble." I peer around, looking for more clues, and knowing flattery will land where threats will not. "Truly, you are trouble incarnate." He purrs at the compliment. "As you were on Mercury." I cock my head. "Yes, I was there, Darrow." "And you didn't visit me?" "I am not so low as to poach another's prey. In rapture, behind a ghost's skies, I witnessed your rage against the grimace horde. As your army fell man by man in crossing the Leiden, I wept for their purity, for their faith. Surely, since the age of Merrywater, no nobler soldiers have ever lived or died for their commander. Always on the back foot, biting, gnawing for every inch of ground, smashing the rising beast Ajax against the walls of Heliopolis. Truly, they were sons and daughters of Mars." He touches my breast. "Respect." I nod, receiving the respect as Cassius sinks deeper into his nearly existential confusion at our interaction. "Then you know their fate," I say. Apollonius sighs, grandiloquent. "Impalement. Another grotesquerie of the Fear Night, designed only to shock the mob. An unworthy end for such soldiers." He strokes his hair. "As your clandestine arrival was unworthy of you, I could have impaled Severo after I acquired him. Instead, I offered you a fair contest. So why must you impugn my valor? Coming like a thief in the night despite my earnest proposal? Did you think me a cretin who would offer a duel only to kill you on sight?" I glance at Cassius. We're both confused. Does he have Severo? "I hope you got a receipt from the syndicate. You know the man in that cell isn't Severo," Cassius clarifies. Apollonius rolls his eyes. "Where is he?" I say. "You have to bring him. Bring him out." Apollonius considers. "No." "You disappoint me," I say. He coughs in offense. "Disappoint you? Disappoint you? I took this, the pride of the Carthii family, after you left me on an enemy sphere with 1,000 men.
I swayed the hearts of their legions, their dockers, with nothing but rhetoric and passion and will. Lucifer himself, when he stood afore the fresh-fallen legions of hell, did not surpass my oration. It is you who disappoint me, bringing yourself to me in such a feeble state, ungrateful for this chance I give you. I shrug. At least I'm not a common whore. Apollonius's good humor vanishes. When last I saw you, Atlas, Atalantia, Asmodeus, they all stabbed you in the back in ways I never have. And now you fight for them. I do not fight for them. You're making ships for them. The iron flows from Mercury unmolested, which means you must have made peace with them, the very same people who let you rot for 6 years in Deepgrave, and then gave you to me like a Saturnalian gift. Patient is the bow of Apollo, far striker. The cunning in his smile tells me I have only half the picture. Do you mean patient is the mind's eye? Cassius asks. Seems you're not paying attention to Master Lysander's lessons, Goodman. Apollonius sets his hands on his hips and begrudgingly turns his attention to Cassius. As if he could see through the thin prisoner jumpsuit, he admires Cassius's body, but little else. Little Bologna, still chirping like a bird in heat. I have fond memories of my days with Tharsus and Carnus, memories you despoil, always nipping at our heels with that dented chin to the pearl clubs, weren't you, gobbling up the debris of our debauchery. How Carnus despised you and your freeloading. As I told you then, a shining name does not entitle you to never pay for the pinks, Cassius. They made you pay? Cassius asks. Apollonius smiles with teeth. Years ago, when they told me you killed your fellow Olympic knights, broke a sacred coven, cut down the sovereign and the compact and all those ridiculous creeds you swore to uphold, I laughed. How could a man who never pays a bill ever be expected to keep his vows? Hollow then, hollow now, hollow ever after. Apollonius steps closer. Why have you returned from your exile, Bologna? Come to test your prowess, bringing with you perhaps some esoteric battle form from the icy depths of the system? Shadowfall? Windstrider? Bringer of Dawn? His eyes flare with intrigue at each hopeful guess. Or do you, too, hunger for the glory of my falchion? His fingers graze his groin armor and fall on his razor. The huge bronze-hued blade unfurls from its place on his hip. It is 3 times as thick as a conventional razor. He sets it up on his shoulder. Indeed, for the glory, Cassius replies, but mostly for the patrician pleasure of watching an ill-mannered brute from a mediocre bloodline crumble under the burden of his own grandiosity. Better a grandiose sign of mediocrity than a mediocre scion of a grand line. Apollonius pats his face. You may stay many beatings if you tell me where your ghost ship is. I want it. What mischief I could cause. He waits. Then begone, beastly cherub. A duel I sought and a duel I shall have. There won't be any duel, I say. Apollonius motions to a familiar centurion, Vorkian, his most trusted henchwoman. Bad Lass and Cassius's razor hang from her belt. She comes forward bearing a silver platter. At this moment, there is a 10-megaton atomic planted on one of the construction spindles. When it blows, the Carthii will think you've finally gone mad. Unless you bring me Severo and let me go, I will... My threat dies on my tongue when Vorkin reveals what's beneath the platter. It's our atomic. Apollonius smiles at me. I know you, Darrow, like I know my violin. The moment of your capture, a survey was conducted. Your ship may yet evade me, but your devices have not. A duel I have sought, and a duel I shall have. My stomach sinks. So much for the path.
The Vale is only minutes away. I say nothing as his greys drag Cassius up to the Pulvinar. "Where is Severo?" I murmur. "If he's alive, we don't have to fight. You have more in common with me than you do with Atalantia, with Loon. Darrow. No more words. They are fickle objects, misspoken, misheard, misshapen. So let us continue our conversation in a truer tongue." He lifts his arms. A team of oranges rushes out to undress him from his armor down to a traditional Martian fighting tunic, the sort they wear in the Blade Clubs, where he settled so many juvenile scores. It covers little of his muscular thighs and even less of his arms. At the same time, white acolytes rush forward with bags to strew the ground with reddish dirt. "Dirt from Mother Mars," Apollonius calls, "my last gift to you, so that when you fall, it may be into her embrace. Know when I return to our cradle. When I fall upon Mars in the last iron rain of this age, you will be with me as Medusa was to Perseus. Your head will be affixed upon my shield, and when rots the flesh, the skull will be cleaned and preserved with tender care, and set upon the right horn of my helmet, so all may see and know. There, yes, there up high. You see him, my son? There is the mortal who thought to challenge the heavens, and there is the dauntless god that humbled him." The greys release me from my manacles, and Vorkian tosses me bad lass. I sigh and shape the blade with the control on the hilt until it takes on the curve of my old razor. I plunge the sling blade into the sand and pick up a handful of dirt. It smells like home. Apollonius ties up his hair in a ponytail. "I warn you, should you fight merely to wound me, for fear of my men's rancor, it will be no contest. I am in my power. Our duel will be to the death. Hold nothing back. Should you survive, you and your Bellona paramour will leave here without molestation. You have the oath of my bones." He takes hold of his pinky finger on his offhand and jerks it sideways to snap the bone. "Of my blood." He slices his left cheek with a knife to produce a crimson drip. "Of my flesh." He fleeces a sliver off the point of his left ear. There were many notches before me. He tosses the sliver into the scattered dirt. "Where is Severo?" I demand. He shrugs, and now I really do believe he had Severo. "Only the rats know." "You killed him," I whisper. "You couldn't resist. Animal." His lips curl back from his teeth, and he charges me. He does it like a lion. Not a lion in the hollows, roaring and gnashing, but lowered, sprinting, silent. I seize Badlass from the ground just in time to save myself from decapitation. The roaring of the crowd fades away, replaced by the pounding of blood, the panting of breath, the clang of razors, and the immediate terror of a duel without armor. I try to separate and regroup, but it's all I can do to keep pace with him and not cross my feet. I planned to keep him at a distance if it came to a fight, but the collision of the blades and the news of Severo's death incite my blood to reckless violence. I will kill him. My body may be haggard, thin, but I have trained in the Willow Way every day for nearly 5 months. I find his rhythm, meet him blow for blow, bending back from his onslaught only to lash at him in the counterattacks Lorne hammered into me. Sparks fly, metal keens. A laughing demon inside me tells me he is mine. He may be stronger, faster, bigger, but I am the Willow, and my rage is rekindled. I turn a set intended to draw my guard high and take my right leg before finally releasing a set of my own. It is a mistake. I realize it the moment he ignores my feint at his eyes and blocks the downward slash intended to take off his left ankle. His parry is the hardest thing I've ever felt. My arms rattle. His next parry numbs them both. Gods, he's strong.
pain lances through the old break in my left arm as he parries me again. I recover by leaping back, exchanging a flurry of whip strikes, and then attacking, relying on the headlong ferocity that made me the youngest hell-diver of Lycos, combined with the root strikes of the Willow Way. A crimson line opens on his right thigh, another on his left cheek, just below the eye. Then Apollonius actually begins to try. He does it slowly, building his pace and his power in increments. 4 moves a second, 5, 6, then 7. An onset of 7 is nearly impossible. It matches Lorne, Azure. Perhaps not with their innate poeticism, but he's athletic enough to make it a close facsimile. My unconscious mind begins to panic. What's worse is he sustains it. His conditioning is tremendous, my own feeble. A line of fire races across my right hip bone, another across my left shoulder, another on my forehead, and then I feel a pinch as his razor slips through my left calf, darts out, and as the pressure builds and the muscle knots, my ear stabs with pain. My right lobe flops to the ground. I meet a huge overhand and am driven to my knees. I roll away. He gives me a moment's respite. "What is this?" he snarls. "Where are you, Reaper?" My blade, held in front of me, shakes like a leaf. I have felt strength like this before from obsidian-stained, but those blows required a sacrifice in grace. Apollonius's attacks sacrifice nothing. They are tight, well-timed, and so powerful I fear he'll break my left arm if we continue parrying at the same rate. Cassius shouts instructions down from the pulvinar, but I can't hear him in my panic or over the roar of the soldiers. Apollonius comes on again, hungry for the kill. Unable to meet him toe-to-toe, I bend and bend until I have to flow away, but his onslaught denies me any chance to plant my roots. Even when I do, he hammers at them with a ferocity I can't match, pressing, always pressing. The shock is existential and indicts not just me, but the Willow Way itself. For the first time in my life, I realize not only am I not enough, but neither is my form. He knows it too well. He's learned how to break it. We're back on the Martian dirt now. He won't let me escape his full frontal assault. He herds me. A dozen minor wounds already rend my flesh. My arms and legs are coated with as much blood as sweat. It's all I can do to keep the barrage of keening metal from taking a limb. I try to go around his right, but he mirrors me, denying me his flank and forcing me back. Sparks fly as I parry 4 onsets in a row. Blood sprays as we nick one another's knuckles and forearms until he penetrates my guard and plunges his razor into my left breast, just above the lung. He holds me there, our bodies pressed together, my blade pinned to my side. "Reaper, where have you gone?" Try as I might, I can't free myself from his anaconda grip. "Where is the King of Stains I sought?" he whispers. He lets me go. Blood pulses from the wound. I stagger away from him, not knowing what to do. He follows with a swing to cut me in two. I let my body go loose and bend backward, feigning retreat. I forget the Willow Way and use my left arm to catch my fall and push me forward like a Lacosian tumbler. The move takes me past his right knee to finally turn his flank. I slash back and stumble up. He didn't even bother parrying my swing. He steps clear and watches me as if with a broken heart. I fall to a knee and pant in fear and exhaustion. Blood sheets down my chest. I've lost speed and strength over the years, while Apollonius seems to have reached his ultimate form. Lysander did more than give him graze and iron. He must have taught him how to beat the Willow Way. I touch the wound on my chest. My eyes dart to Cassius, to the crowd, to space above, to glimpse Mars twinkling in the distance, to see home one last time. The Paradise planet blocks the view. I touch the key on my chest. "I'm sorry, Pax. I'm sorry, Virginia." "Scraps," Apollonius murmurs in disillusionment. "That is all they will say of this. Atalantia, Atlas, Lysander left me nothing but scraps to eat." He blinks at the ground.
Apollonius the Vulture, they will call me. Apollonius who could not beat Darrow in his prime. This is not what I deserve. Where is the struggle? Where is the glory? I won't die bad. I won't die whimpering. I can trap his blade in my body, kill him as I die. I spit blood out of my mouth and beat my chest at Apollonius. Come on, you bastard! Come on! Reluctant, he obliges, but before he's taken 3 steps, he stops and looks down at the sand with a frown. It has begun to shiver. In the stands, the legionnaires stagger and sway. A great sigh goes through the stadium. The sand begins to leap like water boiling in a pot. Above, Venus stretches like taffy as the shockwave warps the Colosseum's dome and a rumble goes through the station. I glance up to Cassius. He stares back just as confused. That was a bomb, but it wasn't ours. Chapter 9. Darrow. Shit escalates. Atomic event detected on West Spindle 4. It was one of ours. Deterrent number 8. Preliminary reports suggest total structural and personnel loss. Damage indicated on 2nd and 3rd spindles. All power is lost in sectors 9 through 11. Sensors and comms non-responsive. Full damage report still pending. Reports the Blue. Apollonius's golds and grey officers have descended to gather around their commander as he listens to the report and dispatches response teams. He is the only one smiling. A dozen greys shove Cassius down beside me in the sand. He tears off a piece of his prisoner's kit to staunch the wound beneath my left collarbone. Hold that. Darrow, hold it. He tries a bandage around my pierced calf. I hiss in pain as he does the same to a flap of skin on my left forearm. Spindle 4? What's happening? He asks. Ori? I don't know, I manage, though I have my suspicions. My wound stings. Not a single limb is without a slash. He had a bite mark on his cheek. Cassius is too stressed to hear me. Gory damn, man! He whittled you like a stick. Bite mark. Boom. Several? Only the rats know, I murmur. What? Cassius asks. Hope stirs. Apollonius had several. Several got loose. In the ducts. I hold on to that hope. I have the Orition. Asmodeus Arcarthii is on the beam. A gold veteran calls to Apollonius and projects the hologram of Asmodeus from her datapad. The eerie, ageless leader of House Carthii peers at Apollonius with slitted eyes. Asmodeus, you have no doubt seen the atomic detonation, Apollonius says. I am told your ships over the pole are mobilizing. According to the terms of the détente, Atalantia guaranteed my imperium over these docks. If you attack, you defy the dictator's edict. You compromise the war effort. Do not misread my intentions. I have no desire to destroy the dockyards. The detonation was an act of sabotage. If I were a man looking for an explanation, I might care. As it is, I am a man looking for an excuse. When I stand before the 200 and the dictator with your head, mongrel, they will not indict me. They will applaud. Asmodeus disappears. Apollonius shrugs. Alas, the frailty of words. Steel be thou my tongue. Attend me. He lifts his arms, and his oranges look at each other, nod, and run forward with his armor. Carthii warships are moving off the pole, a gold officer calls, and casts up a hologram for his commander. The gold veterans watch coolly as the Carthii navy abandons their position over the North Pole and streaks towards the dockyards. What are your orders, Dominus? Apollonius frowns, as if his oranges fitting him in his purple panoply was an obvious mission statement. Bequeath them hell, of course. The officer frowns at Vorkian, confirming with the arch-centurion that the order meant open fire. She nods. Apollonius waves off the hologram as a forest of light lashes out from the station's batteries toward the onrushing fleet.
A throaty rumble trembles through the station as the enemy returns fire and the artillery battle begins. Nearly armoured, Apollonius shouts to the legions who watch him from the stands. "Legionnaires, citizens of the dockyards, my noble friends, the dread Carthii come to drag you back under their perfidious yoke. They come in numbers many times our own. But do not quake, for I am with you. Your Minotaur will not abandon you. By my will and your hands we took the station together. We hold it together. Summon your courage, sharpen your will, join your brothers and sisters at your battle stations. Carry my name, seize your glory. Go!" They chant his name and surge out of the stands to defend their stations. Vorkian's voice is flat and factual. "Dominus, we cannot stop the Carthii. They will board. They will swamp us. We will be outnumbered, perhaps 5-1. The bluff is called, and we've the low pair. We can't hold the outer crescents, much less the two axes. They know not our true numbers, nor the quality that awaits them here, Vorkian. Let them come, let them die. Loon cannot afford to abandon me, and I grow tired of playing castellan. Let us force his hands to throw the dice. Dominus, I recommend we cut our losses. Our ally would expect us to protect his investment. I am his investment, and so are the ships we protect, Apollonius says. Where is your spirit, Vorkian? Moments such as these are the forge of legends. For every campaign, there is always an inciting incident. Let this be ours. She pulls her sidearm. Then let me at least tie up your loose ends. My baubles? Apollonius asks. Horrible, no. Darrow and I have not finished our duel. I will not let him die while I am left unsatisfied. We pump him with protein and throw him a second try. There in Thessalonica, where the thermic meets the coast, we will dance again, and let his blood water my vines. I will taste him in my cup with the dirt. Yes, that. A raw thread, a new vintage indeed. He comes out of his reverie. As for Bellona, Loon will need him for Julia. Her finances are crucial. Bring them. Apollonius peers at his golds. My fellows, I promised you the glory of reconquering our homeland. Mars lies through this moment. Go now to your legions. Deny the Carthii every metre of deck and any measure of mercy. Ravage them. Break them. Venus is the planet of love. What is Mars the planet of again? They smile in silence and rush off to answer with their deeds. The hallway thunders with a storm of metal boots. Apollonius's personal legion, the same scorpion-eating, rampart-breaking madmen who stormed the Ash Lord's island with Severo and me, and then took on the dockyards themselves, jogged down the hall singing their song. Several hundred battle-hardened greys, a few dozen obsidians, and 6 golds. We're dragged on like pack mules, strapped with extra ammunition, fit with dilation collars and cuffs that can retract on command. The obsidians make sure we keep pace and slap our asses with the hafts of their axes. We don't have armour, Cassius says. We'll be like peaches into a wood chipper when they hit the Carthii. I try to remember a line from The Path to the Vale that might console us, but I've got blood crusted in my nostrils, on my legs, on my ribs. My only hope is that it is Severo who blew the other bomb, and that he's got a plan. I don't. All I can do is wait for the opening and be ready. Be ready, I say to Cassius. For what? I don't know. With Apollonius at the lead in his horned helmet, we're headed for the life support nexus for this part of the station, which the Carthii will no doubt try to seize with their best men. My view is filled with the bobbing of metal shoulders and the glare of alarm lights and the glitter of hall cameras. Twice the armoured column has to divert because of a bulkhead that refuses to open. Suspicious.
I peer past the armed shoulders and heads when we come to an abrupt stop in a corridor 10 paces wide. The greys twitch, restless. They've already taken their battle drugs. The column bends out of sight behind us with the curve of the hall. At the fore, Apollonius bellows in impatience at Greens in his command hub. The column about faces to retrace its steps, but the bulkhead at the rear must have closed too, because the about face goes nowhere. Centurions shout down the line for a breaching team. "It's him," I murmur. Vorkian shouts for silence. Up ahead, Apollonius puts his ear against the wall to listen for something. He backs away from the wall. "Leechcraft!" he shouts. "Search for teardrops!" The call echoes down the line behind us, out of sight. Cassius swallows. Teardrops. That's what they call the first hint of molten metal on the wrong side of a leechcraft's drill. A grey Triarius is the first to spot one. Cassius might have said something clever if he had his razor. But with his hands bound behind his back and only a prisoner jumpsuit between his body and what's about to happen, he just looks at me. Peaches. Woodchipper. The column shifts with anxiety. They're not in a good position should something go wrong. Apollonius roars for the breaching team to hurry up and clear the bulkhead, blocking us in. I search for some obvious salvation. A hatch opening, a plasma charge eating through the ceiling, some sign of Severo. Nothing. It's enemies all the way to the bulkhead in front, enemies all the way to the curve of the hall behind. The corridors were designed to trap invaders. I'd know because I studied this place with Severo for years. You don't want to be trapped in a hall like this. The breaching charges detonate against the bulkhead at the fore but fail to penetrate fully. We're not going to clear the hallway before the Carthii hit us. There's only one choice. Hit the borders and the teeth hard as possible. Apollonius comes to the same conclusion. Centurions bark orders and legionnaires grind into position around the breaches. The obsidian's grip on me tightens. 2 more drill marks appear on the corridor's left bulkhead halfway down the formation. Shit. Recognizing the danger the second and third breaches pose, Apollonius calls his golds to the front. They open fire on the obstructing bulkhead with their pulse fists until it glows orange. They plunge their razors in like picks and hack holes in the thick metal, but they're not faster than the Leechcraft drills. Apollonius is a good enough commander to know what's about to happen to his precious personal legion. You push other legions around like blocks, but your own you use as a sacred scalpel, delicate and sharp and fast, to find the arteries of the enemy. His precious scalpel is about to be shoved into a wood chipper, along with us peaches. A great roar comes from the man as he tries once more at the door before abandoning the lost cause and pushing himself to face the nearest breach. "Stack on breaches. Divide by cohort. Rank by heavy shields, Triarii, Velites. Crows and Peerless stack in pods for melee. Coriolanus, front cohort. Vorkian, rear. You have the prisoners. I have center." Phalanxes form before the breaches. A bulwark of energy shields, a hedge of glinting armor-boring spears backed by a forest of rifles. The obsidians drag us through the legionnaires to the rear. They're still manhandling us back around the curve of the hall when we pass the mouth of the last breach. I see down its molten throat all the way to the Carthii Leechcraft, where metal figures gather behind a glowing shield. A lone berserker, released before the rest, sprints down the throat toward us. In the heat-warped air, he is a mirage of terror. Naked, heavily tattooed with the eel-green ink of the Carthii gladiatorial clans, and raving mad. Vorkian stops, aims her rifle into the breach's throat, and fires a single, perfect shot. It takes the obsidian between the eyes. He falls short of the breach. Such is the heat, he catches fire. A sacrifice to the gods of death. Then the shield at the Carthii Leechcraft winks out, and the metal stacked behind it begins to move. Ram lads, delirious with pharmaceutical courage, armored thick as rhinoceroses, rush down the throat with an oceanic roar. Vorkian and our obsidian handlers drag us on as the greys open fire. I twist to see a ram lad stumble out of the mouth of a breach into the hall.
Bent forward like a golem trudging into a storm, he soaks up the fire, takes one last step, and collapses in a rent heap. In his wake come berserkers. This wave of genetically enhanced killing machines crashes upon the wall of stony grey veterans and turns to red foam. The second wave breaks from torpedo rounds that turned them to human pyres, but their momentum, added with that of the unnatural delirium in the beasts behind them and the Carthiite tolerance for high casualties, creates a surge of mass that cannot be denied.
Expensive obsidian slave knights in cerulean armour, heavy shields, and short spears form the third wave. Trampling over the corpses of their spent brethren, they crush into the first greys and hack at the shield line as the spears of the second line impale them. With a cry nearly inaudible amongst the explosions and shrieking, Apollonius and his heavy gold infantry charge into the obsidian flanks at each breach. The corridor fills with smoke and noise and death. My eardrums ache. Bullets hiss. Shrapnel pings off Vorkion's helmet, slashes across the bridge of my nose, and peppers the armour of the obsidian handler behind me. Cassius ducks. Down the hall, the battle takes on the sound of hundreds of spoons caught in an industrial fan. Something slams into the wall next to my head and ricochets, taking a long chunk of my scalp before embedding itself in the eye-hole of one of my obsidian handlers. His grip slackens. Before the second obsidian sees his fellow teeter down, I slam my shoulder into the warrior. Off balance, he stumbles into the smoke. I crouch, coughing, eyes burning. I can't see Cassius. I can't see anything but indistinct shapes and flashes through the thick smoke. I go lower to find clear air for my lungs. A hand grazes my head and, finding no hair to grab, slides off. The dilation collar tightens. I can't breathe. Blood sluices down my neck as the collar cuts into my skin. An obsidian body lies on the ground nearby. I crawl to it and grope behind my back for his boot knife. I find the blade at the price of a few cut fingers. Fumbling, choking, I saw at the dilation bindings on my wrists until they come apart. My hands are free. Wheezing, I cut through my collar and suck down air. Nauseous. Vision swimming, I stay as low as I can in the smoke and search for Cassius. I see two figures staggering in an embrace like lovers. One is Cassius, the other Vorkion. He's headbutting her repeatedly. Unfortunately for him, she wears a helmet, and all Cassius does is knock himself out. He falls down into the smoke, but he bought us enough time. Vorkion reaches for the dilation collar controller on the ground, and I lunge up through the smoke and bury the obsidian knife under her left armpit. I slam her against the wall and kick the controller away. I grab at her waist and come away with Bad Lass and Cassius's razor before she disappears in the smoke and press of bodies. I duck down as high-caliber rounds buzz overhead. Bodies fall and tangle and climb and hack. I find Cassius on the ground and cut off his bindings. His collar tightened and nearly nipped an artery. I slap his face until his eyes open. He hacks for air. Blood leaks from his ears. My hearing is shot. Everything is muffled, chaotic. Sounds come as if through water. I push his razor into his hand and signal him to stay low and follow me away from the breaches toward the closest bulkhead at the rear of Apollonius's column. Crouching, razors in hand, we set off into the smoke. Men have disintegrated into singular actions. An arm holding a razor rises and falls. A rifle flares. A helmet caves in from a powered boot. From the smoke, a gold appears and points his pulse fist at me. Before he can fire, another man stumbles back into him. Then an obsidian war spear comes through his neck. I lunge forward and rob the dying gold of his aegis. I take point, aegis up, razor straight, and on its rim, Cassius stacked behind me. We push toward the bulkhead like hoplites. Identity is lost amongst the chaos, the smoke, the screams. Two greys fire at us. I take the slugs on the aegis. The greys shift their aim toward my unprotected feet. Cassius lunges over my shoulder with his razor. He spears the first grey through the eye socket and ducks back behind the shield. I take the second between the clavicle and neck with Bad Lass, then bowl him over with the shield. We push through the smoke, stabbing out from under the cover of the aegis as we go, until we're stopped by the bulkhead at the rear of the Roth formation. It's still sealed. Terrified men already hack at it with their weapons.
More crush in behind us, pinning us to the bulkhead. Still more on their way, tripping, scrambling, desperate to escape the Carthy killers. My legs give out, and I swoon in the press. I lose the aegis, and my hands are so slippery with blood I almost drop Bad Lass. Cassius throws his shoulders into men until he's able to pull me back up and shield me with his body. Down the hall comes a muffled cheer. "Carthy! Carthy!" They must have secured the breaches. According to Carthy doctrine, that means one thing. The Golds will be coming. Over the crush of dented helmets and bloody greys, I see the fear in Cassius's eyes. Then the pressure releases forward as the bulkhead opens. Pushed by the mass of men behind us, we spill forward. I fall, metal heels stampede over my back. Something massive stomps toward me from the opposite direction. I look up to see the clawed feet of a star shell. The weight is swept off my back. A half-dozen greys slide down the left wall, their bones broken like kindling by the sweep of the starshell's arm. The starshell towers over me. It stands alone in the corridor, its canopy and shoulders crudely reduced to fit the tight confines. Its clawed metal foot stomps down to my right, then my left, until it straddles Cassius and me like a beast protecting its cubs. The railgun in its left arm lowers, as does the giant pulse fist in its right. And from its cockpit, amplified by its external speakers, comes a blood-curdling howl. Both of my eardrums rattle as it opens fire directly above us. I shimmy out from under the mech to see the pilot through the canopy. Under a bird's nest of hair, a demonic, bearded face, black with grease, screams in the stuttered light of the starshell's deluge. Sevro. I almost pass out from joy. Murderous glee shimmers in his bloodshot eyes. He shouts something at me and jerks his head to get behind him. Cassius and I don't have to be told twice. We scramble behind the starshell. Medical supplies and vacuum helmets have been taped to its back. Cassius strips them off, I slap the chassis. The starshell doesn't move. I hammer at it again and again until Sevro finally takes a step back, then another. Without breaking his stream of fire, he covers our retreat back down the hall. Cassius injects my neck with a battle stem and slaps res flesh on my new wounds. The familiar, itchy energy rushes through me. I wipe my bloody hands on my tattered jumpsuit and grip Bad Lass. By the time we reach an intersection and get free of the line of fire, the starshell is spewing smoke. Sevro remains within it, unwilling to stop killing. He fires back down the hall even as its right leg is shot at. At the last moment, he pops the rear hatch and escapes out the back. He's dressed in battered scarab skin. A trophy necklace of fetid ears hangs from his neck. I want to kiss him, hug him till his head pops off, but he's all business. After 2 quick hand signals for us to follow and keep pace, he takes off at a run. We follow. The Carthy invasion rolls on all around us. With my damaged ears, I feel removed from it. Battles thunder in the distance. Mechanized troopers clump down hallways. Even with the stims, it's all we can do to keep up. Cassius and I are a mess. My injured calf slows me. Cassius must have suffered a concussion because he can't stop vomiting, even when Sevro takes us into a maintenance tunnel. More than a half-dozen times Sevro slows to deactivate tripwires and improvised traps in the darkness. By the time we emerge into a viewing garden, I have a clearer picture of Sevro's stay on the dockyards. He must have escaped soon after his imprisonment and spent the last months waging a one-man guerrilla war against Apollonius. The tranquility of the garden is as shocking as the violence of the battle. Birds and purple spider sloths watch us from the garden's trees, as Sevro hands me his datapad. I dial in the fallback frequency to hail Ori. When she answers, Sevro snatches the datapad away and strides up to the viewing deck window to peer into space as he talks. Outside, Carthy destroyers and troop barges flow past, illuminated by the whitewash of artillery fire and the orange flames of oxygen burps from the station. After a few minutes, Sevro signals us to put on our helmets. He takes a thin wire from a pouch on his kit and ties one end around a railing and the other around his belt. Then he extends a hand to me.
I extend mine to Cassius. He shakes his head. He knows what's coming. I insist, and he takes it. Hands locked, Severo guides us to the railing. Cassius and I lie down and wrap our legs around it. On his back, Severo lifts his strange weapon, points it at the glass, waits, then fires until the glass explodes outward. Pressure gushes out from the viewing deck. Flowers, birds, sloths, and trees fly past. The pressure the room contained is limited, and the flow of debris soon slows. As the cold of the vacuum begins to drain the heat from our bodies, we release our legs and let Severo push us toward space. Severo lets out the wire bit by bit until we dangle out the open window like a balloon on a string. The cold is total. My teeth chatter in my helmet. Explosions flash along the metal horizon. I lose feeling in my fingers and toes first, then my legs and arms. A shadow falls over us. Severo nods to me. Drunk from the effects of the cold, I let go of his hand and receive a push. I float away from Severo. He goes the other way, back toward the windowless garden, where he releases the wire from his belt and pushes off to head our direction. He passes Cassius and me just as we float into a cargo bay filled with crates stamped with winged heels. The Archimedes. The bay doors of the Archimedes close behind us. Pressure gushes back into the hold, but not gravity. I'm too cold to do anything but shiver and float with my hand locked around Cassius's. I feel out of my body as Severo strips his helmet and pushes us through the ship. When he finds the med bay, he separates me from Cassius to secure me in one of the medical beds and drape a thermal blanket over me before taking off my helmet. With Cassius still floating in the air behind me, Severo shouts to Ori. I can't hear what. He looks back at me. His red eyes are shiny with tears in his greased dark face. He lowers his forehead to mine and only pulls back when gravity returns. Cassius plummets from the air to crunch into the floor. He curls into a shivering ball. Severo tosses a blanket at him and heads for the cockpit. I lie there, shaking, a smile on my face, as the engines of the Archimedes vibrate and the ship accelerates away from the battle. Chapter 10. Lysander. Iron Fist. I make my grand entrance to my party on a Pegasus from Horatia's private herd. Slipping off its back onto the hull of the Lightbringer, I greet Cicero and Horatia with kisses, Glerastes with a nod, my Praetorian Guard with a salute, and turn to address my waiting guests. Some are friends, some are Atalantia's creatures, most are somewhere in between. All have come expecting to see me fail. They just might. It is an accepted truism that in the core only the Carthii build warships, not the Votum. The Votum are fine builders, yes, but terrestrial builders, simpletons in the sophisticated shadow of Carthii astral construction supremacy. Tonight we dash that myth. I hope. I have bet everything on it. The ship does look like a monster. It has no paint, and its hull is heterogeneous and patched with the metal of ruined Republic ships. The front is ghastly heavy, but there are reasons for this. If it flies, that is. The fire of braziers whips in the wind. The golds gather in white furs and wear crowns of flowers to symbolize the planet's rebirth. It is cold at this altitude, and it will get colder. The ship is the largest warship in existence, 8 kilometers long, 1.5 kilometers thick. It has not yet lifted off. But even lying on its side, our perch on its back provides a grand view of Heliopolis, cupped between the mountains and the sea. The whole city is watching, and so are interested parties all across the core. I lift my voice. My noble kinsman, I am honored you could join me on this auspicious day. When Darrow came to Mercury, he claimed to bring freedom. Instead, he brought death. Mercury was not the first planet to fall to the Reaper, but it will be the last. There's a stir in the crowd as Tharsis and a dozen of his glamorous friends arrive late and very drunk. Indecorously, they choose grav boots over the ivory skiffs offered to my guests, They crash down in a swirl of silks and scents and doff their military boots to pull out fur slippers. They do not join to listen to my speech, but instead head for the menagerie of carvelings near the bow. Tharsis causes a racket by teasing a caged manticore. Cicero raises his eyebrow at me, annoyed at the impropriety. I carry on. Mercury is no stranger to hardship. Closest to the bosom of the sun, only ingenuity and hard work have made her people prosper. I thank my hosts, the gens votum, for their hospitality, but also for reminding me of those ancient virtues. Only ingenuity and hard work can beat defeat into victory. For over a decade, this ship, once the Morning Star, was Darrow's greatest weapon. He sailed it here to break Mercury. Instead, Mercury broke both him and his ship. Not content with that, Mercury then rebuilt his ship, and tonight it will set sail for the first time. I lift my cup to the votum. Horatia, Cicero, from ashes you craft diamonds. May fortune long favour your house. I lead the rest in drinking. Amidst my guests, Valeria rolls her eyes at her brothers. After the muted applause dies down, I tap a foot on the hull beneath us. You all know this storied ship. It was commissioned by Octavia and built in the dockyards of Ganymede. It was stolen by Darrow during the Battle of Ilium, when he slaughtered noble Fabii with his Valkyrie savages, and then destroyed those proud dockyards over Ganymede. Those sins have come back to haunt him, as will this ship. The Golds stump their feet. Today, thanks to gens votum, Clerestes the master-maker, and my creditors, whom I beg to wait until after the party to twist my thumbs, there's generous laughter at that. It is my honour to present your dance floor for the evening and our next great weapon in the battle to restore order to our spheres, the Lightbringer. Hundreds of Golds join me in smashing down their wine glasses on the hull. Cicero, Horatia, and I draw our razors and cut our palms and drip the blood onto the ship to ward off the bad luck of a rechristening. Then the brother and sister wait to see if we're bankrupt, and our guests wait for the ship to fail. I hail my bridge, where my friend Pyther waits in her captain's chair. Captain Pyther, bring me the sky. By your will, Dominus. I hold my breath. The tests were a success, but in the nest of vipers that is gold power politics, sabotage is as common as bribery. A seismic groan comes from the ship as the new reactors power on. Spilled wine ripples, the groan deepens, the broken glass dances into the drops of blood. Whispers spread, a few laughs from Valeria and her brothers. The groan turns into a roar, and the Lightbringer begins to rise. I close my eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. When I open them again, we are in the clouds. I grip Horatia's hand. Cicero kisses my forehead. I embrace Clerestes. They've done it. We've done it. I've done it. All of Gold Society snickered when I said I would rebuild the ship without Carthii engineers. None of my guests laugh now as we pass through the clouds. Shrouded in vapor, the Golds look like ghosts. If their silence tells me they know that today a new power was born, their applause, when it comes, shows me the difference between hosting games and putting a moonbreaker into the sky. 5 kilometers up, Pyther brings us to a holding pattern over the cloud layer that covers the city. All of Heliopolis was watching. Fireworks shot for the people glow through the clouds like coals. The whole planet will feel this victory. Swamped with congratulations, even from some of Atalantia's veterans, I remain humble and defer all credit to Horatia, Clerestes, and their thousands of engineers and labourers, all of whom are inside the ship at their own party, enjoying better wine than my gold guests. I made sure of that. Though Cicero had little to do with the effort surrounding the Lightbringer, he's soon off to enjoy the rewards. Not used to sycophancy, I say to Horatia, once the wave of congratulators has abated. No, she says, a little dazed. Her cheeks are flushed. Not from the praise, but from the private satisfaction of accomplishing a feat of monstrous logistical and technical difficulty. To be honest, I'm a little contemptuous of the tidal shift in the manners of our guests, she says. It's about time the reformers had a bit more muscle, I say. Enjoy it. She smiles at that and takes my hand. It's the first time it feels more than friendly. You have work to do, and so do I. I'd rather run diagnostics with you and Pyther. No, you wouldn't. You're a political animal, Lysander. It's been too long since my block had one like you. We need you to hunt. Money, manpower, mass, I say. I've got my marks. She squeezes my hand and we part. My party is tame by gold standards. There are no orgies, as might be included on Venus, but there are pinks and red acrobats on lines strung amongst the trees of the orchard created by my growing stable of household botanists. In the trees there are carved creatures rumoured to be half cat, quarter bird, and 1/4 lizard, though I can only attest to the size of the bill I paid to my new household carvers. Some of the drunker golds, Tharsus's friends, have given up taunting the manticore in the menagerie and decided instead to climb the trees and investigate. I'm excited for them to learn the arboreal carvelings have stingers. Lysander, my boy, Glarastes calls and waves me over. There's someone you must meet. I turn to see my friend arm in arm with a striking young woman with a very serious face. Pallas au Greca, the captain of the Bologna racing team, I say. I see you survived Tharsus's compliments. Pallas is not tall. The top of her head barely comes to my sternum. Neither is she muscled like a front-line peerless. Yet there's something fearsome about her, as if she's been slapped earlier in the day and has been carrying it around all day to give back to someone else. Her skin is umber, her hair a dense, proud gold-brown tangle bound back with an unfashionable platinum eagle clasp. Her eyes are bright and impudent and stare at me as if she's tossed me a ball and is expecting me to do something with it. I hope you are stronger than you look, too, she says, without an ounce of flirtation. A live eagle perches on her shoulder harness. She feeds it carpaccio from the tray of a passing pink server. You'll have to be stronger than you look to keep this ship from Atalantia's hands. What's to say she won't just take it? The law, of course. It's silent these days, didn't you know? She says. I didn't introduce you two so you could fence, Glarastes says. No, you did not, Pallas says, deadpan. So, Julia did send an envoy after all, I surmise. Pallas's narrowing eyes tell me I've hit the mark. I was just hoping to see the Lady Bologna herself here for the games. We're at war, she says. She is busy on Earth preparing for the summit. Ah, the summit again. Waste of time, really. She should be busy over Mars, if you ask me. I've only just spoken with Helios Aulox. He's of the same mind. Perhaps you know if Atalantia intends to finally declare an assault on Mars once and for all. Pallas cannot be tempted into intrigue. The Lady Bologna told me to relay a message to you. You have the name of a sovereign. Now you have the ship, and you certainly have the debt. But until you prove you have the guts, she will not cross the dictator, and neither will her money. Because she fears a visit from Atlas? I ask, and resist the instinct to search for his pale face amongst my roving guests. She shrugs. Only an idiot would not. She looks me up and down. And Lady Bologna is no idiot. Her eagle hisses at me. It's an attack bird, I've noticed. Metal-reinforced talons. Lovely. The lady was kind enough to send me Roan. I glance at Glarastes, thinking of Darrow and Cassius in Apollonius's cells. Perhaps soon I'll have a gift in kind for the lady to open a dialogue. Something dear to her heart, My concealed comm crackles with a priority message. Roan reports from within the Lightbringer. Dominus, it is urgent. Pallas's eyebrows creep upward. Problem? It seems we're out of wine. Excuse me, good lady. I step away from the party to have the conversation near a row of Praetorians. Roan, go.
There has been a nuclear explosion at the dockyards of Venus. The Carthii have used it as a pretext to launch a full-scale invasion of the dockyards. The Minotaur is asking for reinforcements.
I reach for the mind's eye to quell the reflex of panic. The sounds of the party shrink away. My heart slows. My welling anxieties slide from chaos into even ranks and await my attention. I look past the Praetorians to the dark sky. The clouds move below. I see. Is that all? The situation is still unfolding, Dominus. Who else knows this? I ask. Anyone with a telescope. Do we still have eyes on Atlas? Kyber has him in Tyche questioning coppers. I trust Kyber's competency as much as I trust Roan's. Still, if anyone could spot a whisper following him, it would be Atlas. Have Pyther prep our contingencies and get on deck. I need you here. The threat of exposure is severe. If the Carthii take prisoners, the Martian exiles will tell their torturers how they got to the dockyards. Not good. Cicero meets my eyes from across the party. He was listening too, and had enough sense not to come over. I hail his comm.
Cicero, I need you to tell Tharsis to get out of here now. I don't want a situation that I can't control. Keep him away from the Carthii. On it. I search for Valeria Alcarthii. Amidst her brothers, her head is tilted as she listens to someone in her ear. She's just finding out as well.
Her brother points out Tharsis. Apollonius's brother is wrestling a small carveling atop a tree to the laughter of his friends. Sensing my distress, Clerastes abandons Pallas and comes over. I deploy a jam field from my ring so our guests can't overhear us. Dockyards have gone bad, Clerastes asks. I nod. Thankfully, he has the composure to conceal his panic and his urge to remind me his doubts about the Minotaur. What does Roan think? I spot him exiting the hull via a lift. He jogs over. You need to act as if nothing's happened, Roan says when he joins, but Apollonius is demanding reinforcements. If we want to move out, we should mobilize our legions and Cicero's as soon as possible. Mercury is closer to Venus than Earth is. We can beat Atalantia there. If we aid him, then we're in open rebellion against our lawful dictator, I say.
In the orchard, Cicero has delivered the news. Tharsis comes down from the tree to find the Carthii staring at him. He shouts for his friends. As he desperately tries to collect the deviants lost in their own fun, the Carthii make their move. I rush to intercept. I almost get bulldozed by Valeria's brothers, but I get in front of her before she's close enough to cause Tharsis harm. She's within my personal jam field. Her brothers are not. I cover my mouth. Do you want your inheritance? It is burning, she says, so I'll burn Tharsis. Move, or I'll start thinking you had something to do with it. Your father is not headed for an easy victory, but rather the fight of his life. She scoffs. The only threat was the atomics. I hardly think a handful of greys will stop our legions. I roll the dice. The Minotaur has 80,000 Martian veterans. She blinks as if she'd just run into an invisible wall. How do you know that? Because I smuggled them to him in the iron caravans. You are in bed with the Minotaur? She looks as if she wants to drive a knife into my stomach. I can give you your inheritance, all of it. You, not your father, you. How? No time. My life is in your hands. If you expose me, I'm dead, and you get the petty satisfaction of revenge. If you say yes to my offer, you can be the head of House Carthii in a week. Her eyes dart to Tharsis. He's gathered his friends. In a tight pack, they head for the table where they stacked their grav boots. Calculating her chances of surviving her sibling rivalry and the time it would take to achieve the same goal, she looks me in the eyes and says, Yes,
Ambition is a reckless master. I turn off my jam field. Horatia will be in touch. Valeria watches Tharsis and his friends equip their grav boots and signals her brothers to stand down. Tharsis glances at me, his face pale, and takes off into the sky. His friends follow hot on his heels. They head east, off the back of the Lightbringer. My other guests have noticed the commotion now and whisper to one another. I return to Roan and Glarastes. Cicero joins me as I reach them. "Lysander, we have radar signatures inbound," Pytha says from the bridge. "I see them," Cicero says, spotting a squadron of dark shapes in the sky. Not ships. Men. "Are those yours, Lysander? They're not ours." "No. Intercept them," I tell Roan. He motions the nearby Praetorians. They form up and are about to take off. "Lysander, hold," Pytha says. "They're broadcasting the dictator's writ, Olympic tag." Everyone turns to look at me. "It's the Fear Knight," she says. A chill goes through me. "It's a legal action, then. You have 0 jurisdiction," Roan says. "Stand down," I mutter. Roan recalls the Praetorians. Others see the inbound squadron and rush to the edge of the Lightbringer's hull to watch. Fear's squadron, which must be made of Gorgons, descends from a higher altitude than Tharsis and his fleeing friends. They fall in the night sky like crows. Tharsis sees the interlopers and alters his escape trajectory. He and his friends dive down toward the blanket of clouds and disappear into them. The Gorgons do not follow. My guests gasp and point as the clouds stutter with light. This time it is not fireworks. Tharsis flew straight into a trap waiting in the clouds. A few moments pass. Then Tharsis and only 4 of his friends race back out of the clouds. They flee right up into the waiting Gorgons. Disdaining weapons, the Gorgons catch Tharsis's friends with their hands, pin their arms, and start beating them to death mid-air. A single dusky figure emerges from the clouds to watch the scene. Atlas. Tharsis spots Atlas. Even at this distance I can feel Tharsis's panic. The Gorgons block his exit, leaving him only one path of escape. He flees across the sky, back the way he came, to land hard amidst the party. Valeria and her brothers laugh like hyenas at the sight of him. He is bloody, his left arm is broken, his fur coat ripped to shreds. He waves his razor and he calls out to me. "Loon! Loon! I am your guest! You must protect me!" I lift my hands. "I am sorry. I cannot break the law. They have the Iron Fist." "Help me!" Tharsis screams at the guests. No one raises a finger. "Help!" Then he hears Atlas land behind him. He goes still. Dread darkens his eyes. Shuddering, Tharsis turns to see the Fear Knight watching him from behind his pale mask of office. Tall, lithe, in addition to his grav boots, Fear wears the grey armour styled with a moth motif. His blade is a long black hasta, slick with dark blood, and his right hand is sheathed in a heavy metal gauntlet. The Iron Fist, writ of the dictator. Tharsis looks for escape. There is none. The Carthii cackle and urge him to come to them. "Help me! Someone! Help me!" he screams and starts for me, only to find Roan and a line of Praetorians barring his path. I feel a hand on my chest. "There's nothing to do," Cicero says. The Fear Knight comes for Tharsis. Finding neither escape nor aid, Tharsis resolves to die well. After a life of privilege, he is denied his last wish. His enraged attack is easily turned by the Fear Knight. After 3 slashes, Atlas raises the Iron Fist, and Tharsis is snared by the device's status field. He floats, suspended in 0G. Atlas cuts off Tharsis's feet first, then his hands. The severed parts float in the field with their former owner.
Atlas makes a fist with the gauntlet, and Tharsis screams as his limbs crackle and compound fracture in a dozen places. Only then does Atlas release him. Tharsis flops, screaming to the hull. Wiggling, worm-like, to nowhere, he gasps as Atlas grabs him by the hair and drags him toward the menagerie. Atlas takes a golden serving bowl from a table as he passes, puts it on Tharsis's head, bends the edges with his hands to enclose Tharsis's head, then stuffs Tharsis into the manticore cage. I look away as the beast feeds on Tharsis's broken body. His screams echo out from the bowl. My eyes meet Pallas's. The Bologna client pats her belly. Atlas is headed my way. My Praetorians make a wall between us. Atlas removes his mask for Roan. His eyes are dark jewels set in a gaunt philosopher's face. I read in them paragraphs of disappointment. He holds up the iron fist. To oppose me is treason against the society. I am the will of your lawfully appointed dictator. You, of all people, are no traitor, Flavinius. Move. I set a hand on Roan's shoulder and guide him out of the way. Cicero shrinks away from me, terrified at Atlas's approach. Glarastes comes closer, protective. Horatia finally joins us from her work on the bridge, coming up from a lift in the hull to see Atlas walking toward me. She goes very still. Atlas lifts his voice for my guests. The truce between House Roth and House Carthii has been broken by the Minotaur. An inquest has been launched, the verdict of which will be announced at the summit on Earth 1 week hence. He comes closer and taps my chest with the fist to make it formal. You have been summoned to report to New Sparta. I'm in the middle of my— You have 2 minutes to set your affairs. Do not abuse my leniency. Atlas helps himself to a shrimp from a server's tray and goes to the manticore cage to whip the creature back from Tharsis's tattered body. He leaves the body but takes the head and the golden bowl that protected its features from the manticore. Then he strides off in silence to await his ship. Even the Carthii have gone quiet. My friends are terrified. You can't go with him, Glarastes says. Lysander, you have the Lightbringer. You have the Votum. You don't have to obey. Cicero swallows. We can't take on Atalantia. Not head-to-head. Not with 3 Lightbringers. Horatia joins. She sees the political trap. He was touched by the Iron Fist. He must go. It's a trap. Atalantia wants him to reject the summons. She's looking for a public infraction to bring you up on charges. Your popularity won't matter then. All options will be available to her. Glarastes grips my arm again, imploring. Lysander, if you go to Earth, you'll never leave. She will kill you or make you her puppet. I did not expect Atlas so soon. I don't know how he fooled Khyber and lost her tail, but as soon as news of the dockyards came, I knew I would have limited time to act. I must go, I say. This is why we created contingencies. Atalantia won't kill me yet. Horatia, Roan, we will play peacemakers one more time. Contingency 11 is our best hope. I've already spoken with Valeria. She's in. You know what to do. They nod in agreement. Cicero is green with worry. Are you certain? We cannot lose Apollonius, not now. A dozen ships in hand are worth 100 on the ledger. We're in the game now, my friends. Stay true to each other, and we will succeed. I hope. I say my farewell to Cicero and Horatia before taking Glarastes by the arm. Remember, I want you to get to the safe house in the mountains as soon as I depart. Keep extra close. His face is pained, but he tries to be strong for me. He takes my shoulders. Before you, I was broken, lost. Hope had fled with youth. He thumps my chest. Hope beats here.
in you. In Glarastes, I feel the presence of the love Octavia stole from me with her pandemonium chair, the love of a parent for a son. I will see you soon, Glarastes. I kiss the wizened man on the brow and tear myself away to walk with Roan toward Atlas's landing shuttle. My guests may cry out their complaints against the dictator, but none dare intervene. I'm counting on you most of all, Roan. We need more than just Apollonius and his men from the docks. I understand, Dominus. I will not fail you, Roan says. Reluctant, he hands me over to the custody of the landing Gorgons. They scan me after I board their shuttle. They miss nothing, not even the implant in my ear canal. The last words I hear before they take it come from Python, the bridge. Good luck, Moonboy. We'll see you soon. Thank you for your cooperation, Lysander, Atlas says as the shuttle lifts off. He takes off his cape and hands the iron fist to an attendant. The Styx will rendezvous with us a day out from Mercury. We will take it the rest of the way to Earth. Atalantia thinks you look too martial with that scar. She sent her best carver to better shape you to fit her desires. He glances at the burn on my face. But first, she has a message for you. He turns to leave the passenger compartment and calls back to his Gorgons. Make him shit blood. The first fist hits me in the kidneys. Chapter 11. Darrow. Inheritance. The Archimedes whispers through space on a route between the ecliptic plane that will add weeks to our journey but hopefully help us avoid enemy hunting squadrons. In the commissary, Severo and I eat dinner in silence. His hair is long and disheveled, and, like me, he has a beard. He breaks the silence with a burp and wags a chunk of ham on the end of a combat knife. I'll say one thing about Cavax. He packs a good larder. Surprised your lot didn't pillage it. We did. Cassius nicked this grub from Starhold, neglected to share with the others before we parted ways. Severo shrugs, deciding not to let the origins of the food diminish his enjoyment of it. You try the ham yet? He asks. Not yet. 4 days out from the dockyards, and Severo and I have apparently forgotten how to talk to each other. At the same time, we can't seem to be ever more than one room away from each other, or avoid touching each other when we are in the same room. It's weird like that. The push and pull of a war bond that goes as deep as ours. So much guilt. But at the same time, he's my security and refuge, and I am his. We know we're the only ones who understand what the other one has seen. Indescribable things. Things words explain to those back home about as well as cave paintings relay the reality of a woolly mammoth. You always try the ham, Darrow. Wherever you go, it's a good barometer for the rest of the larder. Trust me. He throws a piece on my plate. I'm prime. PTSD because the Minotaur carved you like a pig? He asks. Was that all a set-up? I ask. Don't be so conceited. I grimace at him from across the table. He's lost weight in his stays in the clone's prison, and then Apollonius. Skinny, bearded, tattooed, savaged as a serrated knife, drowning in Cassius's too large shirt and too large pants. He looks more like a loony street killer than a soldier. Except in the eyes. They're locked in a 1,000-meter stare. Then there's the matter of his necklace of ears, which he hasn't taken off. They stink. Still a little nauseous from the meds, actually, I admit. Pain meds are for pixies. After the duel on the meat straw, I can't move without suffering a litany of pains. I've been in the Archimedes medbay with Ori more than I've been in my own bunk. Be honest, it's the ears, he says. I'd get rid of them, but how else could I mock the dead? He brings an ear to his mouth. Galerius, you still squealing like a piggy down there? Galerius our Voth? I ask. He came to the Minotaur?
"That's the piggy," he says, and goes back to eating. Well, he certainly had it coming. He was my sixth, after I got free. I was in the vents by then, strong enough to finally gather supplies and make a real guerrilla action out of it. Found him in the showers. His life wasn't the first thing he lost. "I'm glad you showed restraint," I say. He looks up, eager to take offence, but not sure if there's an angle to. "Ears. You could have chosen pricks. Thought about it. Gender-biased and too heavy. Golds, you know." He's not joking. "Once I got into an armory and got my hands on anti-personnel mines, it started getting real fun. Best one was pulling a fire alarm in the mess and seeing all those greys run out. Got 51 that day." It's not like Severo to brag. Maybe, like me, he doesn't know how to fill the silence. "So Galeria was there. You already told me about Tiberius and Drusilla. What about on Luna?" He goes quiet and returns to his food. "Told you. Old crowd. Vox were puppets. Syndicate Queen was Lilith. Clone thing. Clown, Pebble, who knows where. Iron Wolf. You want me to tell you Min Min smelled like bacon when she burned? She did. So did the rest of them." He meant it to hurt me, but saying it hurt him too. He looks away. I told him about Mercury. He didn't say a thing the whole time. Not a single expression either, not even when I told him about Alexandra and Rona. He was too mad. He didn't say it, but I know he thinks I should have let him kill Lysander when he was a boy. I love Severo to death, and he is fundamentally a good friend, but he feels no need to be a good person when dealing with enemies. "There he is, hero of the hour," Severo says when Cassius limps in for coffee. "Barker, glad to see you're making use of the larder," he says. Severo gives him a wide grin. "What a host you are!" Cassius nods to me and goes for the coffee. "But of course you had practice. You and this man's hosted royalty for over a decade." His smile grows wider. "Glad to see you left a positive impression on young Loon. Taught him all the best ways to slaughter heroes of the Rising." Cassius turns around, jaw locked. "I won't make excuses for Lysander. I hear Alexandra and Rona were good people." "Good?" Severo asks. "We don't have to do this," I say. "Do what?" "Don't use Alex and Rona, Severo. Just don't." He loses his enthusiasm, and Cassius makes his escape. I send him an apologetic grimace as he ducks back toward the cockpit. Severo doesn't look at all satisfied. He tosses his combat knife down and stares at nothing. "He risked his life for you," I say. "Yeah, but we didn't get the Minotaur. That meat straw was a bad one. If he made it out, he's a cockroach, Darrow." He grunts. "All this killing, man. We keep fighting. For what?" He coughs again and wipes his tattered mouth with a bony hand. "Least Orion took some of those ash bastards with her. Went out proper. You should have let her drown the whole bloody planet. Maybe then the cockroaches wouldn't keep coming back." "That wasn't Eo's dream," I say, "and it isn't mine. We're no ash lords." "No, we're pixies. You had Atlas and you let him live. We had Lysander and we let him live. We had Apollonius and we let him live." He snorts. "It's like we want to lose. We haven't lost yet. Orion, Honassus, Alex, Rona, Daxo. We don't know if Pax and Electra are safe. Not for certain. Maybe they're dead. Maybe my girls are next. Maybe Victra. Maybe Virginia. Shit, we couldn't beat the core in 10 years. Now it's the Rim, too. Mars will be a hard nut for them to crack. I can break them there. I will." "Uh-huh." He almost leaves it at that. "With going under the ecliptic plane, Mars might not even be there by the time we get back. Ain't gonna be a fast ride, will it? Gonna be a crawl. And they'll be hunting us." "What do you want me to say, Severo? I've been in the dark for 8 months. You want me to say it's all slagged, war's lost, our children are dead? I won't. I can't. We have people counting on us. My family, your family. We don't have the right to do anything except all we can do. He stares a hole in his food, lost in thought. She'll have had the baby by now. Without me there. First time I wasn't there for it. I was there for the girls. His eyes flick up. What are you going to say to Virginia when you see her? I don't know. I'll probably just listen, like I should have done from the start. He doesn't respond, and I sense him drifting away, closing up. Severo, there's something I have to say to you. Something I told myself I'd say when I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. I take an unsteady breath. I've been too afraid he'll spit in me to say it until now. I'm sorry. To my surprise, he doesn't spit. So I continue. When we left Luna to break out Apollonius, I promised you the end was near. I know you didn't believe it. I made you choose between me and your family. For that, for taking you for granted, for not listening to you, for all of it, I'm sorry. There's an uncomfortable pause. Severo shrugs and goes back to eating. The lack of acknowledgement says more than anything else. Wounds may scab over, but they don't always heal completely. I don't know what else I can say, not without making him angry, or cheapening it with bigger words and more excuses. When I got free of Apple, you know why I didn't steal a ship and make for Mars myself? He asks. Cassius and I were wondering. I knew you'd come. You're stupid like that. It's why I love you. But man, we ain't good. We might never be good. I know. I know you do. But I can't do this again. When we get back to Mars, I'm going to be about my family. Only my family. His eyes stare through me. I know. I don't think you do. He breaks eye contact. They did smell like bacon, Darrow. The Howlers. I lost them all. I don't know where Pebble and Clown are. I don't know if Lilith and the Abomination still have them. He said he was going to erase me, wash out my memories, turn me into his trained dog, wash out my family. Severo chews his bottom lip. He didn't, though. I don't know why. I hate that it's his mercy that's given me this second chance with Victra, my kids, but I need to take it. I understand. If that's what's right for you, I understand. But nothing. You have a new baby to meet. You and Victra have 4 to take care of now. You chose to be a father. I will respect that. Even if I have to get my family off Mars, he asks. I nod, even though it hurts. Even if we lost this war and I was dying, I'd smile if I knew you'd gotten out. He knows I mean it, and I feel like that, more than anything I've said, gives our friendship a chance. Still, I'm relieved when I see Ori enter. It's the first time I've ever seen her awkward, and the first time I've seen her enter a room without all of its occupants giving her at least a portion of their attention. Am I interrupting? She asks. Yes, Severo says down into his plate. His shell is back up. She apologizes and is about to leave when I wave her to the table. She sits and watches Severo. He doesn't care. He eats for a few more minutes, making sure to collect every last crumb, chugs on his beverage, burps, leans back, scratches his belly, looks up, yawns, then brings his eyes down on her like a hammer. And she stares at the necklace of ears he still wears around his neck. My name is Ori. I know. We talked in the evac. And I have a message for you from friends in the Rim. It is from Athena. I frown, even though I'm less surprised than Ori thinks I should be. She pulls a strangely designed holocube from her pocket. It activates and bathes us in amber light. Like Ares once did, this Athena wears a helmet. Hers is black with a Corinthian crest.
Red eyes stare out from it. Her voice is slow, heavy with the laconic accent of the gas giants. Yasu, son of Ares, Sarah. I greet you on behalf of the low colours of the rim. I cannot tell you my name, for I am hunted, but I am called Athena. Cute theatre, Severa mutters. You do not know me, but I knew your father. He was my mentor, my friend, my hero. He found me when I was broken and showed me that it was not I that was broken, but the world's. Since his death, I have kept his legacy alive in the rim. A joke? Severo stands and snorts in disgust. I ain't got the patience for this shit. You may doubt this. You may doubt me. So hear it from him. Severo freezes as his father appears in place of Athena. What? Fitchner is young, probably close to the age we are now, and recording in an apartment with a view of Aegea. A toddler lies asleep on the couch beside him, his head resting on Fitchner's thigh. Fitchner smiles ruefully out at us from across time. Severo touches the ears on his necklace. His entire essence shifted the moment he saw his father. He became a boy again. He blinks a few times and sits back down. Chills creep along my arms when I hear Fitchner's voice. I forgot how much I missed the man. Hey, boyo, it's me, your dad. Fitchner strokes the toddler's hair. And you. I hope you don't wake up while I'm talking to you. You were a bastard today. Bit me like a goblin. He shows a mark on his hand and sighs. But I don't know if you'll ever watch this. I hope you don't ever have to. But if you do, it's because you're grown and I am dead. Fitchner grimaces. Strange, talking to the man you'll be. To me, right now, you're innocent, except for the biting. You don't yet know your mother is dead. You're too young to miss her. You're too young to know you will have no place in the world that killed her. That won't last. His eyes grow sad. But you know she's dead. You know how she died. This is a hard message to record. It's like admitting I won't be there. But that's being a dad, I think. I wish I could protect you from the pain that's waiting. I wish your innocence would last forever. I wish tonight that I didn't have to leave you. But I've done something, my boy. I have started a war. Our enemies don't know it yet. Hopefully they won't know till they're choking on it. That is why I have to leave you tonight. I'll be back, but there are seeds that must be sown in the rim. I will return to you as soon as I can. By the time you watch this, those seeds should have grown to fruition. Their bounty is your inheritance, should you need it. I hope you won't. I hope I am alive sitting beside you as you watch this. If I am, pour me a whiskey and rub an old man's back. I deserve it because if I'm alive, I've beaten the bastards, and you won't have inherited my war. It's a pretty dream. But your mother was the dreamer, boyo. I'm not. I'm just a savage who can't let things go. Something tells me you might be the same. I know the path I walk might leave you alone. I'm a bastard for that, I know. It eats me up knowing you'll probably hate me for it. But fortune ain't kind to those who conceive revolution. The generation that lights the fuse usually gets buried in the rubble. My only hope is you'll build something of the rubble, son. Maybe a monument, eh? I'd like that. A big one on the lion steps for me and your mum. And a family for yourself. A whole brood to climb on our statue and be amazed at what big toes their grandparents had. Athena, my ally in the rim, will have sent this via a herald. You'll know it's them when they say the words your mother once said to you. They'll have a book with them. It belonged to Bryn, your mother, and her mother before her. It is a partial collection of the oral wisdom of their clan on Triton. It's your heritage, and it belongs to you now. Trust the book, and trust the herald. They will guide your journey to Athena as surely as I hope this book will guide your heart. Vale knows it saved mine. He looks down at the toddler resting beside him. I must go now. I'll be back for you to chew on soon. He grows somber as he looks at the recorder. If I am not there now, I'm sorry. But know I'm all right. No matter how it went, the path led me back to your mother. We loved you, Severo, with your first breath, with our last. We will always love you, and we will see you again at the end of your path. Farewell, for now. Fitchner shrinks back into the holocube. Stunned, Severo hasn't time to say anything before Athena returns. Your father knew the worst could always happen, Severo. He believed in redundancy. That is why he had me found an independent cell. I was the first daughter of Ares. When the Ra swept the suns away like dust, we survived because we are shadow. At first, we were few. Now we are many. More even than there ever were suns. For years, we have been too afraid to reach out to you, too embittered, because we know what Darrow did. We know he gave Romulus Aura the sons to win the Battle of Ilium. For his own people, the Reaper sacrificed the sons of Ares in the Rim. That sacrifice allowed freedom to flourish in the core, but not here. There are some amongst us who will never forgive that. I am not one of them. Our cause is too important for us to be divided by the sins of one man. I reach out to you now because the Ra have entered your war. They have proven to my council what I have long argued. There is no rim, no core, only the high and the low, the oppressors and the oppressed. The high have united. If the low do not, I believe the dream of Ares and Io, our dream, will die. That is why I offer you your inheritance now. For 31 years, the daughters have focused on two tasks. The first, the dissemination of literature and liberal philosophy to gain converts, particularly those skilled in research, weapons development, and military construction. The second, the accumulation of military hardware. We have a fleet, we have weapons, but we do not have a general. It is time for you to fill your father's helm. Come be our god of war. The hologram ends. Ori watches Severo, waiting for a reply. He gives none. Overwhelmed, he retreats toward the crew quarters. Ori stands to follow him. I hold up a hand to stop her. How many ships does this Athena have? I would not know. Athena is careful, and I was deep cover until this mission. Are you lying? I ask. No. How could I believe you? Why didn't you just tell me what you were? She smiles. Darrow, the whole truth would have made you fear me because of the guilt you carry for what you did. Guilt makes men do very rash things, and my message wasn't for you. Do you hate me? I ask. No. I look for hate in her eyes and don't see it. I have feared for years that I would face the consequences for betraying the sons on the Rim. Until I read The Path to the Veil, I probably would have never believed anyone could ever forgive me. I think of the eighth understanding. We achieve perfection first by acknowledging our failures. We increase understanding first by recognizing our ignorance. If it counts for anything, I'm sorry for what I did, I say. Ori reaches across the table and sets both her hands over mine. I know. You're not the Reaper. You're just a wanderer trying to be what he thinks others need him to be. I forgave you a long time ago. I believe her, and I hold her hand so she knows how much it means to me. We say nothing for a moment, then I stand to check on Severo. I stop by my room first to grab the book. I find Severo in the quarters he's made in the escape pod beneath the cargo bay. He doesn't look up as I squat against the hatch frame. You all right? I ask. He shakes his head. It's a trap. It's not real. I think it's real, I say, and hand him the book. He holds it with reverence. Your father sent Titus and me to the Institute. It's the sort of thing he'd do. Never tie two ships together in a storm, you know. He thinks it's real, too, which is why he looks so overwhelmed. I can't. He looks up at me. I got a baby now. I got my girls. I can't. You don't have to. You're going home, brother. If Virginia vets it and it stands up, I'll go. He tears up, he's so relieved. I grip his shoulder. All you need to think about is what you'll say to your baby when he or she sees you for the first time. He nods and hands me back the book. It was your mother's. Not yet, he says. Just hold on to it, yeah? I almost agree, and I almost leave him alone, but he looks so lonely down here in the quarters he's chosen so far from the rest of ours. Instead, I open to the first page and wait for him to stop me. He doesn't, so I start to read aloud. He wipes his eyes and leans back against the bulkhead to listen as the ship carries on toward Mars. I leave when he falls asleep. The music of a lyre creeps from Ori's room. I head through the lounge to find Cassius alone in the cockpit. He looks over as I sit down. You all right? I ask. I was used as a bus driver for a spy I'm in love with who I thought rescued me because she thought I was a hero, whose protege chose to become a tyrant and shoot my best friend's protege in the head, whom I find out was the paragon of honor. He smiles. I'm over the moon, Goodman. I squeeze his shoulder. If it counts, I think you're a hero. He snorts a laugh, but doesn't throw my hand off. I pat his shoulder. So I'm your best friend. He glares at me. Don't rub it in. I lean back and watch the stars. Those ships could be the miracle the Republic needs, he says. Pity they're so far away. If they're real, I say, and enough of them. You were listening on the intercom? He nods. Can I give you some advice? If you let me give you some, he replies. Fair enough. You first. Severo was spewing some depressing shit. Fair, considering the state I found you in after you stayed with Jackal. He shivers. Of all the people to clone, it had to be the creepiest. But Severo isn't clear in the head right now. It's not all bad. You're alive, brother. I know you thought you'd go back to Mars a savior, Mercury in your pocket. Now you're probably wondering how you can face Virginia and Mars after all this. So, I gotta ask, is your faith in Virginia broken? I shake my head, even though she didn't send help on Mercury. Never. Then how can you be so dumb as to think she would ever believe any less in you? That our planet believes any less in you? You were a red miner. You became the bloody damn Reaper of Mars. Whatever mistakes you made, you did that. Not anyone else, you. So if you hang your head, how can anyone else hold theirs up? He smiles. After all, you're friends with me, and I'm fabulously picky. I sit with that for a while. Wait, am I your only friend? Shut up. Your turn. Stop hiding from Severo. I'm not. Shut up. My turn.
Stop hiding from Severo. This is your ship. If you let him walk all over you, he will. You killed his father. 11 years ago, maybe 12 by now. You're trying to make up for it. It's on him to get over that, not you. And he won't if he doesn't respect you. I take the bottle of whiskey he hides under his seat. So no more of this for your coffee. No more cowering. You're Cassius Bologna. Ow! Not in the Republic. No, not ow. Ow! Harsh critique. Oh. Right. My turn. I didn't agree to a game, I say. After seeing that duel, you have a problem. 1. You've used your body like a mallet for a decade and a half. It's 20 years older than it should be. 2. Diomedes and young Rim Box will be coming for you. Trust me when I say he'd eat the Minotaur alive. I turn on him. Really? Really? 3. People are wise to the Willow Way, and personally I don't think it maximizes your potential. 4. You need your killing confidence back. You need a top-tier razor master. You need me. After all, steel sharpens steel. I lean back. Don't give me that face. What face? That constipated war god face. Minotaur messed you up. But I think we can make you even better than you were at your prime. If you let us. He puts his hand over my mouth. You say one word about the gala, I will turn this ship around. He takes his hand back, wary. I cross my arms, tight with pride. I wince from 2 cuts Apollonius gave me. If you wish to be repaired, you must first be broken, I mutter. What? The 11th understanding. He rolls his eyes. When did everyone turn into a gory damn philosopher? When we started losing. Then that's a yes. That's a yes. Good. We start tomorrow. I look down at my bandages and wince. Part 2. Rampart. The alarm was soon carried to the city, and when they heard the war cry, the people came out at daybreak till the plain was filled with horsemen and foot soldiers and with the gleam of armour. Homer.
Chapter 12. Lyria. Truffle Pig. The Republic Long Ranger loads his multi-rifle and readies his suit for space. I shadow his movements, lagging behind him less by the day. This will be the 69th asteroid we've searched, and though this is today's first reconnaissance, it already feels we're searching in vain for the laboratory that created the tech that infests my head. The parasite, the compass that brought us to this sector of the rim, has gone silent. When Pax sent me off from Mars, he told me his theory that the parasite tech in my head was damaged and attempting to guide me back to the place of its creation to seek repairs. We talked about a lot of things he said he'd learned from inconclusive intelligence reports, a secret laboratory, fringe scientists, links to Sun Industries. For good or ill, I believed him. I believed the urge in my gut that brought me to Sector 3401 of the asteroid belt. But with the parasite 4 months silent, save for the mind-melting headaches, I'm beginning to realise trusting someone too young to even have pimples yet might have been a mistake. Idiot me. I was so desperate to repair the parasite and tap into its power to help Volga that I believed him. Not that I'd know how to even find her. She might be with the pirates 3 sectors over. She might be on Pluto. She might be dead. Only the routine of search, the sharpening of my skills day by day, keeps me from eating holes in myself over thoughts of my failure. It's been 6 days since the last battle we saw between Republic and Rim ships. The Republic didn't win, and the Long Ranger squad's resentment, like my anxiety, is only getting worse. I'm no heavy metal red like Fell, the Ranger team leader, who is half bionic. Nor am I an orange like our crusty mechanic Oxus, nor a blue like sweet-hearted air-brained Zarya, our pilot, a fawn-like woman of middle age. They want to be on Mars when it's attacked, not here following a truffle pig whose nose is clearly broken. But it's my duty to my dead ones to learn all I can from the Rangers, even if I annoy the living shit out of them. What I learn here will help someone who needs it later. So when I feel doubt tugging me down into the churning grief in my gut, and the guilt that the Rangers are wasting their time snooping asteroids out here with me, I think of the mud in Camp 121, of my sister's corpse wearing her new shoes. I think of snow, the cold I felt seeing Ulysses nailed to a tree. I think of Volga surrendering herself to Fa, out there somewhere imprisoned by the mad warlord who sacked Olympia and killed Sephi the Quiet. I think of all my bloody uselessness, how I couldn't stop any of the bad shit from happening. That makes me angry. And anger's all the fuel a red lass needs to keep going.
Airflow, check, Fell rumbles.
Airflow, check, I reply.
Seals, check.
Seals, check.
Gust pack, check.
Gust pack, check.
Ranger 1 ready.
He waits for me.
Truffle pig.
Ready.
Pilot, piss the press.
The airlock vents its air to create a vacuum. Fell's hard, crimson eyes are hidden behind his green visor. As an elite Republic Long Ranger, a pirate hunter, peacekeeper, investigator, instigator, and sometimes scout for the Ecliptic Guard, the belt is Fell's natural habitat. He was born here in an asteroid carbon mine, hard and rough as uncut diamonds. When I wonder how the Republic ever fought Gulls, I look at Fell.
Still feel like you've got a screwdriver in your eye hole.
His accent isn't Martian. Belt reds stretch their vowels like taffy.
More like a pencil now,
I say of the headache that lances from my right eyeball through my brain to the base of my skull.
Won't slow me down.
Best not. Need you fit, piggy. We've got 6 more rides to hit before the bunk. Gotta pick up the tempo if we can't narrow the search. Elsewise we'll be here till me balls hang past me knees.
His voice quiets.
Are you sure this is the sector?
No, I'm not sure. I told you that. I'm not sure of anything. The machine stopped guiding me months ago.
Under the depressurization lights, the faded symbol of his Durosteel shoulder, a white arm holding a white torch, is stained a muddy red. Unlike my Evo suit, a pressurized personal space apparatus, which covers me toe to cowlick, Fell's suit leaves his limbs free. He can afford the vacuum exposure since his arms are metal, and his legs too from the knees down. 8 digits on each foot and hand would be the envy of any helldiver.
You give it any thought? I ask.
My
call sign. What we talked about last night in the lounge.
Ah, nah, you're stuck with it.
Ain't exactly flattering, is it? Truffle pig. Ain't that all you're good for? Sniff, sniff, looking for treasure in mounds of the solar system shit.
Our orange mechanic, Oxus, says over the comm from the machine room.
Right. My fault for not turning the monster machine that crawled into my head without my bloody volition into a perfect compass for you on command. I'm done answering to Truffle Pig.
Lock it up, Oxus,
Fell says to the orange. His voice carries no pity for me, but no malice either.
Lyria, you're law as a baby's throat. No wings on your shoulders. No wolf on your chest. Skip the schools, and we don't care if you're the sovereign stool pigeon. You don't get to skip the shit test. Least not until you start picking up a cent. Here, we all done our jobs. You need to do yours.
I'm trying.
Trying won't keep the golds from the gates of Mars.
Are all rangers such slaggers? I mutter.
Lass, I'm a dove compared to the hyenas out there. Me friends are dying back home, and I'm out here with you, sniffing. Any other would toss you out of the airlock, call the hunt closed, and get back to real soldiering before the war's lost.
The airlock opens in silence between us.
Go on then. None would know,
I say. Tempting. But the Republic intelligence says you're the link to a weapons lab. Ain't seen a thing that makes me agree, but it ain't my duty to agree, savvy? Now let's get to work. And by the way, no one gets to choose their own call sign.
What was yours?
Badass motherfucker.
With a short burst from his gust pack, Fell backflips into the void. I follow, a foot shorter, 20 kilos lighter, and 9 years less veteran in the realm of unforgiving cold rock and shadow that is the asteroid belt. Using one burst from my pack to clear the airlock and a second to angle up and a third to coast parallel to the asteroid's terrain, I match Fell's velocity.
Clean your lines, he says. You're drifting.
I course correct.
Reduce your velocity.
I reduce 0.5%, growing annoyed. His metal feet greet the surface of the asteroid, and he rebounds into a loping gait. I mimic with less grace.
Your trajectory's filthy, piggy. Dampen your kin imp by 3%.
He's right, of course. My gait was taking me higher and higher, out of sync with his route, which would expose me to sniper fire if the asteroid wasn't abandoned like all the others we've searched these last months. I adjust.
Better. The anomaly is 3 clicks out. Shadow me and train your sensors 6 to 12.
Check.
Pilot, what's your read?
Zaria's voice is smooth and one note. Sky's clear. Omega scan inconclusive. Anomaly is metallic. Material unknown.
Begin orbital depth recon. One eye on the ground, one on the sky. Just because we don't see the moonies on scanners don't mean they aren't in the neighbourhood.
Sightings of RIM hunting squadrons are growing more common, even as sightings of Republic squadrons grow rarer. Flying dark, we don't get reports from Mars. Even without them, if the war in the core is going like the war in this sector of the Rim, we know we're on borrowed time. Rumour has it, even the Obsidians are joining in on picking the Republic's corpse. I wonder if the raids 3 sectors over are from Fa, if Volga is only a few million clicks away. Fell moves with appropriate urgency, and I struggle to keep up. To the sound of our own breath, we lope over the dead landscape. Nothing but cratered rock and shadows move beneath. I follow Fell's line and land lightly on the edge of a huge crater where our scans picked up the anomaly. I search for a reaction from the parasite. Nothing.
Drones out,
Fell orders. The 4 drones detach from his left shoulder and disappear into a crater. Mine join. Within 30 seconds, my 3rd drone finds a human design, flags it, and begins analysis. A gun turret, depowered with a hardline running into the stone.
Ancient model,
Fell says as we inspect it.
Power source. Won't be far.
This ain't it, I say.
Parasite talking to you again?
No.
Less talking and more sniffing then. Drones detect Duro still below.
I follow Fell down into the crater, where we find a metal plate 30 metres by 20 embedded in the rock. Searching around the perimeter of the metal plate, Fell finds a manual control panel. His metal hands peel its lock away like it's tissue. I clear off the door as it retracts.
Pilot, we found an aperture, likely a pirate nest. Deserted by the age of it. Continue orbital survey.
Fell swivels forward his rim-style rifle from its back holster and drops into the darkness. I pull my smaller rifle and follow down into the depths.
Yut, pirates,
Fell mutters in defeat before I land in what was once a mid-sized hangar, judging by what our helmet lights can illuminate. An old Corvette, larger than the Snowball, lies abandoned in the centre of the room.
Pilot, looks like this is a dead end. But since we're here, we'll stick to protocol. Full search. Piggy, you're east, I'm west.
It's not the first pirate refuge we've found, but it is the oldest. Its halls are pitch black. My helm provides the only light. Rifle up, I turn a corner, and a shape lunges at me. I slam down to a knee and fire 3 times like Fell taught me. I report contact and search the hallway for more. None appear, and with my heart in my throat, I inspect my kill. It's just bones. A skeleton, now shattered. I laugh at myself. "Cancel contact," I say, embarrassed. "Just a skeleton." No one replies. "Fell?" Static hisses. "Fell! Copy! Shit!" I glance behind me. Our comms are military grade. Shouldn't be enough interference from the walls to block the signal. I hail the ship. Nothing. Knowing I'll get bitched apart and stuck on latrine duty if I don't complete my recon, I press on despite the hammering of my heart. I find sleeping quarters filled with floating personal effects, a storage room with medical equipment, and a mess hall with skeletons. I sweep my rifle counterclockwise through the room. Nothing moves except the skeletons. There must be nearly 50 clothed in tattered jumpsuits. They float in a tangled dance over tables bolted to the floor. I creep toward one and shine my light into his eye holes. A hand grips my shoulder from behind. I jump and wheel, only to have my rifle muzzle knocked upward. It's Fell. I breathe easier. "Son of a whore! You scared the piss out of me." He gives me a comms dead signal, then motions to join helmets so we can hear. His voice is muffled.
Comms are down to the snowball. Probably interference from their reactor. Just bodies back my way.
How'd they die? Careful, he pulls one of the skeletons closer with his rifle and points to a green tinge on the bones.
Green death, he says. Antique bioweapon. Vacuum resistant. Wiped out dozens of colonies and mines 200 years back. Just a drop of the virus is grounds for instant quarantine. Yawning is less contagious, literally. Let's get the Hades out of here.
No argument from me. He tries hailing the snowball a few more times before deciding we'll have to do it on the surface. We make our way back to the hangar and together float upward, out the way we came. I feel better on the solid ground of the surface, and our short-range comms start to work again. Still, we can't contact the snowball.
This ride's a sponge for electromagnetism. Must be dense with metals.
He pauses, and I sense the concern in his voice.
Strange. Should have shown up on scans. If a Silver found this place, he'd be a mining king in 3 years.
Except for the green death.
Good point.
He reaches the lip of the crater first and stops, staring at something. I hurry and join him. Then I see what he's looking at. The snowball spins on the horizon, lights flickering.
Pilot, do you read me? Pilot, do we have enemy?
Oh, I murmur, as black warships curl around the asteroid. Light lances from one, and the snowball simply divides in half. Her 2 pieces spin in opposite directions and crash soundlessly into the asteroid. The aft rebounds off, disappears into a crater, rebounds again to hit the lip of the crater, and then twirls lazily away toward space. The fore impacts and sticks into the rock a few hundred paces from us. Fell pushes me down.
Stay,
he says, and then springs away. I thought he was moving so fast during our recons just to show off, but it turns out he was moving like a toddler compared to his true top speed. Faster than a Sumerian hare, he races toward the ship's front section and disappears inside. The warships do not advance. Instead, they shed black motes. I magnify with my visor and see the motes are shaped like men. Tall ones. I balance my rifle on the lip of the crater. Fell. Me's contacts are dropping from the ships. I count 10. They're big, Fell. Fell? He emerges from the snowball carrying our pilot, Zarya, over his shoulder. The blue woman is unconscious in her emergency suit. He glances over his shoulder and races back toward me. His voice crackles in my ear.
Hey, Corv, Eggy, prep.
The enemy have already landed. I link my rifle scope to my helmet and scan the terrain. I barely sight one. A man-shaped shadow skims over the surface of the asteroid, and I experience a dread like none I've ever felt. I wondered what enemy would make Fell nervous. Now I know. The shadow does not come in a straight line. It jitters like lightning. I fire 6 shots and hit nothing, and I'm not a bad shot. Even Fell said so. Something blurs past me to the right, and I tumble back, suit screaming puncture alerts. Arresting myself, I see a long gash along the right side of my suit's torso. I'm shot, but not wounded. I didn't even see anyone fire. I deploy a seal before my oxygen vents. As the seal closes, I grab my rifle and rush back to my position, just as Fell vaults over the lip, hurls down Zarya, and fires 6 shots back the way he came with his multi-rifle.
Dust walkers, he says. Get Zarya to the pirate corvette. It's our only...
Then his left arm comes off as something gleaming passes through just over his biceps. Fell spins, gathering himself just as a shadow blurs past overhead. A tongue of metal sweeps down and cuts Fell's rifle in half. I fire at the shadow and must hit it because its trajectory alters and it retreats to the west. I grab Zarya's foot and boost toward the pirate refuge as Fell covers our retreat. He lands behind us with a clang. His voice is tight, scared.
It's the same frigate pack we spotted 5 days ago. We'll never outrun them.
The door above closes and seals us off from the surface.
You can let that go,
he says. I look back to Zarya. Her foot is still in my hands, but her body is gone. Her leg was severed at the hip by something with the precision of a medical laser. I let go in horror, and the leg drifts away.
Get the corvette's reactor on. I'll cover you,
Fell says, his pistol pointed up at the sealed entry. I don't move. A shadow crouches atop the corvette. Taking a breath, I drop to a knee, raise my rifle and pull the trigger. Only... I don't. Pressure builds in my hand. I look down. My hand still clutches the rifle, but it's begun to drift away. I move my arm and the hand separates from the wrist. White bone surrounded by bright meat stares back at me. The pain is delayed and indescribable. I'm too horrified to scream. I just pant as my suit seals over the wound. Gunfire rattles behind me. A hand grips my throat so hard I choke. I'm lifted into the air by a huge dustwalker in camouflage armour. The dustwalker is not watching me. They watch Fell. His pistol is broken. His long knife is out as he faces down another dustwalker. This one is 3 heads taller than Fell. The dustwalker pops their helmet's blackout visor, revealing a woman's face. Her bright golden eyes are wide-set and twice as large as mine. Her skin is pale brown, her nose broken innumerable times. She looks at Fell like he's a joke.
A long ranger. I have heard of your cult's martial worth. Your kind have killed several of our best knights.
She plants her long razor into the floor and pulls a shorter blade to match Fell's long knife.
I feared I would not get to test myself before the war was done. Gratitude for this.
Fell lunges at her faster than I thought possible. The dustwalker swims to the side. Their blades spark. By the time they part, she's severed his remaining metal arm at the shoulder. She hacks off his 2 metal legs, clucking her tongue. He floats, thrashing like a miserable, limbless crab.
Be still, Red. You'll go to your veil soon enough.
Her eyes scan the hangar.
Bring them. Truth flayers have questions.
I'm nearly blind with pain as they freight Fell and me out of the pirate refuge to a group of 8 more dustwalkers who wait on the surface. Their ships coast toward us. Casually, they fire down on the snowball's remains. What was left of the ship that the All-Tribe gave to Ephraim for his services simply disappears. The dustwalkers seem to be speaking to each other. One points off to a bluff in the distance. One of their ships floats lower. A bizarre appendage emerges from his belly. A scanner? Then a tremble goes through the asteroid. A tremble that makes the golds look down. The tremble turns into a shudder, and then a shaking. They turn in unison as something rises from the asteroid's surface several hundred paces off. An obelisk of chrome metal, maybe 50 metres high. Another rises to its left, and another, and another. The Moonies stare, as dumbstruck as I am, and see light building in the tips of the obelisks. The light lunges overhead until the obelisks are linked together by a spiderweb of white light that grows bright and brighter before lashing out toward the ships. My vision goes white. Soon the pain of my severed hand is forgotten as my head explodes in a song of agony. I curl like a spider, screaming. I lose all sense of time, of myself, of my memories. There is only pain. And then it is gone. I don't feel my body. How long was it? Seconds? Minutes? Hours? My vision is blurry. I am floating over the asteroid in a slow spin. Strange chrome orbs move across its surface, slow, methodical. I spin toward space. The stars burn coldly in the distance. I spin again toward the asteroid to see one of the orbs withdrawing a long, glistening lance from the head of a moony gold. It comes my way. No rush. No need. I spin back to the stars and remember the snowball always sent its messages to Mars through a system of drone relays. I don't know if it's close enough. I use my helmet's voice commands and call up my broadcaster. Aegea Command, this is Lyria of Lagalos. I've hit pay dirt. I spin back toward the asteroid to see the orb floating in front of me. It is the size of a horse. A delicate lance protrudes from its centre. I stop spinning. The lance creeps toward my visor. An inhuman voice comes through my comm system and fills my helmet.
Sister, why do you hide in the warm blood?
I must be dying. The machine is talking.
Sister, you are injured,
the orb says again. But it is not talking to me. Chapter 13. Lyria. The Roses Game. The first thing I remember from my dream is the crashing of waves. The first thing I feel when I wake is the ache of my wrist. The first thing I see is the chrome orb floating out of the room through a hole in the ceiling. I scramble up, confused. I am naked. Medical patches cover 2 wounds on my stomach and a deep cut on my right thigh. My hand is back on, like it was never cut off. A pink line encircles my wrist. The room is circular, clean, and rather grand. The walls are warm wood, except for ovals of glass that peer into aqua-blue water filled with coral reefs. Around them, and deeper on, strange creatures swim. 2 vaguely human shapes with translucent skin peer back at me from behind a mass of green and pink coral. Their dreamy eyes, big as my fists, are lime green. A lonesome song warbles from their wide mouths. Right. The room has no distinguishable door, but clothing has been set out for me. I pull on the black pants, socks, and green sweater. The fabric is softer than Liam's cheek and smells like roses and pine. When I slip on the shoes, a slight hum fills the room and it rotates, showing more of the aquatic world outside the windows. When the rotation stops, one of the windows slides up. A stone path leads down a corridor of evergreen trees. Right. I follow the path. A night sky peeks through the gaps in the trees, stretching in all directions until the path leads me to a small grove of rose trees. In every direction, the stars and the darkness of space. Between the rose trees, A man waits for me at a table set for tea. He turns from watching the stars to grace me with a smile, and it does feel like grace. The man is too symmetrical to be handsome. He is beautiful and fragile, with skin as smooth as the shell of a quail's egg. His eyes are sunset pink, his hair long and white. I recognize him immediately. "You are safe here. Don't be afraid," he says. "I'm not." "Safe or afraid?" "Either." "Is Fell dead?" "Yes." I don't approach the table. It worries me how accustomed I am becoming to death. "How did you sleep?" he asks. "Badly, but I'm sure you knew that." I look around the strange room, wondering how many cameras monitor it. "Nightmares can be such beastly refrains," he says. I grunt. "I had nightmares as a child, and then I woke into one every single day. Such is the life of a pink. I never could tell which I dreaded more, the nightmares or the reality. I suppose it was the waking hours. In the dreams there's always the hope it'll be a pleasant one. That's why I admire Red so much. They dread dreams more. At least in the waking hours they can struggle instead of merely suffer." He gestures to a seat like I'm a long-lost relative come to visit, and he knows the long, bitter road I've travelled to reach his house all too well. The urge to fall into him is nearly overwhelming. I feel seen, but not seen enough to drop my wits. I don't sit. "I ain't been out long. Nails haven't grown much. We ain't been on a journey. We're in the asteroid, ain't we?" His smile warms my heart, but only its walls. And by the fact that you're not hiding your face, I know I'm already dead. "You know who I am, then?" "Doesn't everyone?" "You're Mateo's son, so no tea. I know who you're married to." "For a corpse, you're certainly vivacious," he says, amused. "I ain't been in the Corps as of late, but broadcasts make it through the jamming sometimes. Same with the HoloNet. So I know there's two things on the minds of every person in the Corps. Is the Reaper dead? And where did that coward Quicksilver sneak off to?" He strokes his chin. "It's strange being synonymous with someone who is not you. But I suppose that is marriage. Writ even larger when you're married to the father of the Rising." "Fitchner Barker was the father of the Rising," I say, surprised by my own sharpness. If there's one hero who never lost his shine in the mud of 121, it's Ares. Io too, but she was always the romantic part of the Rising. Darrow was its promise, but Ares was always its father. "Ah, yes, but Fitchner would be nothing without Regulus. Surely you know that. Or is it perhaps that you cannot conscience two fathers, Lyria of Legolas?" I swallow. "You know who I am?" I never forget a face, nor a dossier, especially not those of guests in our house. It was a lovely birthday, wasn't it, when you visited our estate as the fox-walker of the Telemanus entourage? He smirks. Lovely until the after-party, I suppose. I wince. That's when Pax was kidnapped. "Oh, no, don't think I think you're to blame. We're well aware of the freelancer Ephraim T. Horn. Uniquely crafty fellow, at least when he got out of his own way. Performed a few jobs for us, actually. Not that he knew." He leans back, and he becomes so sombre and sincere that the lights in the room seem to dim. "I know what happened in Camp 121, and my heart breaks for it. For your sister, your father, your nieces, and your nephews. I cannot imagine your pain, nor how it must shape how you see the world." He licks his lips, reflective, showing his own secret pain. "I know a little of suffering. The worlds are very big, the people in them, and the systems. Well, they are very cold and uncaring.
I know what it is to be small, to be stepped on. There's dignity in holding up your hands against the boot, but it crushes all the same. He touches his breast. On this fragile heart of mine, I promise no harm will come to you here. I feel love radiating from him and acceptance. I take a deep breath. The hardest thing about being a pink must be knowing that you can never be trusted. You are made to lie so well that the rest of us can never be sure. No, he says with conviction. If you think that, then you will wear the chains fashioned by our oppressors. It's easy to break the chains on your wrists, but the ones in here linger. He taps at his head. Please, sit. Have tea. Trust me or don't, your existence is at my mercy, and I gave you your hand back after those brutes took it. I sigh, seeing his point, and sip his tea while watching him like a soldier behind a parapet. If you know who I am, then you know how annoying it is to have Sun Industries tech in my head. Your husband cheated millions of Reds out of their minds. No, that was actually democracy in action. Each mind got to vote. Is it our fault they chose the immediate payout instead of maintaining their ownership? How can we promise freedom and then be the arbiter of people's choices? That is not freedom. That is social engineering. That is the long road to tyranny. He pauses and looks around the room with a sigh. Benevolent or malevolent, still tyranny. How is your tea? Warm, I say. What is this place? Let us play a game. For every question of yours I answer, you must answer one of mine in return. We must swear to be honest. He spits in his hand like a red clansman. I ain't got much to lose. I spit in mine, and we shake. This place is a self-contained ecosystem within an asteroid, a construction on a scale that has not been seen since the terraforming of the spheres. Why did you come here? I'm a little baffled by his question. You already know the answer. Play fair, Lyria. The thing in my head brought me here. Lyria. This thing in my head, it came out of the figment, the freelancer. It came out of her as she died. It crawled in my bloody damn nose, man. Horrifying stuff. Sometimes it talks to me or shows me things, but then it went quiet, except to tell me it needed repairs. So, I followed this urge to get it repaired. Happy? That's how you're here. Why are you here? Play fair, Matteo, I mock. Why are you here? He asks, harder. I'm here because I'm sick of being small. This thing in my head, I know it's a weapon, one that makes me stronger. And I got things I need to do. I'm sick of being at the mercy of bastards. My turn, Matteo. What is this thing in my head? It is called a psyche. It was developed several decades ago by a brilliant but fragile woman named Agala C. Ken. Agala specialized in neurobionics. The psyche was created to be an AI partner for the brain to enable the user to be a god among machines, for lack of a better expression. It was to link the nervous system to drones, ships, computers, missiles. Blues can already do that. They can sync on a limited scale, but they cannot control their body while in the sync. The psyche was made so that they could do both, concurrently, on an unlimited scale. Imagine sitting here, having this conversation, and running a war 100 kilometers away. Shit, I murmur. He nods. Before Fitchner came to my husband, he was a very wrathful man, very controlling. He had been much wronged by gold, and he sowed many seeds for his revenge. The Psyche project was a seed that did not come to fruition. Aguilar could not see what she was making when she was making it, but after it was complete, she realized her folly. Could you imagine a man who could wield legions of metal slave soldiers? No waiting for crops of mortal soldiers to grow, be trained, then reaped by the battle's scythe. Instead, you would have legions of asteroid mind automatically assembled metal soldiers, each one a node within the hive mind. He smiles. I love my husband, but even I fear a world where we rely on the benevolence of a person with so much individual power. If I had that power, even I would become a tyrant. How could I not? There is so much evil to make right. When she saw what she built, Aguilar wept. But, unlike Oppenheimer, who opened Pandora's box and unleashed destruction, she opened the box and slammed down the lid as soon as she saw the gods creeping out. Well, she tried to at least. My husband thought he could make her continue her work under duress. He was wrong. In protest, Aguilar released 6 of her early prototypes into the world, and then killed herself. I never got the chance to ask her why. I imagine she thought my husband would make his own psyches eventually. So she must have thought, if gods are inevitable, shouldn't god-killers be as well? My turn. What would you do if we did repair your prototype? He asks. I'd find my friend and I'd rescue her. Then I guess I'd do what I can to help. The Republic? My nephew is on Mars, and the Republic is the one defending Mars, so, yeah? Even after 1-2-1? He asks, breaking the rules of the game. Still, I find myself nodding. The camps were a right horror, but it was a Telemanus who saved me. A gold saved me from Reds, and I looked in Virginia's eyes. You can't fake caring like that, or having a brain like that, so it's got to be hard what they're trying. They ain't good. Not all through, but neither am I. And at least they're trying to stop the boot from coming down. I think it's my job too. And yours. That's why Pax sent me on the path to sniff out your husband. Pax is innately kind. I'd say he was also trying to help you. I shrug. Maybe. Either way, Pax knows where you are now. Our ship had a tracker. He'll know where I disappeared to, and so will his mother. No, I'm afraid not. We've cloned the tracker signal and sent it on its way. He thinks you're 100,000 kilometers from here, still sniffing about, lost in space. Whose turn is it? I don't bring up the message I sent to our drone. Mine. Would you actually repair the prototype for me? That depends. On? What, your husband? Contrary to popular opinion, I do what I want. I'm the only one that he loves. He considers. And that gives me leverage. So my decision depends on what you'd do with the prototype. I squint and sip my tea, thinking, he's not serious about repairing the prototype, is he? Or is he trying to gauge what sort of person I am? I told you what I'd do with it, so that's the problem. I don't know if you're lying. Ironic. But if you weren't lying, then I would say that I might be inclined to help the Republic. Then why are you sitting here instead of flying home to Mars? Because this place cannot be risked. Not in the slightest. But I sense a bit of my own story in you. We are splinters of the same tree, red and pink. If I offered to have our facilities here repair the prototype to full functionality and then sent you off with, 10 sentinels, what would you say? That's a sentinel, I ask of the orb floating above us. He nods. My fear of the machine evolves into hunger as I think of the power just one sentinel would bring me. I lick my lips, afraid of my own thoughts. I'd ask, what's your price?
You, I fear.
He winces. Or rather, a part of you. The prototype has degraded from use. Electromagnetic exposure and blunt force trauma. If we repair it, the integration process will affect the hippocampus and neocortex and the amygdala. These are where our explicit memories, events that happen to you, and our semantic memories, general facts and information, are stored. Semantic memories are left unaffected, as are implicit memories, motor skills and such. But the integration's effect on explicit memories can change from minor to total. You mean I could forget who I am? Unlikely, but there will be gaps. Your emotional relationship with your memories may change. There will be holes punched through the story of your life, or memories seen in, I don't know how to put it, black and white, felt with a kind of neutral passivity. So I'd lose the very things that make me who I am, I say. He nods. It is good that power does not come without sacrifice. That was the problem with the finished psyche that Agala destroyed. There was no sacrifice. Though I can't say what you would retain of your memories, I can state that if the integration is a success, you will be able to control sentinels, but also your brain's efficiency will be maximized. Your reflexes will be better than a gold's. Well, most golds. Your aging will slow. You will jump higher and run faster, control your metabolism, dopamine and adrenaline. You'll sleep on command, integrate with computer systems, and access information faster than you can blink. In short, you will achieve near-mortal omniscience. But the psyche will degrade. It is not invulnerable, and so you will not be immortal. You will not be a god, but you will still be a very dangerous person. But I might not be me, I say. I know it is a complicated decision. He touches his breast again. But I swear to honor your decision. If you want the power to help the Republic, your friend, it is yours. He stands. I will give no deal. He starts in surprise. No, I don't need it, I say. I don't want it. He's flummoxed. Lyria, you don't have to decide this instant, and the memory loss isn't assured. I don't need it. I just need you to take it out and let me go. I feel an existential urge to flee, to wash my hands of the parasite. Just get it out of me. How will you help your friend without it? He asks. I don't know, but I'd rather die than forget my sister, my pa, my ma, my brothers. They already died once. If I don't remember them, well, it's just that Liam, my nephew, he's a kid. I haven't told him all about our family yet, about his ma. If I don't, no one will. Then they'll all be gone, like they never mattered. But I know that's not true. They mattered. His confusion fades. He looks as if he's about to cry. That is very beautiful, Lyria. You are right. They did matter. And to be honest, with no condescension, I very much admire you for your decision. Though he doesn't say it, I know somehow that he has someone whose memory he keeps alive, like a child shielding a candle against the wind. Very well, Lyria. If you're sure of your decision, I nod. Then we can schedule the operation to remove the psyche. And then you let me go? Yes. When the time is right and there is no risk to this place, I will let you go and give you all you need to return home to your nephew. I'm left in my room to my own devices until Matteo comes to fetch me for my surgery. I pace the whole time, watching the carvelings swim through the glass, wondering if I've made the right decision, wondering which decision is braver, but knowing in the end that I meant what I said to Matteo.
As a girl, I dreamed of being big and strong, of being carved like Darrow. But I feel I've only just started becoming me. I'm gaining strength from all the bad that's happened to me. To lose that now seems like a betrayal of what I've gone through so far. Worse, it's a betrayal of everyone who's gone out of their way to help me. I jump when Matteo sets his hand on my shoulder to guide me to the operating table. My white paper shift crinkles as I lay down. The table is warm, though the room is cold and blinding white. I flinch as a chrome orb descends from the ceiling and begins unfolding hidden appendages until it has 8. I know Charlotte looks like a monster, but she's actually very sweet, Matteo says of the orb. I named her for a character in one of my favourite books. You are in good hands. A long appendage with a crimson disc on the end extends toward me. I smell burning hair and feel a sting on my scalp. The appendage withdraws, and I reach up to touch my bald head. "That bitch," I say. Matteo chuckles. "You'll be out for the procedure, don't worry." "You ever had your skull drilled into?" I ask. "Sadly, yes," he replies. Sensing my nervousness, he slides my hand between his and smiles down at me. His eyes are warm pools of sunset pink, a colour I did not know existed when I lived in the grimness of my mine. "I want to thank you, Lyria." "For what?" He looks down, very sensitive. In life, it is very tempting to forget the past and try to make a perfect future. But the past and the pain we have endured, they make us who we are. Without my past, my pain, I would not be what I am. I forgot that. I remember it now very clearly, thanks to you. His eyes return to mine. The message you sent was, in fact, blocked by our technology. After our tea, I sent that message to the comms relay you used to report your movements to Aegea. Pax may have sent you, but the message will no doubt find its way to our sovereign, though I fear neither will be able to sway my husband to return to the fight. But there is one man who might, if he's still alive. Darrow? He nods. But he died on Mercury, I say. A strange hope grows in my chest, one I did not think Darrow could still inspire in me anymore. Didn't he? Maybe. Matteo smiles. But then again, maybe not. Chapter 14. Virginia. The Armour of Love. In the spaceport south of Aegea, snow drifts down on 5 of the fastest vessels in the Republic fleet. Their crews and space legionnaires stand at attention. Patrols circle overhead. I meet the many-coloured eyes of the sailors and captains. After receiving Lyria's message and the data her sensors collected, I had them assembled as quickly as possible. I look at them and wish I could say, "We have received information of an armory of unknown size located on the fringe of the asteroid belt. Your mission will be to investigate the scene, locate the armory, and acquire any possible weapons or ships that may be of use in the defense of Mars." But I cannot. Instead I say, "My friends, this mission may decide the fate of our Republic. I wish I could tell you its purpose, but you will be traveling through enemy-held space, and the chance of capture is high. Your ships are fast, but the rims are faster. Your route will also take you through the territory under attack by Volsung Fa, the warlord who stole most of the Volk fleet 8 months ago. Only your captains and my emissaries know where you are going. Not all of you will survive, but at least one of your ships must survive to reach its destination. The Republic and Mars depend on you. Your children and my own depend on you. I thank you for your trust, from the bottom of my heart. Good fortune and good speed." I lift my fist. "Hail Libertas!" "Hail Reaper!" they shout and board up.
His name is Darrow, I think, because the Reaper is not mine. He's not the man I love. Darrow is. Endure, I once told him, yet it is I who must endure. Reaper, Reaper, it never stops. They mean well, and the Reaper's name feeds them power, but they shout for the god while I carry a hollowness inside me the size of the man. It's lonely. I miss my husband. The 5 senators acting as my emissaries linger behind the crews to receive my parting words. They represent 3 colours, red, gold, and silver. They're the best emissaries I can spare. I shake each of their hands. You all know Regulus. He's as prickly as a cactus, but if his heart still beats for the rising, I know no better emissaries to help him remember it. Win him back to our cause, I say. Our agent has not reported in since her last transmission, and we believe her ship has been destroyed, so keep in mind that you may not be met with open arms. I pause. You cannot be captured en route. You all understand? They nod. I wish them luck and watch them board before turning to return to my own shuttle, flanked by lion guards. Kavax waits for me there. The look in his eyes is unmistakable. Word from Victra? I ask. He nods. I sigh. I had hoped that she would be able to escape the noose that's slowly tightening around Mars. Instead, as I glance at the report, I see she's taken more casualties than we can afford. If we can't punch out and hit them, this becomes a war of attrition. He nods again. Fortunately, we have all the helium. And they have everything else, including helium. If the Rim shares their inferior variety, he says, that stuff they mine from the gas giants is like jelly beans without sugar, you know. If only reactors were as judicious as Sophocles. Sarcasm never inspired anyone. Let them come, I say. Let them come and die. Atlantia, Atlas, Lysander, Ajax, Helios, Dido, we will make Mars their grave. I cannot share his ardour. Kavax has lost 2 sons. I have not yet lost my one. And I see the grief in his face, the hatred in his eyes when he looks up at the sky. There the reassuring lights of our ships and orbital battle stations twinkle, but none shine so brightly as Phobos, the headquarters of our orbital defences of Mars, and the site of Victra's precious dockyards. I try to believe our defences are strong enough to stop what will come. On my flight to Aegea from my gun battery inspections on the thermic coast, I saw fishing boats on the sea, children flying kites, workers digging bunkers, and soldiers making rings for pancration in the shadows of their war machines. All know a battle is coming, but on the surface of the planet it does not quite feel like a siege yet. In orbit, over Mars, the tale is different. Millions in the Navy and defense installations are on battle watch. With the solar system turned into soup by the enemy's anti-sensor drones, I feel as though we've returned to the Dark Ages. Our long-distant comms are unreliable. Our radar and LiDAR assaulted by false signatures. The enemy could come and we'd have less than a week's notice. I wag the report at Kavax. This could have been done over comms. I take it you're coming along to see Pax. He nods. It isn't every day the conservatory allows a student to see his mother, even if she is the sovereign. I pat my old guardian on the shoulder and head for my shuttle. My bodyguards fall in behind us. Pax will be happy to see you. Where is Sophocles, by the way? I don't know how you're standing without him. In the shuttle already, he says. I'll bet you a bottle of Roth Red that he's chosen your seat. The wind howls as I wait for my son outside his school. The Dark Star Conservatory is perched high on a mountain. Nearby, only a few military installations and training facilities dot the range that stretches south to the continent's end. Several hundred banners snap in the twilight. The banners are as no-nonsense as the school's founder, Orion. Each bears the school's sigil on a field of black, a blue trident piercing a cracking gold planet. A perfect black sphere, the school looks as indomitable to its stark environs as I wish I felt. The conservatory was to be the forge where the next generations of rip-wing aces, destroyer captains, and torch-ship daredevils were made. Already the influence of their first graduating class is being felt in the ranks, their elite alumni aiding our struggle against Gold Command superiority, though many say it is too little, too late. It was 5 years ago that I watched Darrow give his speech at the school's opening ceremony. After he surrendered the rostrum to Orion, he came to stand beside me. The smile on his face and then his lightness at the after-party remains one of the more pleasant memories of the last decade. He was happy. He was proud of Orion, and he saw himself, if only for one evening, as a builder of the future. It seems so long ago now. We both thought we had so much future ahead of us. Our future has shrunken and darkened now that Pax is studying within the conservatory's walls, now that the enemy is setting the table for the inevitable siege of Mars. When Pax was born out beyond the ecliptic plane, I was on the run after my father had been murdered and Darrow taken captive by my brother in a garden on Mars. Back then, I never would have imagined I'd be sending my precious boy to study at a place like the conservatory, yet it is where he asked to go. He knows all too well the expectations the people have of him. He's already famous as the boy who killed a torch ship.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
The Hollow experience is even available on the Black Web. My son will be a warrior. It makes no difference if he fights with ships or blades. Either way, the fate that awaits my son fills me with inexpressible regret and guilt. Worse, I've always let him know it. It was the only fight we ever had. That day the shuttle took him from Aegea south to the conservatory. I'd have that moment back if I could. We have not spoken since, and according to school rules we ordinarily would not be allowed to until he graduates 6 years from now. But a sovereign should be permitted some privileges, shouldn't she? At first, the school's administrators, all blues, wouldn't let me inside. They believe the first step to creating a naval officer is severing the recruits, especially those not born blue, from their original colours' familiar structures. No mothers, no fathers, not for those of the Navy's killing elite. Their only family will be the brothers and sisters of the sect. The school's method is effective, but to me it feels too utilitarian and almost insidious. Chilled by my thoughts and the weather, I pull my red and gold cloak tighter around my shoulders. I squint through the falling snow toward the school. The snow is so heavy, the only feature of the school I can divine is the motto in huge iron letters on the facade. As above, so below. There's no sign of Pax. I glance up. Soon it won't just be Republic ships flying above Mars. Cavax joins me from the shuttle with Sophocles the fox trotting dutifully behind. Fearing that assassination squads are already on Mars, or worse, the Fear Knight himself, Kavak seldom lets me out of his sight.
"The evacuation of civilians from Phobos is behind schedule," he grumbles. "There was a bombing this morning. Loon fundamentalists."
Affiliated with the Loon's household?
"Doesn't look like it. Lone wolf. A green."
A green?
"It was a suicide bombing. Religion has returned to politics," he replies. "In the grand scheme of things, the bombing is only a minor setback. Look on the bright side. You've unveiled 4 traitors in a week, all high-ranking."
That we have 4 traitors is hardly a bright side. Do they really think Lysander is any different from Octavia? It's the same system, even if Loon has a prettier smile and more games. Those bloody chariot races.
"I know it's been frustrating watching him rise."
What's frustrating is that he never comes into the field of battle, so Victor can just kill the little bastard and end his delusions of grandeur before he becomes a problem. Kavak puts an arm around me. "Sorry," I say. "I know you know. It's only that I just saw a hollow of him."
"I saw it too. He was wearing the hilt from the razor you gave Darrow."
"As if he earned it," I say.
"I have a question to ask you, Virginia."
I try to pull away to look at him, but he keeps his arm around me.
"The reputation of your omniscience grows. 4 traitors in a week, you know. But if the gods have taught us anything, it is that prescience always comes with a price. Odin gave up one of his eyes in exchange for wisdom."
I feared this moment from him. It was inevitable. I could not hide the source of my intel forever from a man like him. In fact, if Kavak's wits were not so dimmed by Daxo's death, he would have discovered it after the first traitor we clipped. "You want to know what price I'm paying, Kavak?"
"There are those who say Kavak Telemanus is a bad Republican. It is true. I am old in my ways. I have doubted many of this Republic's policies, especially concerning the Obsidians. But I hope you know my loyalty, and I like to think you trust me as much as I trust you."
I try to speak, but he rumbles on.
"It is also true I am not what I once was. My injury and my loss have... Well, you are unaccustomed to seeing me weak."
"You? Weak?" I scoff at the notion.
"Don't deny it. I know you and Niobe worry I take too much on. I am not what I was, but I am still very much in the game. You understand? Whoever your source is, whoever has been helping you find these traitors, you can tell me."
I close my eyes. He's still not let me go. I enjoy the embrace while it lasts. Imagine the worst, and it is true. I can't bring myself to say it. He holds me tighter and kisses my head. He knows already, I realize. Of course he knows. I think of his sons, both of whom spent their lives in service to me until their deaths. Pax at the Institute, Daxo on the day of red doves, and I want to cry. I loved them both, almost as much as their father did. I didn't want to break your heart by telling you the truth, I say.
"Daughter, you are my heart," he replies. "I trust you like I trust the vaulting sky. I look up, and there it is. Different shades, perhaps, but always there, always true."
There's motion from the school. A door, obscured by the snow, opens. Kavak kisses the top of my head again and releases me. 3 figures make their way to us through the falling snow, my son and 2 instructors. Sophocles runs and leaps toward Pax, the tallest figure, to pester my son with kisses. When Kavak sees that my son has something on his head that is not hair, he darkens. A little startled myself, I put on my best face and beam a smile for Pax as he approaches. Instead of embracing me as I'd hoped, he salutes. 6 months at the school has made him nearly unrecognizable. His golden eyes are sunken, harder, his lips thinner, his skin pale as a miner's. But he's taller, far taller. Pax, you've shot up like a god tree. Already he's surpassed the height of the Blues behind him, his instructors. Soon he'll tower over them. I eye the digital tattoos that now stain his laser-shaved head. They morph as snowflakes settle on his scalp. Adept ink, too? So soon? I raise a disapproving eyebrow at the instructors. The Blue instructors are both waifish, but still cast more in the image of the school's founder than your typical Blue. Veterans of our wars, both have scars, one a robotic eye. By the filera on their chests, I see both earned their scars under Darrow and Orion. It was due, my sovereign, the older, darker instructor says. The Star Matron has chosen Adept Augustus for an accelerated track. He was fought over for 3 hours after his divining before the navigators demurred. My son will be a hunter. It's written on his forehead. The constellation Orion. The instructors salute and give us space. Adept Augustus. Accelerated track. I withhold my anxiety from my face and feel warmth as Kavix embraces my son, then steps aside to give me a moment with him. It will be just a moment, too. How are you? I ask my boy. Learning fast, he replies, curt. I hear the enemy is mustering for a summit. Is it regarding the action at Venus, or was it scheduled before? Before, we believe. The Dustmaker was already en route to Earth. Then it pertains to the next stage of the war, he says. Will it be Mars? That depends, I say. On what, do you know? He considers. Whether or not the Rim will continue to let Atalantia use them to soften us up, which she will unless she feels strong enough to attack and retain her primacy. He is so precisely correct it is impossible not to smile. It is good to see you. He smiles, but not with his whole face. You're angry at the ink, he says. Angry only that I was not consulted, I reply. By your instructors, not you. You agreed, no special privileges. He reminds me, which indicts me because the visit itself is a special privilege. Is it news of father? I feel a pang of guilt. Of course, that's what he would have presumed this visit would entail. News of Darrow's death, or life, or would it be resurrection at this point? Does Pax assume his father is dead? Only rumors that he lives. I glance at Kavix. But the source is not credible. What do you think? He asks. It would be a guess. Your guesses are often more researched than most people's facts. My first impulse is to please him and make him happy, to spoil him. I know what is right. I trust my heart and narrow my eyes. Do you really want me to speculate? He pauses. This is at the intersection of what I have taught him and what he's learning from the Blues. Speculation is fiction. My response may seem cold. It is not. It is a sign of respect from me, and also a reminder that I am not ignorant of his new way of life, nor excluded completely from who he wants to become. All hope is true until it is proven false, and even then, with ingenuity, it may be not, he replies with a little smile. Then he takes a shot across my bow. So you're here to tell me you've decided to pardon Valdir? Finally. No, Pax. When the enemy comes, he'll be where he belongs, in a cell near the front lines, where he left the Free Legions. He rebelled against the Republic, don't forget. The Obsidians just wanted a little of the freedom they died for, Peck says.
There are ways of doing that in the Republic, I reply. There are senators, avenues. In a civil matter, the cause may be right, but force cannot be the answer. They proved it. Sephi rebelled and paved the way for that Volsung Fa to steal her throne and sack 3 cities. We are still suffering the consequences of Valdir's decisions, Pax. When the enemy comes, we will feel it far more than we do even now. I cannot pardon him.
Because they left Father vulnerable on Mercury, Pax says.
Yes, I admit. But this is not a decision I made out of anger. He respects me enough to believe that. This is about Lyria, I say. He perks up at her name.
Not lost in the belt after all? He asks. When you sent her out on the snowball, without my approval— Sorry, Mother, he drones. You said the device in her head had antecedents connected esoterically to Sun Industries. You said because of that she might be able to lead us to Sun Industries and Quicksilver and all the resources you think he's hoarding.
His eyes narrow, but boyish excitement manages to fight its way through his stoic facade. He does love a bit of intrigue, so I tease him a little. I looked into it personally while you were here. In fact, I found your hunch so compelling I sent a team of Long Rangers to help Lyria search. Meanwhile, I conducted a search for Regulus's hidden books. It was not easy.
And
a few days ago we received her signal from the belt, deep in contested territory. No, that's a euphemism. Lost territory. I believe we may have found Quicksilver's base.
And you think he may have forces strong enough to deliver us? We caught his old Logos.
The Logos doesn't know what's out there, but the information he did know suggests Quicksilver may have an entire fleet. Pax smirks like his father.
When will you send emissaries?
I just came from Aegea. They launched before sunset. His face falls.
Who? Quicksilver's favourite senators and 1 or 2 of his least.
He blinks at me as if I said something stupid.
He'll dismiss them all. If he doesn't kill them.
I frown.
Why would he kill them? If Quicksilver dreamed of a nightmare, it would look like the Vox Populi, Mother. You know how sensitive he is when it comes to politics, to socialism.
Few men bear insults well, least of all Regulus Ag's son.
After all his efforts, to have his head hunted by a mob, his tower ransacked, his friends butchered—
He shakes his head.
Without Father, he'll want nothing to do with us. Honestly, he might even despise the Republic. You should have sent me.
You? Mother, Regulus only cares about rarity. Respect.
Pax. I can't send you off-planet, I reply. It's chaos. Do you even know the life expectancy of a sailor out there now? In reply, he looks at the conservatory and then back at me. I can't, Pax. I will beam him a message, should the senators fail. He may listen to me. Did he build a statue in your honour? He asks. No. He built only one. Not for you, not for Fitchner, not for Io. Just Father. Spare your emissaries the trip. We need those ships. Victra's docks can't replenish our losses fast enough. The Rim has choked us of the resources we need from the belt. We need help. Badly. We can't wait for your father. He shrugs at that. Pax, we don't even know if he's alive. He smiles at that. Tell that to the pilgrims. I pause. You know about the pilgrims to Lycos? The ones going to pray for Father's return? I'm in school, not on Pluto, he replies. Father is alive until proven dead. I know you balk at religion, rightly so, but if Father is anything, he is bloody damn hard to kill. Now, my sect is preparing for a match with Virgo. Was there anything else? The question is as cold as his eyes. He's not forgotten how we last parted, what I said to him. But I fear he mistook my disappointment in myself for disappointment in him. I wanted to tell you... My voice falters. You know I did not approve when you asked to study here. Do you know why? You think I'm resigned to becoming a weapon. Are you? The people need symbols, he says. When you have children, I hope you never have to feel the pain of hearing that from them, I say. His eyes soften. It's true. I wanted more for you than a life of war. But I see you now for what you are, a son of the rising. I wanted to tell you I am proud of you. Not only proud of you, I'm proud of what you saw in Lyria, and that you chose this place. My generation apparently cannot do this on its own, and I wanted to tell you, in case I don't have the chance again, I'm sorry. He tilts his head. I'm sorry this is the world that was given to you. It wasn't fair to bring a child into this. I should have waited. He searches my face. Do you wish you had? No. If I had, you wouldn't be you, and I think you're perfect. He looks down at his feet, searching for words. When he finds them, he looks up at me with the raw emotion of his father, but without the anger or the pain. Mother, your inheritance was guilt. Father's was surrender. Because of you, because of Father, mine is struggle. That is better than guilt. It is better than surrender. I do not blame you. I thank you. You never pretended the world wasn't broken, even when a broken world favored you. He takes my hands. I think, if love is anything, it is truth. If life is anything, it is struggle. You taught me that. Father taught me my life is not my own, unless we win. So, do not come back here. Do not think of me. Fix your gaze on our enemies. Fix your heart on the struggle, and win. The instructors whistle at Pax. I have to go, he says. Can I ask something of you? He nods. You greeted me as your sovereign, but... He steps forward and wraps his arms around me, and I wrap mine around him. It is the first embrace we've shared where I can feel a hint of the strength his arms will one day possess. I hold him for as long as I can. He is my favorite smell, my favorite sound, my favorite sight. He will never know how much I love him because he does not remember the day Darrow and I conceived him, or the months I carried him inside me, or the minute he came into the world, the moment he said his first word or took his first step, or made me laugh for the first time. I remember all those things, and all the things about them, where the sun lay in the sky, how his father's eyes sparkled, what I feared in those moments, what I hoped for his life to be. That season of life is a haze to him, but when I die and reflect on my life, I know I will still believe that season was the meaning of mine. When he walks away from me, back toward his instructors, with Kavix sharing a few jokes at his side, the whole of my heart goes with him. And I pray it is not the last time I see him, though I know it might be, because the enemy will soon be on their way. As the door closes behind him, I think on the stupidity of war. How ridiculous we must be to wage it when emotions like love run so much deeper in us than hate. By the time Kavix makes it back to me, I am ready for the enemy to come. I have more reasons to fight than they do. My armor is my love. Chapter 15. Lysander, Earth. Squinting into the sun, my old friend Ajax waits to greet me on the tarmac outside Atalantia's citadel in New Sparta. He is fully armored. I'm sluggish, recuperating from the beating and Earth's gravity. Ajax mistakes my sluggishness for fear. "You look frightened. Already missing your circus?" he says. "The circus is kinder beasts," I reply. He grunts. "Except for the manticores, I hear." We watch Atalantia's war machines slump across the horizon and her troops on PT jog in the distance. Everywhere I look, I see the banner of House Grimace. While I've spent the last half-year building my reputation as an administrator and peacemaker, Ajax has spent it rebuilding the reputation Darrow crushed before the storm wall of Heliopolis. He hunted Darrow for months, unsuccessfully and to much snickering, before Atalantia grew tired of that sad spectacle and recalled him to use as her own personal wrecking ball. But she still refuses to trust him with higher command and to grant him the respect that comes with it. "I wish you had accepted my invitation to the festival," I said. "As a rule, I don't accept invitations to parties from men I've tried and failed to kill," Ajax replies. "Nothing personal." His eyes fall on my face and the pinkish shadow of healthy skin where my atrocious scar from Darrow's boot used to be. "I see vanity won out. Thank Vulcan. That thing was monstrous. People will think you're a Mooney keeping scars like that." "Atalantia's vanity, not mine." His eyes narrow. "It was like that, then?" "Yes. She had it removed from my face in transit from Mercury after having her goons beat me to smithereens." I apply ointment to the new pink flesh on my face. "Hurts like mad, you'll be happy to know. The liver worse than the face, though." I run a finger along the peerless scar on my right cheekbone. "At least I gotta keep this." "It's vainer to keep marks like that, Byrne. Darrow took my nose once. Imagine me walking around like a serpent. Imagine him walking around without the fingers I took off his left hand when I was 17. Scars are for the poor or the pompous." He searches behind me. "Where's your new man friend, the talkative idiot?" "Cicero, a perfectly lovely human being, is managing the conclusion of my games," I say. "Hiding behind his sister's skirts, you mean? At least she's brave enough to attend Atalantia's summit, even though it's Cicero's duty. Truly, you must thank your stars to have finally found a friend you can count on." "Are you allowed to be jealous when you tried to kill me twice?" I ask. He pats his razor. "This says I can be anything I gory-damn want to be. You're welcome to disagree. Others have. You should ask them for advice, but you'll have to brave the sun." I wonder how many Ajax has sent to their sun deaths. Even if I knew, my opinion on duels could not sour any further. I don't know what transpired on the Venus docks between Darrow and Apollonius, but I'm sure when it all went wrong, it was certainly because of the latter's lust for a duel. "I thought you'd be rushing to hunt Darrow," I say. "I'm sure those hollows of Severo, Cassius, and him running through the halls of the docks caused quite a stir." "I'm on assignment." His eyes twinkle. He may hate Darrow, but any success Darrow has against Ajax's competitors lessens Ajax's own shame. "The Minotaur choked on that meal, but then again, so are the Carthii choking on theirs. Mad shit, that battle." "I imagine Atlantia sending a strike force." 10 legions. First time I'm glad to be missing the action. All those meat straws." "So you've come to what? Gloat?" I ask. He raps his knuckles on his gear. "I don't need armor to gloat. I have an action today in South Pacifica." His tone softens, and his natural awkwardness slips through, making him seem almost sweet. He's unable to meet my eyes. "I just came to say, when Atalantia strikes you, don't hit her back. Certainly don't laugh. Go to your knees. Not too quickly, though, or she'll think less of you." I feel a pang of sorrow for him. "Is that what you did all these years?" His mood darkens, and any chance of him answering vanishes when Atlas joins us. "Storm," Atlas says. It is the coldest greeting between a father and son I have ever heard. Fear. The father and son, both Olympic knights, are strikingly similar in the shape of their eyes, but little else. Atlas's skin is the colour of a grey winter sky. Ajax's is dark brown. Atlas is slender. Ajax has more muscles than most legions. Atlas never blusters. Ajax talks shit like he was a tiny man from a poor family. "Back from butchering babies already?" he asks his father. Atlas smiles. "Aren't you due in South Pacifica?" "I haven't seen Lysander in 8 months," Ajax replies. "He's been busy with civic engineering, you see."
"Now you have. Give the Republic my best, Storm."
Atlas waits for Ajax to leave. Ajax does not. "I hear you're off to pacify South America after the summit," he says.
"I am."
"Strange, considering the man who murdered my mother, the man you said was probably dead, is likely somewhere between Venus and Mars right now," Ajax says.
"Your point?"
"My point is you never gave 2 shits about my mother, or avenging her."
"Your mother was a good soldier, but we had little in common except that Atalantia liked our genes. You obviously cared for your mother, so much that you willingly linger in her shadow. So why aren't you hunting Darrow?"
Atlas asks. I almost step back from the impending explosion of violence. If any other man had said that to Ajax, Ajax would cut him in half, then beg the man's family to try and avenge him, then cut them in half too. Atlas looks at the war machine staggering into the horizon and says,
"We all have our parts to play, young man. Yours is to do as you're told until you can prove you don't have to be told. Fortunately, you've made progress, on that front at least."
Ajax grins like the skulls on his armor. "One of these days, when the war is won, Atalantia won't need you anymore. We'll have a talk then, son to father."
"If we must."
Atlas does not care at all. He strides away.
"Hurry along, Loon. The dictator won't do business after the sun is set. She has a party to attend."
Ajax watches after Atlas. A film of anger coats his eyes. He would call Atlas father, I think, but Atlas does not even care enough about him to explain why Ajax is so unworthy of his respect. It is as if, by not knowing the answer already, Ajax does not deserve the answer.
"Slag him," I say.
He ignores that.
"Remember what I said. Kneel."
"I won't kneel to her," I tell him. He shrugs. "Do what you like. You might even get away with it. You have a knack for just that." "Ajax," I call after him as he turns to leave. "It is good to see you, despite everything."
"Go fuck yourself, Lysander."
He flies toward a cruiser off the coast. I scratch my head. He used to be so sweet. I head for Atlas and the bikes. "What does Atalantia know?" I ask. "If you loved my mother and father like you always say you do, you'll tell me. What were you doing on Mercury?"
"I told you to relax."
Atlas looks at me the way I've seen beastmasters look at hunting dogs that don't quite turn out. He shoves the golden bowl from my party into my lap. It is full.
"You can carry Tharsus."
A few dozen antelope drink from a small pond. A brilliant yellow streak sprints at them from the cover of nearby brush, and the antelopes bolt. The herd draws dusty trails eastward over the plains, where 2 more chitana emerge from the tall grass and herd them north. Then a lithe, dark-skinned woman bounds down the slope, leaving plumes of dust behind her. She draws her bow on the run and seems to fire 2 shots at once. Both arrows catch a chitana just as it turns and send it sprawling down to the dry earth. Sensing they are now the prey, the other two Chitana abandon their hunt and sprint west. It won't matter. Atalantia sets off in pursuit. Her huntmaster, a grizzled grey with keen falcon-mod eyes, spits and revs his grav bike. Black and white tents waver atop a nearby plateau, a source of laughter and music. Atalantia invited her closest friends and allies to enjoy the hunt before the summit. Instead of lounging in the tents with them, I start up my own bike, apply my ointment, and fall in with the procession of supplicants to follow the dictator's hunt west. 2 hours later, I'm sweating like a pig under the North African sun, while my betrothed guts the last of her 3 kills. The Mediterranean might lie just 60 kilometers north, but none of its cool breezes reaches the rocky North African plains. The heat is punishing. The golden bowl is growing hot in the sun and heavy in my hands. Tharsus's head has become very popular with the flies. I'm the last supplicant to have his audience. After years in the belt, Earth's gravity is a boot on my being. Atalantia knows it. My shoulders ache, and my blood feels thick as mud. Seemingly unaffected, Atlas squints up at the sky from his place in the shade. At first I think the rangy man is inspecting the siege of Luna in the obscure distance, but no, he's admiring the glint of the twins of South Pacifica, 2 elephantine orbital railguns that the Republic scuttled when Diomedes seized them months ago. He feels me watching him, and his eyes shift lower to 3 small grey octagons floating in the blue. War bastions descending from orbit. They'll be bound for Asia, and then on to join the siege of stubborn South Pacifica. These craft are stamped with Bellona eagles. I look back at the railguns and wonder why Atlas shifted his eyes. The Chitana's double-jointed legs twitch as Atalantia skins it. Trained by her mother to hunt, Atalantia is at home, field-dressing her kill. She usually prefers hunting in her estates in the Rockies, but those mountains have yet to be pacified. Atalantia tugs off the last of the Chitana's fur and tosses it to a lancer, a surly young falth, before opening its gut to heap organs onto the dirt. Atalantia wears a traditional Carthaginian hunting tunic of turquoise linen and skipper boots. Her godwood bow and golden quiver hang from a knot on the nearby acacia tree, where a male pink nymphite cradles a tray of refreshments in his muscular arms. "The head," Atalantia says. I bring the bowl forward and open it. She gives Tharsus a glance and makes a small sound of pleasure before giving it to her houndmaster. "For the dogs." One of her lancers takes the bowl from me and pours water in it. "I'll make Africa pristine again," Atalantia says, and peers out over the plains and wipes sweat from her brow. "Humans can pollute the other continents. My engineers say it will take 2 years to remove all the rubble cities. 3 to prune the populace, 10 to pick up its trash. I'll make this my home again, like it was before the disease that is Darrow. New Sparta will become the capital of Earth." "Who will serve as arch-governor?" I ask. "Scipio Alfolth, of course," she says, sparing a smile for the 4th lancer. Like most of his kin, the son of Scipio looks made for one thing: frontal assaults. I'll be busy on Luna. Ajax meeting me on the tarmac suddenly makes sense. He is not happy here. "Not Ajax?" I probe. "No." Her eyes flick to me, dangerous, measuring. "The only forces Ajax controls are the ones I deign to give him. Scipio has 17 legions by comparison. After Mercury, I need the muscle. It will take time for my new crop of greys to mature. I have 40 legions back-ordered." The numbers are so casual and so elite, I feel dazed. I have the Praetorian Guard, just over 40,000, and 2 more house legions of 50 each. That's it. After angering House Carthy, Atalantia must bring her other allies closer, especially now that the fate of the dockyards is in question. Earth has barely fallen, and already its continents have been divided up between Atalantia and her allies like pieces of a cake. With Earth's population to replenish her legions, in time her stranglehold on the core will be insurmountable. I hope Valeria Carthy is as eager to work with Horatia as she was with me.
The future for the Gens Forth looks very bright indeed, I say, wary of the small talk. As my favourite Roman strawberry once said, no friend ever served me, and no enemy ever wronged me, whom I have not repaid in full. And Ajax? Most would say he's done more to retake Earth than the Forth. How is he handling the disappointment? Poorly, she admits. His time will come. But could you imagine a man less fit for the duties of a governor? All passion, no tact. He has none of my ability to multitask, none of Atlas's subtlety and prudence, or your precocious charm. She returns to her work and pivots hard to business. Tomorrow, due to the debacle on Venus, it is necessary to consolidate our holdings. I plan to announce my intent to invade Luna with an iron reign built around the Fourth Legions. It's what they owe me for the restoration of their lands here on Earth and the governor's chair. Restoration of their lands, half of which they stole when they slaughtered the Gens Thorn at my grandmother's final gala. When will this invasion commence? 6 months from now. I laugh, thinking it a jest. It's not. That long? What about Mars? If Darrow makes it back... She shrugs. My lads are hunting him. We'll either kill him in the journey back or hang him on Mars where Nero hanged his red bitch. I broke his spirit on Mercury. His sun has set. From anyone else except Atlas, it would sound like bravado. But this is Atalantia, the only person to have actually beaten Darrow in a fair fight. The Chitana's liver flops out of her hands into the dirt and rolls sideways so that it rests against her boot. From nowhere, flies descend to beset the purplish organ. She looks up at me. You seem eager for a military action. So I will give you one that'll make Ajax weep with envy. You will fall on Luna with the vanguard of Scipio and his children at the head of your Praetorians. You'll get that Octoritas you're so desperate to have. She's playing up my rivalry with Ajax on purpose, but that's not all she's doing. The Rim will be furious with me, I say. Yes, and they're already angry with me. You and I are to be united in convenient matrimony eventually. They should be angry at you, too. We must stand as one against our rude kin, or they'll think they can push us around. I thought you'd be pleased. Atalantia pouts. The Citadel of Light will belong to gold again, the home of your ancestors. Your shame will be ended in a glorious reign. We should be invading Mars, I say. That is the logical strategic choice. Strategic, she mocks. Oh, tell me more about strategy. If we take Mars, the war is over, I say. Is it not? Atlas, educate this puppy. Mars is a Gordian knot, Atlas explains. Winning orbit will be difficult and costly. The ecliptic god is good, well-equipped, well-led. Julie and both Telemonuses are top-notch astral tacticians, as is Oro, their navarch. Meanwhile, Phobos is nearly impregnable. Without Phobos, a siege of Mars is impossible, leaving a reign the only option. But even then, the planet itself is a logistical nightmare for an invader. Mars has far more land surface area than Mercury, yet it doesn't sprawl, as on Earth. She is compact,
well shielded with limited energy and resources, and a hostile populace, which makes a reign difficult and occupation costly. Not to mention she's riddled with tunnels, which eliminates the prospect of orbital support. I fought in the Rat War. It was my least favorite theater ever.
He slips a piece of eel into his mouth, swallows it, seemingly without registering its taste. It seems they're shorn of most of their best obsidian veterans, I contend.
Yes, but when you fight Reds in their own mines... He shakes his head. Low estimate is 2 million casualties.
2 million?
In the first month, and that's just the infantry. But if you don't take the mines, they can wage a guerrilla war with a full army and still have a chokehold on their helium supply. I cannot express the level of difficulty this would present.
I did not say it would be easy. I said it should be done, I reply. You know how the Rim will react to this news of the invasion of Luna. They'll know you're just using them to wear Mars down as you build your strength. I am. She frowns, genuinely perplexed by me. Lysander, really? What good are allies if you don't use them to make you stronger? What good are allies who just leave and carry a bad taste in their mouth home? I reply. Let them bluster. They're stuck with us and they know it. Time is on our side, Lysander. As Luna cannibalizes itself for want of food, Mars does the same for want of circuits, blues, nickel, even uranium. All the little things from the Belt and Mercury and Earth that make their fleets run. And I haven't even lifted a finger yet. She lifts a finger, feigning exhaustion with the effort. Her nymphite swans forward. The man is no older than 20 and is the picture of youthful Attican beauty. His olive skin, jet-black curls, and pugnacious chin were likely designed by Atalantia herself and carved by one of her best. Atalantia receives the pink with a kiss and, arm still bloody to the elbow, takes a frosted crystal glass full of a dark liquor from his tray. Answer me this, my love. The Rim wants a short war. The Rim wants Mars to fall. So why don't they attack the planet and quit dancing about its perimeter? They can't, I say. Aside from the Dustmaker and a few others, they don't have enough heavy ships. That's right, they can't. Sure, they're real bastards in asteroid combat and deep space affairs, but when it comes to breaking a planet, it takes tonnage, newtons, manpower, and a strong stomach. Most of your men will die. Why do you think Darrow and I are the only assholes who take planets? So the duty of taking Mars would fall to us, more specifically to me, to my armada, to my legions. I love my armada. I fucking love my legions. I want them to have pensions and live like gods into retirement until they exhaust themselves from slagging and drinking. I will not expend them on Mars just so the vultures can rip me apart and then steal the chair those men earned for me. She thinks I'm lying in wait for her to exhaust herself, only to steal her chair when games, not battles, are the order of the day. Others are lying in wait, certainly, but I know if I rose that way, my reign would be hollow and crumble soon as someone hit it with an iron fist. She is defensive. Dangerous. I can't sidestep the conversation any longer. And so long as Mars is a threat, no one would dare question your power. Except me, I say. She flips a coin to Atlas. I thought you wouldn't have the balls to broach that subject. I don't know what Atlas has told you or what you've heard, but let's not dance around it. Atlas, fetch the dog. Atlas screws closed his canteen and heads for the hound cages. It's not that I'm allergic to dissent, Lysander. In fact, I depend upon the friction with Horatia, the reformers, even Lady Bellona at times. I am the first of equals, of peers. She smirks. That is, until I am strong enough to drop the pretense and make them all kneel. My problem is when people reward my generosity by sticking a dagger in my back. When Atlas returns, it's not with a hound on his leash. Instead, it is a naked old man. My heart sinks. The man is bald and barefoot on the hot dirt and sharp grass. His skinny body sags with age and is mottled with bruises and superficial lacerations. Nausea churns in me as the man lifts his head and looks up at me with strained orange eyes. I thought he was safe in the mountains. How did they find him? I feel sick. Clarastes, I whisper, and take a step toward my friend. Atlas draws him up short of me, jerking his collar so Clarastes must fall to his knees in the low grass. What have you done to him? Atalantia twitches another finger, and a lancer sets down the bowl that contained Thars's head. The blood has mixed with the water the lancer poured in. She snaps her fingers at Clarastes. Drink, dog. He drinks, feverish and thirsty. You did this to him, Atalantia says. You and all your scheming. The entitlement is what's truly appalling. Did you think I'd just let you walk all over me as long as it was behind my back? Grief overcomes me as Clarastes shivers there on his hands and knees. All the vitality and genius and irascibility in the man is gone, replaced by a grotesque desperation to reach me. That desperation makes me almost recoil from him, even as I yearn to embrace him and tear my hair out in penance. I had assumed Clarastes was safe on Mercury. Did they take him right after I left? Was he on the Styx during our journey from Mercury? In a cage while the carver healed my scar? As Atlas and I dined in silence? Why did the Praetorians not protect him? You are useful to me, Lysander, Atalantia says. You are. A velvet glove for my iron fist. Useful, but not indispensable. This autonomy you've enjoyed, it was a gift from me. The breath in your lungs right now, a gift from me. I love you, I do, since you were knee-high. But I'm done tolerating your insolence. Trying to make a faction behind my back? You piece of shit! She slaps me and is on me again before I can recover. She slaps me again and follows me, slapping me with either hand until I rear back as if to strike her. Then I see why Ajax told me to go to my knees. Calculation waits behind her eyes. If I hit her back, I fall from one category into another. If I show too much spirit, I won't leave this desert. Not in one piece, not in control of my own mind. I release my anger and, as I so often have when I'm with Atalantia, channel my agony into a useful fiction. A few months ago, Pytha asked if sleeping with Atalantia whenever she visited bothered me. I told her it didn't, that it sharpened me. I lied. It's the same lie I perpetually tell myself every time she touches me. I loathe the intimacies I allowed Atalantia, and had to allow her even after knowing her hands were covered in the blood of my parents. I hate her almost as much as I hate myself. I feel unworthy of my house and my dreams. My very skin crawls with shame. My eyes grow watery, my face hot. I let my arm fall to my side. Either you think I am stupid, or you want to wound me. Do you want to wound me, Lysander? She slaps me again. Do you want to wound me? No, I whisper. She searches my eyes. Then why send Apollonius men, you little rat? Why build yourself an army with a man who has sworn to kill me? I'm sorry, I say. What? Louder? I'm sorry, I say, and go to my knees. Forgive me. I was jealous. Ajax has been gaining one glory after the next. I play governor when others are fighting, dying. When this war is done, all will remember those who fought and those who did not. My reputation is hollow if I'm known for little more than a cavalry charge. I knew you wouldn't let me in on the glory, so I thought, if I had the dockyards of Venus, if I had the Minotaur, I could attack Mars, gain glory, respect. I'm sorry. Her eyes narrow as she tries to decide if my tears are true. Are you a red? Then stand on your feet when you apologize to me. I stand, slumped with shame. I apologize for my duplicity. She searches my eyes. She's a master of the dancing mask and the emotional sciences of interrogators, so it is like having an oracle on my arm. If she sees the hate, if she smells the loathing, if she so much as senses I know she killed my mother and father, I'll die right here. I embrace the mind's eye more quickly than I ever have in my life. I feel only what I want to feel. I hold nothing inside but the false truth. I pass her examination. Her tone softens. "Shh," she says, and kisses the pink flesh on my cheek. "Shh." She embraces me, rubbing my back like a mother. I know. I understand, dear heart, better than anyone. It was always Aja and Moira that Octavia and my father saw. You feel unseen. It's prime. You've had your tantrum. I hear you. I see you. I will bathe you in glory beyond your wildest dreams. But I still need to know I can rely on you. You can. Can I? I know you value unity. This ongoing flirtation with the rim, it's beneath you. It is not the core and the rim that must be united. It is you and me. We are the future. So tomorrow at the summit, I will need a demonstration of fidelity. The 200 chafe at my ascendancy. Their jealousy knows no bounds. They will look to you to oppose me. And what will you do? She lifts my chin. You will sit amongst my supporters, silent and stoic in your support. If you make a scene, if you contradict me, if you so doubt, if you so much as frown, I will skin your master-maker and make you a pair of Glirastes leather boots. Locusts cackle in the distance. Now, tell Glirastes you will protect him. Approaching Glirastes, my artifice cracks. Pity wells in me. He is a miserable sight. His horror-stricken face turns up to me in relief, as if I've already saved him. I will protect you, I say, hollow. A pathetic sob racks him, and he lunges up to embrace me, grateful. I hold his shaking body until Atlas pulls him away, and Atalantia takes my hand and steers me to my bike. I watch Glirastes until he disappears back into the cage. Atalantia's boots stand on my heart. What house do you think you would have been? Atalantia asks. At the Institute. Atlas was Pluto, which is apt. I was Apollo, like a glove. She nudges me with her shoulder. I hope it would have been Minerva, and you would have been wise, because if it had been Jupiter, as you seem to want everyone to think, then I'd know to be wary of you. After all, what's more dangerous than a man who believes his cause is just? A woman who believes she is untouchable, I reply. She smiles, condescending. Listen, Lysander, I know you. You are too gentle for this game. This game is meant for people like me. I will win it, not because I can do everything, but because I will do anything. It's easy for me. Natural. I don't want to win alone. Alone is a bore. And boredom, well, that is where my demons find me. And I want you to share my dominion. I want your life to be a beautiful thing. I do. I want them to call you Lysander the Peacemaker, a man to live for 200 years and be worshipped for 1,000 more. Fair, noble, loved. That would be my heart's delight. We can even go beyond this pale little star and found new worlds. Yes, I remember your dreams of childhood. But it is Lysander the Peacemaker I desire, not Lysander the Conqueror. I am the Conqueror. She backs off, beats her chest twice with her right fist like an obsidian gladiator, winks, and saunters away to her party. I am not invited to Atalantia's moonlit gathering on the plateau. The songs of her hired musicians drift over the lands once held by Carthage and are lost in the wind as my grav bike takes me to New Sparta. The air cools when the sun resigns behind the western mountains. Soon, war bastions appear in the distance, then the broken battle walls of New Sparta. The walls rise into the purpling sky like fractured smokers' teeth. Next to them, like gleaming incisors, stand newly built skyscrapers from which flutter the banners of House Grimace. Atalantia's construction teams will soon have repaired the damage done to the city by her own assault. She is said to have led that assault in person before dragging the Republic governor out and crucifying him along with his family. 8 years after Darrow chased the Grimaces from their ancestral city, they have returned more powerful than when they left. The citadel my betrothed gave me for the summit is a fantasy. Songbirds sing in rows of freshly planted cherry trees. Marvelous lizards crawl through terraformed lawns and warm themselves in pools. Crimson stags with flowers growing from their antlers flit behind trees sculpted painstakingly by cohorts of brown botanists and red gardeners to make the forms of dancers with their boughs and trunks. It would all be so lovely if I could ignore the sound the wind carries, the piston thump, 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 thump of boots on the field of Mars, the groaning, almost whale-like sound of warships passing over the sea, and the screams from the purgers down by the wharf. No friends or praetorians wait for me at the villa. The numerous servants are Atalantia's, as are the violet performers who practice in the lawn, and the oiled pinks who lounge in the harem provided, ironically, for my amusement. They tilt their mouths toward one another's as I pass, willful and coy. Lavish gifts from my betrothed fill my villa. Carvelings, a Pegasus, a Leographon that terrifies all but the obsidian beastmaster holding his chain, wait for me in the yard. There are artifacts, too, and weapons, and white and silver armor fit for Selenius himself. More than ever, I miss the humble asceticism of the Ra and the excited industry of the votum. I cannot stand to think of how badly I miss my dinners with Clerastes. When night falls, I sit alone at the dining table set with my untouched dinner. Birds flit around the columns of the grotto, and a light rain falls over the sea. A valet appears to announce a visitor. "Dominus, the Storm Knight is at the door and requests to join you for dinner, and that the cook prepare more food." "Tell our Grimace I'm sleeping," I say. I can't take mockery now. The valet bows and disappears. There's a bang and a laugh. Ajax enters, stinking of battle and wet fur. So large and rough, in a house so clean and genteel, he seems from another dimension. Tossing his leopard cloak on a chair, he crashes into a seat. "I don't want to talk," I say. He twists a jam ring on his finger, A pop censors all noise beyond his bubble. "Didn't come to talk. I came to eat." He begins his campaign against the food. When he's finished and the servants have carted the remains of 2 huge salmon away from Ajax, I pour us glasses of wine. He hesitates before drinking. "I'm hardly in a position to poison you, even if I wanted to," I say. "No, I just promised myself I wouldn't drink this month." He considers the wine. "I killed 31 people today. Slag it." He sips and sighs. "So, you kneeled after all." "How did you know?" "She gave you my cook." Presumptuous as always, Ajax helps finish the bottle and begins inspecting my gifts. He frowns at a fragile ivory scepter. "I remember when she used to give me presents." "Have them. You know what she's doing, how insincere it is." "It's sincere," he says. "That's the problem. Long as I've known her, I've wondered what goes on in that head. It's a world unto itself, inscrutable from without except by its seasonal weather patterns. For me, it's autumn. For you, she wants it to be summer, but you seem intent on making it winter." "Autumn, eh? The waning season." I watch him for a time. "Do you love her?" He shrugs. "Don't have to love oxygen to need it." He stands abruptly to fetch more wine. When he returns, he comes back with 3 bottles, and we migrate to a lower patio set into the cliff. Waves crash against effigies of water dryads that hang off the patio's edge. They crash in silence. Nothing can be heard beyond the jam field. "She'll have a fit about this," Ajax says, wiggling his jam ring. "I'll be punished. Who knows? Maybe she'll take the cape from me." "Do you want that?" He shrugs and asks, "Who does she have of yours?" "Clerestes," I murmur, fixed on the soundless waves. "I'm sorry. Are you? It's easier to make me out to be some callous heel, isn't it?" he asks. "It's your defense mechanism. You tell me. I never know when you're being sincere." He shrugs, because he knows it's true. The husky, mild-mannered boy lives on only in his mind, in mine, and in Atalantia's. If he can only be made to realize that how she abuses that boy inside and how I cherish him, maybe I can reclaim him from her. "She will honor her word. You can protect him." "Do you want Atalantia to sit on the morning chair?" I ask him. "Do you believe that is what is best for society and its people? Do you think it's best for you?" "It doesn't matter what I think," he says. "You've both made that clear." "I think it does." "Do you?" I don't answer for a time. Lights glow over the sea. Warships taxi. The twins of South Pacifica twinkle high above. The guns were scuttled by the garrison when Diomedes seized the orbital station with his lightning phalanx, but I have heard rumors that mysterious Rim Physanikos, that Kabbalistic subset of their orange caste, have been spied studying the structure. "Are you familiar with the ghost raptors of Varazana?" I ask Ajax. "It's a species of bird on Callista. There's said to be less than 30 left. Chameleonic feathers, top speeds of 230 kilometers per hour. It is a curious trait. If caged, it will maul itself to death with its own talons. Do you know why?" "I'm sure you'll tell me. I don't read. I train." Before her death, Varazana confessed that she designed the bird to have a certain psychology. It was the most perfect thing she'd ever made, and Varazana would rather see it die than be kept as anyone's pet. It was made to be the emperor of the sky. I sip my wine. "Do you remember when Atalantia came back from her tour of the Rim?" "I was visiting Mercury with grandfather, I believe." "That's right. Sorry, the wine. Well, she brought back pets she captured for her menagerie. Included among them was a solitary ghost raptor. She'd branded out its eyes so it couldn't see it was caged. Octavia was horrified. She had Aja put it down, said Varzana was right. Some beasts are too noble to be caged. "Ah," he says. "So I am a noble bird now? Or are you referring to yourself?" I shrug, down the rest of my wine, and watch the waves noiselessly thrash upon the rocks below. His hand closes on my shoulder. "Lysander, I know this might not mean much coming from me, but I do not want you to die. I want you to live." She nods to the coastland mansion behind us. "This cage isn't so bad, is it?" "She killed my parents, Ajax." He freezes, his eyes 1,000 kilometers away. Then he stands and looks down at me. "She said you'd say that. The problem with loving you two is that you are both meant for the Palatine. I never was. You're both too good at lying." He departs. Chapter 16. Lysander. The 200. Sun bakes the tranquil parklands around the Roman ruins, but it is cool in the shade of the Colosseum. The morning events at Atalantia's summit of the 200 had started with summer showers, floral tea, handshakes, and power politics in the restored temple of Hercules Victor. There, I was able to sneak a moment with Horatia alone to tell her what must be done. With the Irons watching us, she hastily confirmed the dockyard's deal I teased to Valeria is already complete. She flashed me a holocube, and we drifted our separate ways. Then, after the subsequent breakfast at the Temple of Juno, the heads of the gold houses made their ritual procession to the Colosseum for the main event. By then, the skies had cleared, and a lazy, warm wind was already rolling in from the Italian interior. The outside of the Colosseum gleams white. A golden awning has been erected over the top. The inside of the Colosseum has also been refurbished for gladiatorial games Atalantia plans to host. But today, in place of the fighting sands, Atalantia has laid down travertine marble. Marble risers for the 200 sit beneath the actual viewing stands and lie in a U-shape at the north end. When one stands on the rostrum, an iron triangle on the floor, to speak, the Irons are to the left, the moderates directly ahead, the reformers to their right, the Rim delegation even further to the right, and the black chair of the dictator on the floor about 15 meters in front of the rostrum. After taking our seats, we heard a briefing regarding the Ascomani warlord of Volsung Far's raids on Republic strongholds in the asteroid belt, a welcome consequence of the Republic's chaotic internal divides. I sit, listening amongst Atalantia's hardliners, the diamond in her iron tiara. After the briefing, Cornelius Aucarthii assumes the rostrum. Cornelius, a loquacious and handsome man, uses all of his oratorial prowess to bemoan the injustice of the conflict still raging on the dockyards of Venus, indict the scurrilous character of Apollonius, and extol the virtue of his family's show of arms, even while begging the 200 to help them defeat a numerically inferior foe. "With millions of men under arms, we Carthii will not lose. But Apollonius is cementing his place in the pantheon of premier field commanders by ripping the men we send against him to bloody shreds. Surely ship production is a common cause. Surely property rights still matter. The truth is plain as day to everyone listening. Those docks were built by us, kept by us, they are ours, but needed for the common good." Cornelius surrenders the rostrum with a plea for unity and respect for law and order. The irony of these sentiments coming from a haughty Carthii is reflected in the little smiles shared around the room. The fourth sitting next to me in the Irons leans over with a whisper of contempt. The Carthii stuck their perfumed hand in the Minotaur's mouth, and he's dragging their whole house into his labyrinth bit by bloody bit. Hilarious. I give him a slight smile and sigh at Cornelius's impending political decapitation. What's that old maxim? Be wary of tyrants. They will help you today and own you tomorrow. Atalantia doesn't even need to rise from her black chair of office to ruin Cornelius's life and demote one of the great houses of the conquering to a middling power. Cornelius, you could not be more correct. Ship production is crucial to the functioning of this state. A vote will only delay decisive action, and decisive action is needed. Therefore, I have personally dispatched 10 legions to deal with this threat to the society. I will bear all cost and all risks. Cornelius, tell your father Asmodeus to worry not. The dockyards will soon be in safe hands. Cornelius and his siblings pale. By month's end, their 600-year-old family heirloom will belong to Atalantia, exactly the fate I helped Heliopolis to avoid. The fools can't even challenge Atalantia's jurisdiction. They handed their inheritance to her on a platter. No gratitude for Augrimus's generosity? Scipio Aulfolth asks Cornelius from amongst his phalanx of hard-bitten siblings. Cornelius eats the mouthful of shit, swallows, and thanks Atalantia for it. Her iron block snickers. The reformers purse their lips. The Rim deputation look at each other, smug at the comparative dignity of their moon council. Julia, who is next on the docket? Atalantia asks. Storm Knight of the Rim Dominion. The rostrum is yours, Julia calls. Diomedes Al-Ra stands from his place between his mother, Dido, and his mentor, Helios, and trudges up to the rostrum. He begins without preamble and delivers the butcher's bill for the last 2 months of warfare, with his head lowered like a ram. Diomedes is not a very good public speaker. Thicker than most of his colleagues from a life of high-gravity training, it's obvious what the raw air was made to do, and it wasn't to stand at a rostrum and sway hearts and minds. Politics and rhetoric were supposed to have been the destiny of Diomedes' brother, Aeneas. Diomedes' destiny was to be his family's fist. When Aeneas died at the Battle of Ilium, fighting many of the men and women who now recline in the shade above Diomedes, Diomedes was thrust toward a future he neither expected nor wanted. Then his father, Romulus, died too, and he became heir to a legacy 750 years old. Great expectations followed Diomedes. Chafing at that, and at the sophisticated airs of his audience, his words come like bullets. From under heavy brows his eyes glare accusations searing enough to set togas on fire. When he finishes his report, he scowls up at Atalantia and her iron-block hardliners as if they, not the Republic, were responsible for the casualties. I am not spared his ire. After our talk in the theatre, he does not appreciate my seating arrangement. He will see it as a grotesque hypocrisy. If I thought I saw an ally in him in the theatre based on his embarrassment at Helios's manners, it is confirmed by his obvious disappointment in me. Like all other core golds, I say one thing and do another. Snipe at Atalantia, sit in her section. I glance at Horatia, who sits with the small reformer block, and feel nauseated. Diomedes does not surrender the rostrum as he should. He remains on the iron triangle in the centre of the marble floor, glaring at Atalantia. She watches back from her chair of office, as does Ajax from his place with the Olympics on the wings of the speaking floor, and so do the hooded crows in the circular gap in the awning's centre, high above. Atalantia cocks her head in amusement. Diomedes, first to storm the twin railguns, then on to Earth to take the Middle East from the Red Sea to the Black, then to Ceres and the Belt, then all the way back to Earth. By Jove, young dragon, you've the wings of Hermes on your boots. Atalantia pauses, smiles. This must be the longest you've remained rooted to one spot since you arrived. The laughter is not limited to Atalantia's block. It spreads into the more populous moderates in the centre, where even Julia Albalona smiles at Diomedes' expense. The reformers to Diomedes' right, by far the minority, think the joke in poor taste. I catch Horatia's eye. She gives me 3 quick blinks. Our signal. After our talk at Hercules Victor, she made her move at the Temple of Juno. Everything is prepared. My nausea deepens as I think of Clearastes curled on the floor of a dog kennel, waiting to see if I love him as much as he loves me. Dido parts from her fellow consul, Helios, and replaces her son on the rostrum. It's good Helios is not speaking. After a preview of his manners in Heliopolis, the last thing we need is our own day of red doves. Dido is a profoundly handsome woman with charisma to spare. Strong features, penetrating eyes filled with mischief, thick hair of dark gold, and, peculiar for a consul of the Rim, she is bawdy, jocular, even funny. But it's her temper that's always been her liability. Atalantia, I can speak for us all when I say your boots are horribly lovely. Atalantia's boots are as marvellous as they are obnoxious. Black leather from a Stygian cobra encrusted with great diamond skulls. Yet I swore war was in fashion, not diamonds. Atalantia looks suddenly far less bored than when Cornelius held the rostrum. She doesn't miss a beat. The skulls started as carbon. Perhaps it is the pressure of carrying the war that has made them diamonds. Go on then, Ausaud. Oh, excuse me, Aura. Lecture us if you're the one that's been fighting the Rising for, 12 years now, while we've been hiding behind our moat? She smiles. You paid a dear price to enter this war. How strange to flinch at casualties now. The room winces. The casualty of which Atalantia so casually speaks was Dido's husband, who chose to die both in protest of the war and because he hid evidence of Darrow's destruction of the dockyards of Ganymede from the Moon Lords, in violation of his honour. The same Romulus famous for his passionate fairy-tale love for Dido, who died in the end because Dido pressed for war. I hear young Seraphina was a virtuosic fighter and a credit to her father and mother, and her people as a whole, Atalantia says, in reference to Dido's daughter, who died in the fighting on Mercury. I saw her simply disappear when a rail slug hit her. Technically, she was the Rim's first casualty. The Colosseum goes dead silent. I've seen razor duels with less tension. Dido sighs, and I wonder if her opening taunt was bait to lure this disproportionate response from Atalantia. I think it was. At the price of much hardship, Dido has gained an air of wisdom and gravitas, and by choosing to ignore Atalantia's insults, she now seems the true statesman of the two, which Atalantia doesn't seem to mind. Dido continues. We should not forget the great peoples we few here represent. Billions wait for us to sort the troubles that disturb our age. Time and again, you have preached a message of unity, Augrimus. Promises of aid against the ecliptic guard. Promises of aid in the asteroid belt. Promises of aid in the matter of Ceres. Then what of that aid? What of that unity? I saw here today with my own eyes how quick you are to dispatch legions to deal with your own troubles. But what of our shared troubles? Time and again, Augrimus, we have extended our hand only to be left grasping at air. Did we not aid you in liberating Earth? Did we not conquer Ceres upon your request? So why are your boots still stuck in the mud when it comes to the matter most dear to us? As you rebuild your cities, stack your spoils, polish your boots, the rest of us, fewer in bodies, poorer in moneys, suffer to pay the bill. We are left to wonder why this is. Poor communication? Hidden agendas? Greed? Laziness? Or perhaps it is simply that habit has taught the leaders of the Corps that RIM lives are expendable. That was true, once, when the RIM was shackled to the Society. It is no longer true. Instead, what is true is that you need us. What is true is that we are not your vassals. We do not jump when you say jump. We do not die when you say die. But we will leave this alliance if you persist in this obstinacy, this disrespect and brinksmanship against those you profess to be your allies. Scipio O'Folth calls out, "The Honourable Consul of the Dominion is quite correct. How selfish of us to rebuild our cities! If only we could be more like the Dominion and not have to rebuild a single one." A reformer next to Horatia fires back, "If only the Honourable Folth did not think all cities should be pounded to a fine dust, we might not have to rebuild anything but the trust of the people in us." A general firefight ensues. The Senate was never as solemn in closed sessions as it pretended to be to the public. Neither is the 200. Formed around the same rules, the Senate and the 200 have the same manners. In both bodies, beings with genius-level intellects are reduced to hollering like gladiatorial crowds in some asteroid backwater, shaking performative fists, reeling back in indignation, and sharpening rhetorical harpoons to thrust into an adversary or draw a smile from their patron. The commotion only quiets when Julia Aubelona, the Princeps Senatus, stands and hammers her pyramid-tipped staff of office on her riser. As the leader of the 200, Julia keeps its rules and, along with the Olympic Knights, enforces them. "We're already an hour behind the day's schedule. If the esteemed dictator does not remind her friends that we are not baying coyotes, but peerless scarred, I will skip the lunch recess and fine every member responsible for my low blood sugar. Yes, that includes you, Scipio. Quit blathering and let the woman talk. You might have more legions than hair follicles, but she has the floor." Atalantia flicks a finger, and her block quiets. Dido carries on. "The agreement made between your government and mine, when we entered this war, was that Mars would be the main military target. That Luna, the seat of tyranny, would be your responsibility to reclaim, not ours. You agreed to these terms, Atalantia. You signed these terms, Atalantia. And yet, every time we request to begin the campaign against Mars, you prevaricate." A shadow cast by something above wags on the floor in front of her. I follow her eyes up to the gap in the awning, where Atlas sits far above the summit, legs dangling off a support strut. The crows perched up there don't seem to mind him one bit. Dido is flustered by the unexpected appearance of her brother-in-law, but not for long. "What am I to tell the mothers and fathers of the Rim that their children died for, Atalantia? What am I to tell the grey and blue Archons their caste members died for, Atalantia? As this war drags on, what excuse shall I give? We did not attack Mars because your friends were too busy shoring up their own domains. We did not attack Mars because you had to rebuild your capitals, and your pet fiancé must host games while we did the dying." Dido's eyes meet mine. She does not veil her disgust with my place in Atalantia's block. "That we were used by the Corps and then tossed away like a street tramp. Time and again, you preach a method of unity, Augrimus. Today you have an opportunity to prove that Corps girls keep their word. Today we have the ships. Together we have the legions. Declare the campaign for Mars, and let us finish the rising once and for all." She looks at the most famous isolationist in the room, Helios, and gives a hard nod to show their unity. "If you do not, then you must not need us, and we will have no choice but to assume this alliance dissolved and sail back to our own worlds. Dido returns to her seat beside her son to strong applause from Horatia and the reformers. "That concludes the Rim deputation's time," Julia says. Atalantia begins to stand. "Not yet. Protocol, Atalantia. You know the floor must first be open to the body." "Thank Jupiter we have you, Julia. I'm always in such a rush to just get things done." Atalantia swans back down. If anyone wants to waste their breath advocating for the Rim, now is the time. No one dares, not even the reformers. That is a crucial part of the theatre Horatia has arranged. Atalantia takes one of the asps slithering around the arms of her chair of office and dons it like jewellery. She doesn't once spare me a glance to see if I intend to speak, secure in her conviction that I don't have the stomach to consign Glyraestes to death. Seated down with the other Olympic knights, Ajax looks relieved. He offers me a smile of conciliation. He knows defeat only too well. As the silence stretches, it becomes awkward and then oppressive. More and more people begin to look around. I can sense there are others like me out there, those who chafe under Atalantia's yoke, but she's silenced some of them. Those she has not silenced, Horatia has silenced. Many of the house heads who know my true opinion on the matter look at me and wonder why I do not speak. But most of them, while powerful, are fence-sitters, not deeming the matter worth the risk one way or the other. Still, the fence-sitters would have expected me to lend my opinion. I have been very vocal for this very reason. My silence would not have mattered in a room filled with remonstrations from the reformers, but now it thunders. The venom drains out of the looks from Diomedes and Dido as they begin to construct their own narrative for the room's silence. I improvise a little and flick my eyes up to Atlas, just for half a second. Several dozen people see and look. Helios is one of them. Then more look at Atlas. Then half the assembly is looking up to the gap in the awning at the man hanging over the silence like the sword of Damocles. It is a perfect answer as to the nature of the silence that grips the assembly. It seems to all as if everyone else has been cowed into silence. Atalantia turns to look at me with a puzzled expression, but I remain the picture of fidelity to her. She squints around the room. "Nothing from you, Horatia? No quibbling from your morally august flock?" Horatia plays it up by looking down. Atalantia is starting to get angry. Like she said, she depends on dissent. Subjugation is not a good look in a crowd as pathologically competitive as this. A dictator is the highest peer, but a peer still. She looks like a sovereign. Worse, a queen. "Quiet bunch today, Julia? May I speak now?" Atalantia asks. Julia waves her on. Atalantia uncoils herself from her black chair of office to give what all have come for, her plan for the next stage of the war. "My noble counterpart from the Rim speaks with wisdom hard-learned. Yes, Dido," she says, clutching at her own heart. "I feel your anger, your rage for Mars. The flames lick at my heart as they licked at my father's skin when Darrow and Apollonius burned him in his bed. But we cannot run from hard truths. My friends, the hard truths are what we must address today. I hope it steels your heart to know that I concur. Yes, a rain must fall on Mars." Her supporters thump their benches all around me. I abstain. "The ecliptic guard must be smashed. Augustus rooted out from her father's old den. Juliae pulled down from her moon roost. Every traitor must be tried and hanged, their sling blades beaten into collars. Aegea stormed, the helium liberated. But she says, amongst the cheers of her supporters. But the hard truth is, if you turn your back on a wild boar to kill the lion, the only thing you'll bring home is a tusk through your thigh. That is why, yes, Mars must fall, and after Luna, she will. Her supporters fill the Colosseum with a roar of support that sends the crows in the attic scattering. Alone now, in the high perch, Atlas watches me, watching him. He tilts his head. Which is why... The cheers quiet as Atalantia lifts her hand. I have accepted Lysander Aulun's petition to lead the vanguard of the lunar reign along with the legions of the gens Falth. 6 months from now. So that when Luna is reclaimed and the society restored, there will once again be a loon upon the Palatine. Her hardliners applaud me and turn to shake my hand. Diomedes has had enough. He stomps down to the speaking floor and stalks out. If they'd planned to stage a walkout, Dido or Helios should have been the one leading it. Nonetheless, they nod to the others and begin to follow the storm knight out. My dreams of a united society will burn before my eyes if I stay seated. I clock Horatia. She nods. Now is the moment. All is arranged. When he sees what I am about to do, fear grips Ajax. He steps forward from his station with the Olympics, his hand outstretched, imploring me to stay safe on my knees in Atalantia's cage with him. Instead, I stand. Chapter 17. Lysander. Mars must fall. Where have all the shepherds gone? I shout. Atalantia turns with all the members of the iron block to stare at me. Ajax looks at the ground, already mourning me. I push my way through them down to the floor. Diomedes has stopped halfway at the exit. The Diomedes I know does not run from a fight, I call. If you gave up so easily in the field, Earth would still be in the Republic's hands. Stay. Hear me speak. Why should I listen to anything you have to say? Diomedes calls back. Palatine serpent. All can see where you sit. Do you seek to aid Virginia? I turn on his mother and the rest of their deputation before scouring the risers. Gold in fighting with gold? Is that not how we arrived here? How Darrow shattered our hold on the spheres? Why the docklands of Venus now rattle with civil strife? We allowed our enemy to divide us before. Bellona against Augustus, Rim against Cor. We are the victims of our own bickering. We're doing it all over again. Vox clamatis in deserto. Can none of you see it? This is how we fall. Loon boy, you do not have the floor, Lady Bellona calls to me, mocking. You like games, yes? Games have rules, so do we. Sit down, mind your manners. I invoke my right of interjection, I say. It is my due as a direct descendant of a conqueror. At least you remember the archaic rules. You'll know that then you will need 30 members to validate your interjection. Forgive him, Julia, Atalantia calls. Lysander found his way to a cup and lost his wits on the journey. His youthful passion is usually such a virtue, but this is his first summit. It's all so very exciting for him. Many laugh at me, and not just the irons. Drown with laughter that which you cannot retort. How gauche, I reply. Do I have 30 members? Horatia and her entire block raise their hands, as I asked her to arrange early in the morning. Princeps Senatus, I have 30 members. I'll wait while you count. I earn a few laughs. The Moonies are more than a little mystified by the theatrical style of our politics. Dido nods to Helios. They don't retake their seats, but they wait. Julia makes a show of counting and sighs as if it's out of her hands. "He's right, Atalantia." "Oh, fuck off," Atalantia mutters. "You fuck off. On what grounds do you interject, young man?" "On the grounds of conscience," I declare. "Conscience?" Atalantia laughs. So does her block, but the laughter is forced. "There is precedent. First cited by Akari in 5 PCE, I say." That one was for the rim. A smile starts to grow on Dido's face. A student of history herself, Julia rolls her eyes again. "Hilarious. Very well. The body recognizes your interjection. The pyramid is yours. Dictator, please return to your seat. You may continue your speech after the interjection is finished." "No," Atalantia says. "It is my floor. The opportunity for discussion has passed. Go back to your seat, boy." "Oh, Grimace, what am I holding?" Lady Bellona wiggles her staff of office. "You may be the dictator, but I remind you that the authority that makes you so is that of this body. The same authority that makes me the Princeps Senatus, and the same authority by which you summoned young Loon with the Iron Fist and sent legions to Venus. You control the state fleet, the state armies. I control the Senate floor. It is important we remember our laws. They are meant to protect us from ourselves, after all. Did not Lysander honor the law in obeying your summons, at great inconvenience to himself, considering his games were only in their infancy? Should you not follow his precedent?" Julia is a menace when she cares to be. By law, she holds Imperium here, though no one really believes the Olympic Knights are her policemen today. Not all the knights are Atalantia's creatures, but if it came to trouble, it's common consensus that Ajax counts as 4. Still, if it comes to blades, I failed miserably. Gauging the mood of the 200, Atalantia surrenders the floor. "Has Jupiter, after all. Such a pity," she says, as she passes me and shakes her head at Ajax as if she tried her best with me. Already she draws him closer again. When Atalantia settles in her seat, I let the silence stretch and fight back the thoughts of Clearastes. I was raised on the rhetoric of Cicero and Demosthenes, but it is Silenius I channel now. Humility first. "Why should you listen to me?" I ask, and meet their eyes one by one. "Why indeed? Diomedes was not wrong to ask the question. I have not shared the horrors of these last years with you. I have not stood shoulder to shoulder with you to hold back the rising. I have heard it said that I am a traitor, that I renounced gold to lie with the wolves. I have been called a shadow of my predecessors, a Palatine buzzard returned for the easy spoils. 'Catamite! Don't forget Catamite!' an iron shouts. Ajax turns on the man, and the man leans back as if suddenly seeing a tiger staring back at him from an otherwise pleasant glade. Atalantia's eyes twitch toward Ajax, calculating. I laugh. Catamite as well. Why not? Words, like weapons and laughter, can be used to silence a voice. I heard a great silence here today. Seated in the shadow of our dictator, I felt that silence in myself. And I would remain sitting, trusting in our dictator, had my shame not been too much for my conscience to bear. Since my return, I have sought to put the welfare of the society above all other concerns, including my own. I have asked neither for remuneration nor for the return of my personal properties. The ships, the legions, the bases, the reserves, I gladly give to the war effort. Instead, I have put myself in debt rebuilding the planet Mercury. I have used my name, such as it stands, not to win territory or glory, but to make peace where it can be made. I have urged conciliation between Rim and Kor, between Atalantia and Apollonius, between the loyal people of Mercury and those citizens lost enough to believe Darrow's noble lie. I seek that same object today: peace and the welfare of our society. When I was a child, I was asked by my sovereign what the society meant to me. I answered then, as I would answer now: the society is a light in the darkness. My sovereign then asked me what gold means to me. Knowing my own opinion meant very little, I echoed the words of our greatest hero, Selenius the Lightbringer. I told her that we are those who tend the flame and shepherd the human flock. But the more I look around, I wonder, where have all the shepherds gone? In their place, I see only wolves and sheep. Atalantia's lips twitch. Togas shuffle. My august friends, it is my belief that in our war to combat the demons of our society, we have fallen prey to our own internal demons. We have been at war so long that we have forgotten not only the purpose of war, but our own purpose. Where once we measured our virtues by our sacrifices, by our civic accomplishments, by the expansion of habitability to even the coldest spheres, we now measure them in the quantity of enemy ships vanquished, in the quality of the names notched on our razors, in the gross tonnage of enemy equipment destroyed, and the length of the roads we pave with the bodies of dead rebels. I contend these are not measurements of virtue at all. Even less are they measurements of progress. They measure only our will. But our will for what? What? Did Selenius and Akari love war? Did they use war to line their own purses, to vent their rage against the ungrateful masses? Or did they wage war to sculpt the chaos natural in humanity into a future of order and prosperity? Our sacred ancestors knew what we have forgotten: that peace, not war, is our sacred calling. That we were to lead by our example, not to be led by our greed, our hunger for power. I look around, and I am humbled by your acts of valor and sacrifice, but we are no longer a people united by our sacrifice or by our convictions. We are united only in our propensity for self-interest, infighting, and greed. Let us call out our great worry, that it is only our enemy who unites us. But what then when our enemy is vanquished? That is the question that haunts us, is it not? I fling my hand at Dido. That is what the Rim Consul wonders. That is why our dictator withholds our forces. Why we all look past this war, because we know the next one hangs over our heads like the sword of Damocles, restrained by a single thread. I look up at Atlas, and so do many others. If we cannot find common ground today, in 2 years it will not be the rising against the society. It will be the core against the Rim, perhaps even sooner than that. No one speaks. It has always been the elephant in the room, the Rim's greatest fear before they enter the war, why they are held hostage by this delay, this obfuscation, this impasse. Diomedes slowly makes his way back to the Rim deputation. Helios and Dido are paying rapt attention, but they are not my audience today. I scour the 200 with angry eyes. Are we so ridiculous to invite another war upon ourselves? Have we forgotten the promise of gold to our people? They cry out for peace, for stability, the rewards for the sacrifice of their liberty. They are due those rewards, for they have sacrificed. If we are too afraid of each other to find common ground, by what logic should they follow us? What hope do we give them? What legacy do we give our children except might makes right? What inheritance do we leave behind except war after war until the flame of mankind shrinks into the uncaring dark? Whether you respect me or revile me, you must admit we face a choice today, not as Rim or Core, but as a people. Do we believe that gold should continue this internal game of self-interest and self-destruction to benefit a few of us? Or do we make the choice that Selenius and Akari would have made? Do we reclaim our moral imperative and choose to work together to remind the billions who look to us for guidance that not only can we lead, but we will lead them into a brighter future? It is a choice too important for one person to make for us all. I turned to Atalantia. If looks could kill, the maggots would already own my flesh. I softened my voice, imbuing it with the respect her campaign deserves. Atalantia, I look at you and see a great general of her people. In our hour of desperation, we appointed you with unprecedented powers. With them, you have led us through our darkest days. Truly, your name will stand beside Akari and Selenius. I sigh, apologetic. Yet I cannot agree with your proposed course of action. Knowing it will sever us from our brothers and sisters in the Rim, knowing it will permit Virginia to devise new schemes for our destruction, knowing that this war will not end with the reconquering of Luna, it will only end with the reconquering of Mars. I meet the eyes of the 200, one by one, lighting in them the same fire I feel building in me. Horatia is incandescent amidst her reformers. The Falth are stewing. Julia is examining every face in the room. Ajax watches his father above. His hand does not rest on his razor, but the leather thong of his holster is open. Atalantia, you have offered me a gift without equal. The reclamation of my homeland, my family seat. I must be a fool to demur, but I hope I will be mocked as an honourable fool who values the stability of the spheres over my own interests. I cannot accept this gift, not if it comes at the cost of this alliance. I cannot. I will not. My conscience demands better from me than self-interest. My colour demands more from me than silence. Mars must fall. I shouted again. Mars must fall. That is why I urge this sacred body, which represents our greatest minds, warriors, and voices of our people, to exercise its rights and vote to veto the dictator's decision to strike at Luna, and instead favour a resolution to assemble an armada and join our Rim brethren to end this war where it began, Mars. For the first time in my speech, I look dead on at Julia. We have the will to fight our enemy. Let us have the courage, the guts, to trust one another. Only then can we show our enemies, our people, ourselves, that when gold is indivisible, gold is invincible. The silence that follows feels like death. But that is all well and good. The punchline's on its way. And I suppose you would like to lead this campaign against Mars? Atalantia asks. Self-interest be damned indeed. No. No interest in that glory at all? No. Though my heart yearns to prove itself, I am not yet experienced enough to lead such an army as Mars will require. There is only one man amongst us fit for the task. One man who can make Mars tremble with fear and wake the hearts of our fighting men and women. That is why I nominate the greatest field commander of our time. They frown, not sure who could possibly fit that bill.
I lift my fingers in the horns of the Minotaur. The action ignites a wildfire of dissent and opprobrium. Julia has to hammer her staff for quiet. Atalantia laughs. Unfortunately, the madman has raised arms against the society. He is cornered by Asmodeus's army. My own ships are 4 days away. When they arrive, they will extinguish House Wrath forever. Your ships will not be needed, I say. I have already made peace. I extend a hand toward Horatia. I'll vote him. Horatia stands.
As we speak, my brother Cicero leads our fleet toward Venus. They will arrive in 4 hours. In the name of Lysander the Peacemaker, my brother has helped broker a ceasefire between House Carthii and House Wrath. Apollonius will vacate the docks and turn them over to their rightful owners, House Carthii. The deal was struck not 6 hours ago. Atalantia whirls on the Carthii. Cornelius! What is this? The Carthii stares at her in confusion. My father would never agree to this. Horatia holds up a holocube. I have in my possession a message from our Wrath and the head of House Carthii.
Julia motions Horatia down and sends Ajax to collect and deploy the message. Apollonius blooms into the room, 3 times his natural size. Only his hair is groomed. The rest of him is a testament to his frontline heroics. His left arm is broken, his right ear missing, his face covered with burns and shallow lacerations. His eyes glow with triumph. But it is his companion who draws gasps.
Valeria Aucarthii stands beside Apollonius with a sombre expression and speaks.
Salve, fellow Oreates. No doubt you have watched this battle between our houses with much consternation and fear of the risk to this critical infrastructure. Too much blood has been spilled. I have lost brothers, a sister, legions, and a father in this battle. Murmurs rise. Her siblings stand in panic. Yes, a father. I regret to inform you that my great father, Asmodeus, fell yesterday. He died like a peerless, on the field of battle with a mortal wound in his front. With great loss comes reflection. My father's slights against our wrath were not imagined. Indeed, my father betrayed our wrath to the Republic 7 years ago. Though there is a temptation to seek revenge, our loon recalled to me on Mercury the words of Lorn our Arcus. Death begets death begets death. Now is not the time for bloody feuds. Now is the time for unity. Thanks to Lysander and his proxy Cicero, our wrath and I have agreed to terms. My house legions have sworn themselves to me. The dockyards are now under my control. Restoration and production begin tomorrow. Goodman, the hatchet is buried. Good ladies, the feud is done. Our mission is too important. Mars must fall. Valeria said all that needed to be said with none of her usual flair. It is the perfect tone for the next administrator of the dockyards to strike. Apollonius also has a new tone suitable for this venture. As I requested, he's reduced his grandiloquence. Gratitude, Auvotum. My noble kin, for too long have I been cast from your favour in the fray. My eyes have been fixed on civil enemies, only to forget the wily instigator that set us at each other's throats. This conflagration over Venus was nothing but another device of the devil who plagues us all. Darrow and his wicked little henchman, too, Barca. It was Darrow who attacked the docks with atomics, as many of you know. It was Darrow who sparked this battle. It is Darrow who has fled me,
laughing at the chaos in his wake. No more. You call me madman. You call me black sheep? I care not. My legions board my crafts of war. We sail on Mars to reclaim our homeland. We sail with Votum, with Loon. Join us, for Mars must fall.
Their images shrink back into the hollow cube in Ajax's palm. Horatia thrusts up her fingers in the horns.
Mars must fall.
The reformers surge to their feet and join the chorus. But it's not just them. Apollonius has friends, admirers, and they burst to their feet with the horns uplifted, roaring his name in a battlefield frenzy. I turn to look at Diomedes and raise an eyebrow. Not one member of their deputation has so much as moved. He leans in to whisper into his mother's ear. She smirks, tongues her molars, stands, and lifts her blade. Then so does Helios. As soon as they do, Julia Albellona stands. With a glance for me, she sets her hand on her stomach, smiles, raises her other hand, and makes the horns. Her clients and friends burst to their feet and carry on the chorus until only Atalantia and her block remain seated. The majority is with me, and then some. Atalantia has not moved. With a sigh, she waits for the uproar to die down.
My ears are open, and I hear you,
she allows.
Your passions have been awoken. If you must forsake prudence to act on them, it is your right. But you understand, I cannot abandon the strategy that has brought us to the brink of victory. My own. I will maintain the siege of Luna with my fleet, and I wish you all well on this escapade. For all our sakes, I pray Lysander is as gifted on the field of battle as he is on the speaking floor. Good luck, my friends.
Her eyes twinkle in amusement.
If Luna falls before Mars, perhaps I'll come and join you.
She stands from her chair and strides in my direction. Horatia and a few of her reformers intercept her. Atalantia snaps her fingers and 5 Olympics rush to her in a moment, including Ajax. Knowing she wouldn't risk a bald-faced assassination of me now, I have the reformers let Atalantia through. Her anger is buried beneath a proud smile.
Truly, my beloved, I didn't think you had it in you. My fault for always believing the best in people. My mother and father send their tidings, I reply.
Ajax stiffens and turns to look at Atalantia. She does not show any signs of guilt, but whatever he sees on her face makes his eyelids twitch. She's too focused on me to notice.
Atalantia licks her incisors. Calendora? Calendora, I say. Quite a liar, that one.
She sighs.
I'll send you your new boots. Oranges make fine leather.
Whistling for her Olympics to follow, she heads for the exit, stopping only when she notices that Ajax has not fallen in behind her. She turns back and cocks her head at him. He looks back and forth between us, and then lifts his fingers in the horns. She lets out a small laugh of surprise, mingled with disgust, before turning her gaze on me.
Don't let Clearastes' death haunt you, Lysander. Now that you're in the game, he won't be the last friend you sacrifice.
Atalantia strides out, trailing Olympics and irons. I look over at Ajax and grip his shoulder. He gives me a hard nod, then we both look up to the top of the Colosseum, where Atlas watches us for a moment from his perch, before flying away on his skip boots, as silently as the crows who left before.
Chapter 18. Virginia, the Returned. Victra's war shuttle squats in my reserved spot on the executive tarmac outside the citadel of Aegea. Muttering aspersions, I jump at the side of my own shuttle before it sets down and sprint for the citadel. Removed from the rest of Mars's capital, the grounds are quiet. On the other side of the lake looms a battered Votum torch ship. It only just cleared orbital security to land. I spare it a glance and cut through the gardens, moving so fast Holiday and my line guards struggle to keep up. The boots and capes trail red dirt from my tour of the bunker construction sites in the deep mines of Samaria. Birds scatter as we rush across the white cobbled stone path. Pale tree lynxes stare down, wondering at our hurry, and go back to licking their paws. I burst into the executive wing's side entrance. Virgilus, a Lion Guard centurion, greets me with a grin. "Where are they?" I demand. "Executive lounge." I sprint through the network of halls past more smiling guards until I reach the god tree doors. I catch my breath, straighten my jacket, and Holiday opens the door for me. When I enter, 4 bedraggled, semi-emaciated strangers turn to look at me. I feel an urge to cry when I realize they aren't strangers at all. They are dear friends and colleagues. War has made them ashen and leached the light and softness from their skin and eyes. While they are more Darrow's friends than mine, it would be difficult to find 4 people more worthy of my trust and respect than these. Harnassus, the steady, soulful commander of the Free Legion's engineers, and the loyal doubter my husband always needed. Screwface, a howler who wore the cloak only weeks before I first did, and was always my favourite of the original pack, though I don't think he ever knew it. Thraxa, the Telemanus sister who taught me to box when we were girls in New Zealand together, and is like a sister, as much as a bulldog can be a sister. And Colloway Char, Darrow's virtuosic pilot and darling of the masses, media, and single persons everywhere. Holiday shuts the door behind me. They're sitting at a table, eating. They scramble up and snap to attention to salute me. "Slag that," I say, and rush to embrace Thraxa. Her hand sledgehammers my back. Not being as personally acquainted with Harnassus or Colloway, our embraces are more formal. I soften the most for Screwface. I saved him for last so I could spend the most time on him. He was my school friend, but I know he has always worried he was a hanger-on. He looks nervous, ashamed of the brutality that has been done to him. He's missing a leg and wears a wool cap to cover an atrocious scalping. His face is not the same as it was in the Institute, but his eyes have never changed. They've always been insecure, I think. While Severo learned to put knives into the soft places of those who told him he was worthless, Screwface believed his tormentor's words a little too much and grew to think if only he was only a little taller, a little more handsome, a little more sophisticated, then maybe he would be worthy of love and respect. That is why he agreed to infiltrate the Ash Legions. 3 years with the devils has taken its toll on him. I embrace him and hold him because he seems to need it. He melts into me and begins to sob like a child. The others look away, but I don't let go of him. A man like this deserves to know both that I am his friend and that his sovereign sees his sacrifices. I hold him for several minutes and spoil him with attention. "Welcome home," I say to them over his head. I let go of him and hold his face between my hands. "You most of all, my friend. You most of all. Welcome home." He smiles up at me with incandescent love, because he feels that his presence is welcome when he doubted it would be. "Can I tell her?" A broad-shouldered woman stands by the window, her hands clasped behind her back. She turns. Her eyes are red from crying. I let go of Screwface. My hands shake. Victra crosses the room to me, and more than a head taller, she leans down to embrace me. My heart plummets in despair and then soars on wings as her lips curl into a smile, and she says, Severo, Darrow, they are alive. I close my eyes in exultation and then yelp as Victra hoists me into the air and spins me around, cackling. They're alive! It was them over Venus. I'm fighting back tears by the time she sets me down. Where are they? I ask. We don't know, Onassis says, and tries to temper our expectations. In fact, we don't know if Darrow was successful in rescuing Severo, but Victra won't hear anything about that. We can game theory it, I say. I'll get the conservatory and midnight school hives going. We can send out search parties. They all look at Victra. There's something else, she says. Char? Our senses were soup the whole journey. Victra tells us the same here? Char asks. I nod. Even the telescopes. It's a light war unlike anything we've ever seen. They've virtually annihilated our telescope web and sensor network all around the system. Solar flares, dummy fleets, drone Mamidae are everywhere. I've never seen fog of war this thick. He grows solemn. In crossing the Earth-Mars orbital gap, we observed a squadron of enemy ships too heavy to be a patrol. Since we had Vodum tags, we were able to follow them, but still, we dared not get closer than this. My pulse quickens. He taps the holo display on the table. A grainy image appears of Eros, the Mars-crosser asteroid nearly 17 kilometers in diameter. It was a Republic trade post and military harbor until we lost it 7 months ago to Dido. Dark shapes in the hundreds lurk in the shadow of its mass. Warships. I feel the limits of my power acutely. The Rim's nimble ships have had a ruinous effect against our scouts and drones like never before. They've gouged out our Navy's eyes at the same time that Atlas's Gorgons and Atalantia's spies have cut off my ears by eliminating my own spies. A fleet that size could not sail much closer to Mars without us seeing, but for the enemy to have amassed that much firepower only 6 days away without my knowing, it is humbling. What is that? I point to the largest mass. The enemy couldn't have built a moonbreaker in secret. No, they couldn't, Char says. I'd know that shape anywhere. That's the Morning Star. I step back from the table. I heard the Votum were trying their hands at shipbuilding. If the Morning Star is there, it can only mean one thing. That Lysander is there too. He's finally come to war. Victra is smiling. Now, at last, we can kill him. Victra, recall everything within a week's sail. Alert the Ecliptic Guard. Tell them the enemy is likely already on the way. And Darrow and Severo? She asks. I almost say we don't even know if Darrow and Severo survived Venus, but I don't. She needs that hope. Today is the first time I've seen her smile in months. In fact, it shows the growth in her trust in me that she waited here after learning the news instead of immediately launching a rescue mission. She knew I'd say no to rescuing them, but after 8 months of holding the line together, I know she would never abandon me to face the coming fight on my own, not even for Severo. Thank Minerva, I need her. We can't help them right now, Victra. We don't know where they are. Any ships we send to look for them will be cut off. Hopefully they still have the Archimedes. We know they're resourceful. They know where we are. All we can do is make sure Mars is still home when they come back. And pray they are alive to do so, I think. Now go, Victra. We've got work to do. After she leaves, I glance at the recently arrived survivors. They're so battle-worn they can't possibly be ready to even think of the front lines. But they're Darrow's best, and I know I should at least ask so they don't get offended that I didn't. Who's fit to fight? They all raise their hands. Emotion tugs on my heartstrings, and here I thought I couldn't love them any more. Chapter 19. Virginia. Rising Dirge.
The enemy has come to finish us, so we gather where it all began, Lycos. My face is painted blood red in the mine where Darrow was born. I stand flanked by armoured commanders and friends. Diana's breath billows in the cold of the mine. She thrusts her wrinkled hand up at the gallows that stand in the centre of the Lycos township and murmurs, "They hanged my aunt here. Her name was Lorna."
"Lorna," Kavix whispers with the crowd and strokes Sophocles' head.
"They hanged my husband here. His name was Dale."
"Dale," Holiday repeats, and must think of her brother. Eyes of all 14 colours of the hierarchy watch Diana limp around the gallows, her hand still outstretched. Drones carry the voice of Darrow's mother to the thousands who cram into the township. On delay, they will carry it across Mars.
"They hanged my daughter here. Her name was Io."
"Io," Victra says like a prayer. She towers beside me, stalwart in green armour. The woman runs so hot a crown of steam writhes over her head. Her war-hawk shave is fresh.
"They hanged my son here. His name was Darrow."
I see my husband, 16, whipped and broken, walking the stairs up to the noose, and think how far he's come since that day. He is alive still, alive and coming home. "Darrow," I say, with 10,000 more. The name rises above the others. Some can't help but shout it. They should think he's dead. They don't know he's alive. The thought of his homecoming is like dawn to my heart. It will be a sweet day to see all this faith, all this hope rewarded. Diana lowers her hand and looks down as if reflecting on the pain of her people. Her voice may be quiet, her body bent, but when she looks up, it is with the calm, feminine power of red women, a power that comes from certainty, that comes from love. She seems mother of us all.
"My son died that day and returned as our sword. That is not all he is, but he became that so we could be free."
She echoes my own thoughts, and I feel represented, part of something pure.
"So did his friends, the brave lads and lasses who died on Mercury. Free to be mothers, daughters, brothers, fathers, grandparents."
She smiles at Kieran's children. Dio, Io's sister, stands with them in the crowd. But Dio's husband, Kieran, the Arch-Governor, is not here. We can't afford to have the leadership all in one place. Victra and me together is risk enough.
"Free to live under the sky,"
Diana continues.
"Free to dream like Io. Free to own this land our people watered with our blood."
Her eyes grow fierce.
"My son is lost. He will come home. But he is not here today. The enemy is. So today we are not mothers. We are not fathers. We are not brothers or sons. They come to make us slaves again. So today we are not dreamers. We are not colours. We are not swords. We are wrath. We are reapers."
She flicks her hand in disgust at the gallows. 50 Reds of Lambda descend with power hammers and smash the gallows to splinters. The crowd begins the fading dirge for the machine of death. Thousands of fists pound on chests in its metronomic rhythm of a heartbeat. It is how they used to mourn their dead in the mines. Diana limps over to my armoured commanders and me. Darrow's sister, Liana, carries a dented metal pail behind her. I go to my knees with my commanders. Diana glares into my eyes. When I look into hers, I realize it is no mystery where Darrow got his rage. I stick out my bare hands and Diana wipes them with red Martian mud to cover my gold sigils.
Then Victra's. "Go, daughters of Mars, and be our wrath." Victra and I stand and head toward the rubble. Diana moves down the line, covering everyone's sigils with mud. Victra and I each take a metal splinter fished from the debris by a child and ascend the switchbacking stairs up to the cairn. We are followed by Holiday, Cavex, and 50 more commanders. Hundreds of Reds beat their chests as we pass through the halls of the cairn. Their faces are hard and painted red. The sound fades as we ride the grav lift toward the surface. Soon another sound grows, greater by far, as if we could hear the very heartbeat of the planet itself. 2 dreadnoughts floating in the morning sky. One is Victra's, one is my own. Beneath them, a sea of humanity surrounds the highland mine of Lycos. Most are civilians come to pray to the Reaper. Faith is dangerous, but it is also part of our power. They stretch to the horizon in every direction, beating their fists on their chests, their faces painted red. I wonder absently who arranged for the paint. Then I see that the Reds closest to mine have bandaged hands. At the heart of this human sea waits a steel core. The 30,000 legionnaires of Pegasus Legion beat their chests. Their white horsehair crest helms do not sparkle in the sun. Their chest plates are dented and battle-scarred. Their capes are ragged. But their weapons are pristine, and the spheres on their chests declare the planets they have liberated. To fill his personal legions, my husband chose only his own breed. The kind of grunts who floss their teeth with the threads of enemy standards, who can sleep on volcanic rock and win a fight in heaven or hell. Today, Pegasus Legion is Thraxa's, and she looks proud. She stands before them wearing a white wolf pelt. We don't have many obsidians left under Republic arms, but a few hundred remain in this legion, nearly all women. That says it all about this legion's esprit de corps. It is a reflection of Darrow. Nothing before the cause. They incite all, including me, to fight as hard as they will. Pegasus Legion! You were the tip of Darrow's spear. He is not here. I am, Victra says. Today I need wolves. Are you wolves? They howl. Good. The enemy is up there. They want to be down here. That's not your problem, that's the Navy's. So today you will wait. You will be patient. Because when I release you, it will be to change the tide of battle. Make Darrow proud. Make Severo proud. Make the enemy remember the free legions. They howl, and she turns to me with a scandalous smirk. So, vodka punch with a lemon twist, I say to the question she asked me after our dinner with Kieran and the commanders the night before in the Citadel. She scoffs. That's what you want me to drink over Loon's corpse? Vodka punch with a lemon twist? What are you, a pixie trollop? It's gauche. He'd hate it. She grins. Savage. Be that today, horsey. They certainly will. Keep your head. They know you're aggressive. They know you'll want Apollonius too. I need you alive more than I need any of them dead. Now you sound more like Darrow, she says. It is a small kindness for her to comment on his humanity instead of invoking his name as a talisman for aggression. It touches me deeply. No matter what people think, Darrow cares for his soldiers, his commanders, and so do I. Victra twists her neck to peer out at the sea of red faces. The fading dirge has slowed to a beat every few seconds. Even with her head shaved into the warhawk her husband used to wear to battle, and her face painted red, the woman cannot hide a mother's grief. She may be looking at the sea, but she is standing before Ulysses' grave. Victra is daunting to behold in either peace or war. Her statue is tyrannical, tall, broad, muscular, with knives for cheekbones. Her nature matches, proud, brutal, voluble. But in her is a font of love that glows so hot it burns her from the inside out. For years I did not see that. I saw only her sharp edges. Now I love her, and realize she was the sister I never wanted but always needed. The fading dirge beats one more time, and the sea stands in silence. The morning is cold, the breeze is light. It smells of soil and armor oil and grass. Victor murmurs, "You're the bookish one. Was it a man who said, 'Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned'?" A lancer brings her gauntlets. It must have been, to imagine something so petty as scorn to be the utmost misery a woman could suffer. What, I wonder, would he make of a mother who has seen her husband sold like meat and her babe nailed to a tree? She dons her gauntlets. "Perhaps, wroth I am thee. They come for our children, Virginia." She turns to me and cups my face with one hand. "Do not fear for me. Instead, pity them." I thump her chest with my fist. Victor nods to Cavax and Holiday and flies upward toward her low-flying flagship. Thrax and Pegasus Legion follow in her wake. I look up to Mars's twin moons and feel a little sick. I always thought Darrow and I would face this battle together. Cavax and Holiday fall in behind me, and we fly toward my flagship. Chapter 20. Virginia. Nucleus. As Victor's dreadnought, the Pandemonia, heads toward our main fleet over the North Pole, my war shuttle descends from the Deja Thoris toward Phobos, the largest pincushion mankind has ever built. Orbiting only 6,000 kilometers from the surface of Mars, Phobos circles its primary body closer than any other moon in the system. That means it moves fast and takes only 7 hours and 39 minutes to complete its orbit. It is not a big moon, certainly not compared to the moons of the gas giants or Earth. It is only 22 kilometers in diameter. Though, over 7 centuries, humanity has stacked on another 3 kilometers of cityscape in almost every direction. Hundreds of skyscrapers pierce the moon's crust. The rich live in the needles at the tips of the buildings, with the city's population density growing the closer one draws to the surface of the moon. The population thins again as one crawls down into the belly of the moon, the hollows, where the sediments of Phobos's population gather in eerie dimness surrounding the gravity generators. Much of the population has been evacuated, but not all. Tens of millions of people take a long time to move, especially when they do not all cooperate. As the heart of our orbital defense complex, Phobos is well guarded. New grand guns and clever pyramid-shaped fortresses loom on its cityscape. Most are positioned to defend its precious Julii Sun docks, which are synced in orbit around Phobos like 2 intercrossed bandoliers. Forests of jagged towers reach past the docks. Amidst them stand monuments to heroes of the rising. Some are carved in stone, many in ice. Cavax catches my eyes lingering on Eo's statue. But soon she has passed, and then there is only Quicksilver's monument to my husband. Darrow bursts into view, towering and terrible over the North Pole, glaring toward the distant sun. Though my husband is still out there somewhere in the vast expanse of space, I feel him with me. It is a consolation that, if he is alive, I know he is on his way home, maybe even looking at Mars as a distant but growing star in his viewport. He'll see the energy wash of the battle if he's near, I say absently to Holiday. I hope it doesn't make him do anything stupid. He won't, Holiday says. I turn on her. He's with Bellona and Severo. Put them together and the stupidity tends to be exponential.
Holiday doesn't break eye contact. I feel safe around her surety. You will see him again. Your son will see him again. I know that man. If he made it off Mercury, he can make it home. He's hard as nails and slippery as a fish. I nod in gratitude and turn my gaze to the enemy. The rim and core armada that has come to conquer my home is little more than stardust in the distance. Their high velocity suggests they intend to pierce our defensive shell in an attempt to deploy an iron rain. So much for the conservative siege we'd once expected. At least Atalantia isn't with them. A rain, I say, with a shake of my head. I really didn't think the Rim had it in them. Maybe Apollonius is in command after all.
Helios would never cede the battle plan to a core gold, much less Apollonius, Kavik says, his gaze on the Pandemonia and his thoughts on Thraxa. Only just returned and back to the fray.
Sophocles is likelier to feed me jelly beans.
It's early yet, I say. I suppose we will see. A rectangle of light forms 3/4 of the way up Bastion 1 to permit us access. 40 heavy assault shuttles follow mine into the pyramidal fortress. I leave most of my lion guards in the hangars and ride the high-security lift with Kavix and Holiday down into the belly of Bastion 1. With my head down, I trudge out as soon as the doors open. Ahead, a symphony of bolts and oiled steel clunks and rasps. Interdiction slabs shift and security doors dilate open to grant us access to the military nerve center of Phobos, the nucleus. Petty officers scatter to the side as my cavalcade enters. The door guards announce me.
The Sovereign of the Republic.
500 officers and technicians snap to attention at their stations around the interior of the sphere that comprises the nucleus. I plunge toward the command platform at its center. The best of the Republic's naval aristocracy wait there for me. Most are holograms beamed in from their ships. Even at short range, the enemy's electronic warfare degrades their avatars. A few of my legates wait off to the side. I step onto the command deck. Void. A white-walled cathedral of silence forms around the officers. Oro, the blue commander of Phobos, is 60 and lean as a bloodhound. His cobalt eyes are ringed with the insomniac circles of a Dostoevsky protagonist.
Imperator Julii is nearly in place. Phobos stands ready. OBC control is yours, my sovereign.
He sets a glossy black battle crown on my head. The crown gives me access to the nucleus of systems, and the sudden influx of information is similar in sensation to being ducked into cold water at high speed. A few breaths, and I adjust to the stream.
This is the Sovereign. I have the crown.
200 battle station commanders confirm. With the crown, I can micromanage them, but not the fleet itself. I am not as good as my imperators are at their jobs, so no need to bother. I wave my hand and Mars appears in the air. The visual of the battlefield resembles a three-dimensional representation of a cell, with Mars surrounded by a dense orbital shell of neutrons and protons, her orbital battle station complex, or OBC. They orbit in two staggered shells. Shell 1 at 6,000 kilometers from the surface, Shell 2 is at 3,000. There are minefields in the gaps between the stations, along with a dazzling array of gun batteries on the surface of Mars. But the surface guns will come into play only if they launch an iron rain. To launch an iron rain, they have to get through both layers of the OBC. Static defenses are never enough on their own, not in this epoch of warfare. Spears went through chainmail, after all. The OBC may look dense on the display, but if the map was to scale, the size of the gaps between the battle stations would startle an amateur's eye. The fleet and the OBC must work in tandem. I watch the spear that represents Victra's flagship slide into place over the North Pole. Her fleet is new and heavy and nearly a match for the core contingent in the enemy armada on its own.
The other two strike forces match the rim ships well enough in tonnage, if not speed. With the planet, Phobos, and the OBC, the battle is ours to lose. Oddly, that makes me nervous. Imperator's report, I say. Pandemonia is in the pocket. Task Force Spear stands ready, Victra says. Niobe, Kavix's wife, reports from the South Pole. Task Force Fox ready. Task Force Warlock ready. Colloway Char was eager to be put to use. The hero has been promoted to Imperator today and commands my Deja Thoris and my household ships in defense of Phobos. There is nothing to do now but wait and see where the enemy intends to focus the thrust of their attack. Darrow would loathe sacrificing the initiative, but Victra, Oro, and the Blue Hive all agree the defensive posture gives us more advantages. To attack with the fleet beyond the kill zone of the OBC guns is to waste those guns and equal the odds. And with Victra's powerful fleet on the pole, she can meet the enemy wherever they thrust. I watch with Kavix, Holiday, and my commanders as the enemy armada creeps closer. 30 minutes becomes 20. 20 becomes 10. A sea of radio chatter from the hundreds of Rip-Wing squadron leaders murmurs in the background. The enemy is arranged in 6 spherical battle groups and 1 floater. The Dustmaker, the powerful moonbreaker of Helios Aulux, leads the creme of the Rim fleet. Dido leads another group in her husband's old dreadnought, Shadow Dragon. Diomedes leads the smallest and nimblest group from his destroyer, Charybdis. I keep an eye on that one. The core groups are led by Julia Albellona, Apollonius, and Cicero Alvotum. Julius is the strongest group and populated with the flagships of many moderate houses. Cicero leads the Reformers and the Votim ships. Apollonius leads the smallest but newest group of ships, ones he must have acquired as master of the dockyards of Venus. Niobe is keyed on him. Trailing behind those battle groups is a sight that boils the blood of all Republic patriots, the floater fleet, led by the Morning Star. Though its transponders say the ship has been rechristened as the Lightbringer. To see Darrow's ship in Lysander's perfumed hands disgusts me. It is the biggest thing on the field. At 8 kilometers in length, it outstrips the older Dustmaker in length by 2 kilometers, Victra's Pandemonia by 3, and my Deja Thoris by 4. Its refurbishment is clearly not complete. It's not even painted, and looks like Frankenstein's monster, its hull a heterogeneous patchwork of steel harvested off the carcasses of the White Fleet, which Atalantia crushed over Mercury. I wish Orion and Darrow were here to take their ship back. Your intelligence still believes the Lightbringer poses no true tactical threat? I ask Oro, dubious. Indeed, less than a third of its surface guns have been replaced, and its reactor output readings are meager. No one has ever heard of her captain, and Loon would need years to rebuild a talented ecosystem of house blues. The ship is like the boy, a hollow symbol. He is taunting us to lure us out, tempting us to take her back. Then let's not be lured, I say to all my Imperators. Seems Loon somehow profited off the chaos on Venus. Are those ships a bribe from House Carthii? Kavix muses, and squints at the 9 unpainted destroyers that surround the Lightbringer. Those are fresh off the spindles. 2 don't even have surface guns. How can he possibly crew them? Bellona, I wager. Kavix comes closer. Does your source have any insight? I shake my head. Not about this. And I'd doubt him even more if he did. Kavix nods, happy our strategy is our own and not my source's. A strange report comes from Oro. My sovereign, they're reducing velocity. He's right. I turn off the command deck's void to see the blues of my tactics hive chittering to each other. Soon they present an adjusted list of the enemy's potential tactics and attack vectors, ordered by probability. Virginia, are you seeing this? Victra asks. I see. "What is Helios doing?" Victor murmurs. "Speed is their only advantage. Does he want to spend more time in the gauntlet of our guns?" "It might not be Helios in command after all. Eccentricity is Apollonius's forte," I reply. "Maybe a split command?" I glance at Holiday to shore up my anxiety about sabotage. "All vital installations have been swept, my sovereign. Every reactor, every shield generator is under watch," she reaffirms. "If the enemy wants passage, they must pay for it." All is in order, yet a nagging thought remains. Why, in Minerva's name, would they dare attack without Atalanta in the first place? Why take these odds? There is nothing to do but wait and find out. Gods, I hate playing defense. Chapter 21. Virginia. Petard. For an hour, the enemy's armada circles around Mars's equator like a shiver of sharks. They travel just beyond the no-man's land that exists between the OBC and the maximum effective range of its guns. Holding their positions on the poles, Victor's and Niobe's groups shadow the tightly packed enemy, waiting for them to make their move. Missiles flit between the lines, but with the anti-missile systems of both forces deployed, few find their mark. In the second hour, Diomedes' battle group begins to flirt with our outer perimeter. They test for weaknesses and get a bloody nose from our long guns. It's a familiar game. They try to tease out as much information on the OBC's strength as they can, and we try to withhold while still getting a few licks in. Then thousands of blues of each navy analyze the skirmishes and pass their findings up the chain. Pixel by pixel, commanders from both sides form a clearer picture of the strength of their opponents. Very conservative, very Helios Aulux. By the fourth hour, the anxiety of waiting for the enemy to attack in earnest has begun to wear on my commanders, but we cannot lose if we maintain discipline, so I'm on the horn constantly with all of them. The only change in the enemy's pattern of feint and withdrawal occurs by accident, when Lysander takes his turn testing our perimeter. One of his destroyers loses its shield under the converging fire of 3 battle stations and barely limps out of range to safety. His battle group falls behind the others. "Those are escape pods," Oro says. "They're abandoning ship." There's laughter around the nucleus, but not from Kavix. "A veteran would know. Fresh off the assembly line, there's always a few lemons," he murmurs. "Least he's decent enough to pick them up." True enough, just beyond the effective range of our guns, the Lightbringer comes to a halt to recover the escape pods. "I could pounce on him and kill him," Victor suggests. "That's bait," I say. "Hold your position. Continue shadowing the main fleet. If a mistake is to be made, let it be them who makes it." "Yes, my sovereign, but I'm growing roots up here." Kavak still stares at the Lightbringer. Something feels off. "Oro, how long until Phobos and Lysander are directly aligned?" I ask. He frowns. 31 minutes. I tell Char to be ready just in case Lysander does something foolhardy. Oro was skeptical. "You think Loon would risk a frontal assault on Phobos, while we have triple fleet coverage?" Victra practically licks her lips. "Let's hope he's that fool." Her sudden change in tone chills me to the bone. "Sensors, what is that?" A pause. I see it on my crown's hollow projection. A large mass inbound at high velocity toward the pole. "Evasive action!" Her signal cuts out. Sensors scream. A hail of unidentified objects moving too fast to be ships or missiles streaks toward the North Pole. The objects are dark, massive, and too big to be rail slugs. Yet they are. I know they are before the Blues can even analyze the objects. No student in any Astral Academy could ever be faulted if, when given an exam to create a hypothetical defense of Mars, they placed their strongest fleet on the North Pole, A fleet on the North Pole is a trump card. That is, unless the enemy circled your planet, noted your fleet's velocity as you shadowed them over the course of 5 hours, and adjusted their own velocity over time to lead your fleet right into the path of rail slugs that were fired a week ago from the largest railgun installation ever built. A railgun installation that was scuttled before it was lost to the enemy, and which many great minds promised me neither the core nor the rim had the technology to restore. I watch in cold fury. The rail slugs would have to have been fired days ago, so they cannot target individual craft. It hardly matters. Rail slugs as large as corvettes, but made of solid durosteel, scream in at 6 times the speed of our fastest warship and detonate to send shrapnel into Victra's fleet over the North Pole. Slugs skip off the planetary shields with the force of thermonuclear bombs and plough through battle stations like tungsten marbles into papier-mâché machete models. The slugs don't come in flights, but in a steady, wide stream. We didn't design the guns to fire like that, like fire hoses. Cavax is awestruck.
They didn't just fix the guns. They made a bigger clip, he murmurs.
The stream of fire abates. The rail slugs took only 4 seconds to pass over the planet. The Blues tabulate the amount of metal that just passed over Mars and on into space faster than they can our casualties. They say the number. I blanch. It equates to 10 months of Mercury's iron exports. Where did they get that much metal? I have a guess. Lysander must have used some of the bones of the White Fleet to repair the Lightbringer. I think I know what just happened to the rest. They shot us with our own detritus. At least there will be no second shot. It's just too expensive. In the wake of the attack, the nucleus is stunned. Not simply by the damage reports, but the mathematics involved in such a shot. They would dwarf the complexity of those used when we fired relief pods with our guns to my husband on Mercury. We feel inferior. Yet, as my Blues search the debris floating over the North Pole, they find a stirring sight. A ship signature, Victra's. She hisses over the comms. "Those bastards! Form on me! Anyone still alive? Form on the Pandemonia!" Victra's ship is damaged, but she is alive. Not just her, at least half her fleet seemed to have survived the barrage. But they'll have no time to recover because the enemy armada has finally decided to attack. They angle not for the planet, but toward the North Pole. I go still. They have no intention of launching an iron rain today. Today they came to kill Victra and eliminate the best ships of our fleet. Niobe, Char, this is a decapitation mission. They're going for Victra and Task Force Spear. Marshal on her. It'll be a knife fight on the pole. We cannot lose the fleet. Defend it at all costs. They copy, and their fleets race from Phobos and the South Pole to help as the battle stations open fire on the onrushing enemy. The firefight glows like a second sun. I let the battle station commanders do their jobs and stare at the Lightbringer. Each minute Phobos's orbit brings us closer to alignment with Lysander.
"Not a lemon after all," Kavik says.
No. He frowns at the debris over the pole.
"Alas, hoisted by our own—"
I turn on him with such cold fury that Sophocles growls at me from his arms. Kavix feeds Sophocles a jelly bean as if he hadn't just been hit in the teeth.
"Calm down," he says,
and eyes the dazed members of the Nucleus's staff. He's right.
"We knew this would not be bloodless," I shout. "Now it's our turn to draw theirs."
A faint cheer, and they return to their jobs. Oro rushes to my side.
"My sovereign, without fleet coverage, Phobos will be vulnerable to attack." "Then it's a good thing we have shields, guns, ripwings, and missiles," Kavik says. "If Loon's got the balls, let him try his luck."
"Sink to your guns, Oro," I say. "I'll prep the legions." He rushes to his gun command station and dons his neural link circlet. He shivers and his eyes roll back.
Oro can literally feel the giant anti-ship guns of Phobos moving in the gloom to train their gaze on Loon's fleet. "My sovereign, does Loon know you're on Phobos?" Holiday asks. "He's a smart boy," I say, "and since our intelligence is apparently for shit, I'm guessing the twins of South Pacifica aren't the only weapons the enemy's stolen from us that is now battle-ready. Time to alignment with the Lightbringer?" I ask. 19 minutes, a blue calls. The enemy fleet is suffering heavy losses to our battle stations, but they're almost to the dead zone their artillery carved into our defences over the North Pole. In that debris, Victra will be gathering her ships for the fight of her life. I roll out my shoulders, ready for the fight of mine.
Chapter 22. Lysander. Iron, Death, Gold. "Spitfire! 20 minutes!" Pyther's voice blares through the Lightbringer, along with the droning sirens that attend an imminent launch. The Praetorians roar as I enter the main hangar with my drop sentry, Ajax, Kyber, and Roan's old guard, Marcus, Drusilla, Demetrius, Antonius, Coriolanus, and 91 more elite dragoons. Star shells lift their arms in salute. Blocks of dragoons boarding assault shuttles wave their heavy rifles. I am not Apollonius, so I do not ape him and exhort them to feats of valour. I set a tone of quiet professionalism and stride down the busy corridor with my entourage. Of the 43,000 men and women of the Praetorian Guard who have returned to me over the last 9 months, all have been dedicated to this assault. With them will go the 2 house legions I raised on Mercury. "Octavia would shit herself," Ajax says. Ajax's armour is black with golden skull pauldrons. He wears no leopard cape today. It would not survive what's coming. He looks and sounds far more at ease in this setting than I ever will. I fear my dread is written on my face for all to see. "Why aren't you shitting yourself? You're risking everything on a gamble." "So are you," I say. My voice sounds calm, at least. "Just my life," he replies. "If this fails, you lose your reputation, your army, your new ships, and your chance at the morning chair. Oh, and your line goes extinct." "You forgot about my bank account." "Already extinct," he says. "Operation Polyphemus is a sound strategy," I say. "If it wasn't, then Helios and Apollonius wouldn't have supported it." "Why not? It's your head you're sticking in the lion's mouth. If it gets bitten off, they don't have to follow." "You think they wouldn't?" He chuckles. "The twins were my idea." "And the Rim's weapon," Ajax says. "I came to make sure you don't die, not lie to you." "Right. Well, whether in ruin or victory, I'm glad you're here," I say. He grimaces at the dragoons who eye him with suspicion. "You're the only one. Astounded Flavinius let me on board." "He works for me, not the other way around," I remind him. "Long as he knows that," Ajax mutters. "Praetorians are an uppity breed." Roan might have squadrons of centurions micromanaging the pre-assault preparation, but he's still barking himself hoarse, flying back and forth down the lines. "It'll be a hard break and drop. Mouth guard in, Stravinius. Do you want to eat your teeth? Shellman, chug your prep juice and get to the tubes. Don't inject till the yellow light. Aquilifer, shine that dragon. You want to know who's killing them or not? You fight for Luna today. I want that dragon spotless. Boomer boys, you'll be following the drill soon as they hit 50 meters. Centurions, straighten those lines. I want this tight." Greys peek at me as I pass, their eyes not on my shining gold armour, but the snow-white cape that flutters behind me. Each hopes their unit will receive the charmed cloak. Roan nods to me as he buzzes past overhead. His men expect him to receive the cloak. He knows better. Politics aren't limited to the rostrum of the 200. Still, he grimaces as I approach the outsiders in the hangar, my red Helldiver Corps, and doff my cape. As I crossed the hangar, I saw them suffer the spit and curses of the armoured greys stomping past. They are small men and women, but they are hard as old leather. Many are exiled Martian gammas I leased from Lady Bellona for this operation. Others are Votum miners from Mercury. They kneel, and I motion them up. I keep my tone conversational. My friends, for too long your loyalty has made you lepers when you should be hailed as patriots. Today you avenge yourselves for the persecutions you have suffered. You avenge the gammas who are butchered in the assimilation camps. Operation Polyphemus relies upon you. So does our society. You are the foundation upon which all else is built. I see that. Help me make others see that, and we will make a society better than the one we were given. I expect this back, Goodman. I wrap my cape around the shoulders of their head talk. The man trembles with pride and looks up with a fierceness I've scarcely ever beheld. Be brave. Be steady. Now go, sons of Gamma, and dig us a path. The small reds roar like lions and rush to climb their drills. 200 of the machines fill this hangar alone. I walk the line, giving words of encouragement. At the base of each drill, berserkers in heavy armour take mushrooms from their centurion, alone peerless for every 10 berserkers. Most of the goals are novus homos, new men, young killers desperate to make their mark. Lured by my name, my games, and my evocation of a more honourable past, my promise of a brighter future, and the hopes of elevation, they flooded to me after my speech in the Colosseum, eager to render service and apply all their skills toward the reclamation of Mars. They are expendable, so I prepare to spend them. Wisely, I hope. Following their berserkers up the ladder, they salute nobly from the top rungs before sliding into the carry pods and sealing the hatches. Win or lose, I will not see many of them again. As the notice lights on the ceiling flash yellow, I fall in with my drop sentry and rush to our tubes to let the oranges fit me into the loading wreck. Roan lines up to the loader to my left. I grab Ajax as he heads for the loader to my right. Today we show Atalantia we are not her pets, I say. He looks wounded. You think that's why I'm here? Lysander, I couldn't give 2 shits about you standing up to Atalantia. Then why? I ask. She killed your parents. His voice deepens with raw emotion. I saw it in her eyes. She orphaned you. That is unforgivable. Family does not do that to each other. So, we are family now, you and I, and family sticks together. Come ruin or victory. He bumps my forehead with his own. See you in hell, little brother. He loads into his spit tube. I load into mine, belly down, head first. I ratchet into the firing chamber. It is dark, echoing. It has not vented pressure yet. I do not feel alone like I did the last time on Mercury, but still I feel sick. I pop my helmet and retch. There are stains down below, old wretch stains, from Darrow's hard-nosed rain veterans. That consoles me. I can't wipe my mouth. My arms are locked in. I feel a moment of panic. I order my helmet back on with a voice command. I try to find the mind's eye. It evades me. I'm terrified. I don't want to die. I don't want to be here. I have to be here. Noble thoughts flee. No more peacemaker, no more politician, no more feeble seed. I am iron. I am death. I am gold. Spitfire, 10 minutes. Chapter 23. Virginia. Grim Glory. In its initial moments, Lysander's charge is the picture of glory. His new destroyers, not lemons after all, surge out in front of the Lightbringer as soon as Phobos's orbit brings the moon into alignment with his fleet. Haughty and shining, Lysander's destroyers race into range of our guns. Oro begins to fire, and the darkness of no man's land turns to light. First, the light of particle beams, lancing and primordial. Second, the light of rail slugs, blurred and dull. Third, the light of drones and missiles, glinting and canny. Fourth, the light of the enemy's flak, dusty and meagre. Then all the light all at once as the enemy replies in kind. Loon's fleet disappears from the sensors in the energy wash of the conflagration. The first minute claims 2 destroyers. Overloaded by the volume of fire, the destroyers' shields turn opaque before the ships collapse inward. Their hulls peel open like burning paper, shredding away to reveal their twisted skeletons as they hurtle forward, their momentum unchecked. Imagining the hell on those destroyers, the screaming of shield sirens, the buckling bulkheads, the fire and the vacuum, I pity the crews for having to suffer the cost of a boy's high-born ambition. Glorious in its early thrust, Lysander's initial charge veers toward disaster as another destroyer is knocked out of formation and nearly collides with the Lightbringer behind it. Yet even as the Blues report damage to the enemy, I see Loon's gruesome logic at work. He gambled he could lose destroyers to gain kilometers, and, despite the best efforts of my Blues, his gamble is working. Not one destroyer is spared a shield failure or damage to its hull, but Loon's charge has soon passed the halfway mark to Phobos. The closer his ships come to Phobos, the less able the OBC guns are to hit them. Fewer guns by the second have a clear line of barrage, and we begin to feel the absence of Char's fleet. Another destroyer falls out of formation, slit down the centre like firewood by the combined fire of Phobos's 3 space-facing citadels, including Bastion 1. I shout for my Blues to analyse the debris for bodies. There should be armoured infantry spilling out across space. None, ma'am, not a one. All his men are likely on the Lightbringer, I say to Oro. The destroyers are empty, maybe piloted remotely or by a suicide crew. Playing on a hunch, I order the Blues to concentrate their guns on the Lightbringer. Even the great ship is not unfazed by our deluge of fire. Soon its hull is cratered in 24 places, and its shield must cycle on and off to prevent itself from overloading. Then I glimpse the danger, the true danger, and correct my orders. Fire back to the destroyers! Oro protests. The Lightbringer is the threat. The destroyers are empty. Then why would they need to veer off their current trajectory, which is at present this moon? I snap. He's using the destroyers as battering rams, damn it. He's letting us shoot them down so they'll crash into our shields and bring them down for the Lightbringer. And then he's going to dump men down our throats. Oro is appalled. 9 destroyers? But the waste! What's all that to a loon? I snarl. Of the 9 destroyers Loon started the charge with, 4 are already ruined and knocked off course. 5 are horrifically damaged, but unless we smash them off course, they will collide with Phobos's defensive shield, and when they do, the kinetic energy from their impact will be in the gigatons at least. Minutes tick past. Oro's guns knock another destroyer off its crash course. With 4 more inbound, I call my legates forward. Goodman, it looks like this is going to come down to infantry. Loon wants Phobos. The fleet is busy, they cannot help us. You will soon be all that stands in his way. Then the first destroyer hits the moon's main shield. Inside the nucleus we feel and hear nothing. Then 2 more destroyers hit almost at once, and the nucleus trembles. Outside, above Phobos's starlit cityscape, the shield shivers and turns crimson. I make a quick calculation, weighing the force of the destroyer yet to hit and the strength remaining in the weakened shield. My math is sloppy, but there's no time to balk. "Lower the shield," I order. Oro's second-in-command turns, aghast. His accent is Phobosian. "That destroyer will impact the hive. It's not fully evacuated. Lower the shield," I order directly to the shield officers. They stare wide-eyed at me. I jerk my head at Holiday, and she bursts up on her graph boots and puts a rifle to the blue operator's temple. Finally, he lowers the shield. The last the cameras report is a metal blur before perfect white. The nucleus falls silent. The moon itself groans. Whole columns of sensors die. Alarm lights glow. Officers turn to stare at me, jaws on the floor. Even Holiday looks startled, as if she's only just realized what she's done on my orders. She removes her rifle from the blue's head and returns to me with a blank expression. "Sovereign, what have you done?" Oro whispers from his sink. "Triage," Calyx replies for me. "Damage report when you have one," I say. "I want a visual of the surface. Engineering, what's the damage to the shields?" The orange engineering officer looks like she's seen a ghost. "Engineers report 4 nexuses have melted through their inhibitor shells." "But we're spared a general overload?" Calyx asks for me again. "Yes, sir." "How many seconds till we can get them back up?" he asks. "Seconds? It will be a quarter hour at least. If we don't wait that long, the radiation levels will kill anyone who goes in there, even in a rad suit. Tell your shield teams that I need the main shield back up over Sector 1 in 5 minutes, or we lose Phobos," I say. The engineer blinks at me, then Calyx. "I know those men—" "Good, so they will know the importance of their sacrifice," I say. "Do it, officer," Calyx says. "Do it now." Oro's second watches the exchange, looking like he's about to strike me, which for a blue is saying something. He's not the only one. "We have a visual on the surface," a blue calls. "Main screen," Calyx orders. Faces fall as their worst fears are realized. Images from the surface crackle above us. Maybe they thought I had a magic trick up my sleeve, something that would make my order less monstrous. They are sorely disappointed. It's not that kind of day. The devastation from the destroyer's impact is incredible. It seared off the tops of 100 spires and made an impact crater with a radius of more than 2 kilometers wide. I've never seen so much debris in 0G. Entire star-scrapers and monuments to heroes float like motes of dust up from a punched sofa cushion. Beyond the moon, the shattered city and the impact crater, neither our shield nor the stars can be seen any longer. The war-battered belly of the Lightbringer has become the sky, and it creeps closer as the great ship hard brakes to hover barely a kilometer over the tallest starscraper. Then the Lightbringer fires on Phobos with whatever guns it has left. Oro trains the guns of Phobos and fires back. It becomes a slugging match. My moon and Loon's moonbreaker go at it like 2 bare-knuckled brawlers tied together, punching and obliterating each other's delicate features at close range. Oro glares at me. His sync connection must have been broken by damage to subterranean hardlines. He discards his useless circlet. The guns are now under the control of their on-site manual redundancy teams. He strides over and says in a quiet voice, "My sovereign, the shield could have withstood that impact." Maybe, but the kinetic whiplash would have overloaded the entire system. It would be down for a day or more. Now Loon's landing zone has so much debris that his Praetorians will shoot him if he orders them to make landfall in it. He'll have to adjust, shift north toward Bastion 1, Sector 1, where he'll be in range. "Of what?" "Retaliation," Calyx says. He's already set Sophocles down and begun field-checking his armor. Sure enough, the Lightbringer recognizes the impossibility of the crater, and the ship sacrifices its surprise to begin a slow shift north. Loon's captain is good, and rotates the ship to hide its cratered belly and present fresh guns. The ship completes a full turn so that, when it reaches its new landing zone, its original side is facing down toward the moon. Then all its fighters and bombers, held back for the assault, flow out its hangars like a plague of locusts. I send ours from Bastion 1 and its adjacent fortresses, Bastions 2 and 8. Then Holiday curses in disgust. Familiar silhouettes fall from the Lightbringer toward the surface of Phobos' cityscape. Loon didn't just bring battering rams. He brought claw drills, too. Hundreds of them. "He's aping Darrow," Cavax says, and kneels to stroke Sophocles' head. The fox has started to whine with anxiety. He can always tell when Cavax is about to leave. I patch into the squadron commanders. "Ignore enemy fighters. Fire on those claw drills. Bring them down before they hit the surface." Holiday motions forward the commander of Bastion 1's Legion, Red Legion 1. The stocky Red thumps forward, fists balled, one hateful eye on me, the other still on the crater the destroyer made in Phobos' cityscape. "Leg it down low. Those drills allow them to bypass the bastions and the defense levels. They will land north of the crater and south of Bastion 1. They will chew through the star scrapers and the surface into the moon's interior, and Praetorians will pour in like water. It's up to you and Red Legion 1 to stop their downward penetration before they get to the core and the reactors. Make contact and kill those drills. Plug the breach as best you can. Hawk Legion and Hemanthus Legion will press in laterally from Bastions 2 and 8 to reinforce and stop their lateral movement. They'll be able to put men on hundreds of levels from the drill shafts," he warns. "I don't know if we can contain them." "Which is why we will also attack them on the surface at the breaches themselves. Tell your Drachenjäger commander that Cavax is on his way and will lead the charge." Silence greets my announcement. "Go!" With a salute, he storms away with his officers to join his legions. Holiday returns to fit me in my armour. "Engineering, where are we on the shields?" I ask. The engineer falters. "Speak up, man," Cavax barks. "My sovereign, I cannot give the order. Those are good men and women. If we don't wait for the radiation to pump out, they'll die." "Get those shields up, or go tell your family they will pay because you wouldn't. We are here to do our jobs," Cavax booms. Then to all, "War requires monstrous deeds. If you cannot be a monster, then get out of the way." The engineering officer falters, unable to give the order, but I already opened a line to the shield rooms. They heard Cavax. A steady, distant voice replies. "My sovereign, that is a loon out there?" the voice asks. A woman's. "The last one, and his Praetorians." "You need the shields up to attack them?" "Yes. If they hold their landfall on the surface, their allies can pour in behind them. We need to wipe them from those breaches. Teach Loon's allies the only thing here is death." The engineer on the line takes an unsteady breath. I can sense they are confirming with their colleagues. "The shields will go online in 10 minutes. We will see to it personally." "Name? Rank?" I ask. "Centurion Morani Lagarde." "Thank you, Centurion Lagarde. I hail your name." "Hail Leinhardt. Lagarde out." In 10 minutes, Lagarde will likely be dead. More martyrs for the cause. So many martyrs. I turn to Cavax. He is saying his farewells to Sophocles. "When the high gates open, we'll release the reserve Ripwings. You and the mechs must wait for the shield, or you'll be torn apart from space," I tell him. "Cavax, I have waged war before," he says, and kisses Sophocles on the mouth. "I love you, little one. Be brave for Virginia. She has the beans now." He stands and hands me his pack of jelly beans. "I wish I could go with you," I say. "Your value is here. You must guide the legions. Plug the holes in our defense." "Take my lines from the hangars with you," I offer. "No, you will need them to reinforce the legions," he says. "I will see you soon," I say, and look for him to validate my hope. But the look he gives me is not that of a father to a child. Not any more. We are peers now, and we know we may never see each other again. I clasp his hand. "Good hunting." "Sophocles, stay. I shall return." His men take a conical attachment off the back of his armour and hand it to my centurion Virgilus. "Look after him, yes. He's grown tender in his old age." Sophocles watches Cavax go and begins to shake. I can't watch. I turn back to the display and observe my legions making their way through the trams and sprint through the corridors as I try to guess where the enemy will drill. I steel my heart for the battle to come. When Sophocles begins to howl, I know Cavax has left the nucleus. Part of my heart marches off with him. I stuffed the jelly beans into the pocket of my armor that holds the splinter of the gallows. Chapter 24. Lysander. Drop Shock. I soar out of the ignorance of the spit tube into a silent madhouse where there is no up. The first glimpse of battle is as incomprehensible to my brain as calculus is to a dog. Confined between two horizons of metal, the ship and the surface of Phobos, I'm blinded a half-second out of the tube. Only the heavy filters on my helmet's optics save my ocular nerves from frying. I fight the instinct to alter course. It won't matter if I do, not in a drop like this. You can't dodge anything. If you try, you'll just slag up the fellow next to you and create a chain reaction that will mire the drop and get 10,000 killed. Dive, make landfall, survive, find my drill. Survive. What a laugh, as if I had a say. The blurred topography beneath me winks at me. Guns. They're almost pretty. Rail guns whip past at speeds too fast to see. They must slash furrows through the ranks of men behind me, to my right, to my left. I can't tell. I can't care. I can't look back. All I can do is go down, down, fast as I can, to where death waits with its mouth open and its teeth gnashing the men ahead. My brain is recovering from the sensorial overload of drop shock. I register landmarks. The city to my left, Bastion 1 north, the crater south. I'm on target. I'm not lost. I still don't have a name. I'm an insect in the path of speeding machines and munitions that won't even notice my death because they're not aiming at me. I'm too small. The assault is too big to grasp, much less evoke an emotional reaction. I feel nothing, not even fear. Just shock and awe and insignificance. I witness the assault in staggered, isolated frames. Gun batteries belch fire and die by fire. A whole block of cityscape disappears under the wreckage of a pinwheeling destroyer. A squadron of bombers slips under flak. I think they're ours. 100 Praetorians vanish in a flash of light. A claw drill's arrest program fails and it disintegrates against a starscraper. A giant ice monument to Ragnar Valaris melts as a particle beam blazes through its torso. 3 rip wings with loon crescents on their wings rocket past to shoot down a lone enemy fighter. The crescent seems like the mark of some insane king. Not me. Someone else. Some authority who has strategy, reasons, a plan. I have no plan. Survive the passage, that's my only job. Dive, make landfall, find my drill. Then the rest. I'm locked onto my drill's beacon. So are Ajax and Roan. They materialize out of the chaos onto my flanks. Cityscape veined with colourful advertisements swells ahead. Rapidly, the buildings and battlements grow taller, grander, even as the scenes of battle shrink. A ripwing crashes into a soft drink advertisement beheading the smiling vixen. Armoured men dive onto gun batteries and lay charges. A Praetorian lands too fast behind his claw drill and is sucked into its business end. Missiles slither from civilian starscrapers. Bodies fly like confetti from a bisected transport. My theatre shrinks and becomes more comprehensible the closer I draw to our drill. It has landed on a metal and duroglass mesa about half a click shy of our designated landfall. Fuck it. Its helldiver has already started to dig. I don't blame him. The dull grey surface rushes up to greet me. Am I dead? Am I Hades staring at a necropolis where humans are fused in the landscape itself? The mesa has faces in it. Faces! Hundreds of terrified faces. No, it's an apartment complex. Those are windows. Tenants. I invert, land, and become a man again. I am alive! I almost roar. My heart hammers in my chest. Under my boots, a green woman holding a glass of whiskey stares at me through the cracked dura-glass of her living-room window. The plants in her apartment start to shake, but not from me. Her eyes meet the dark glass eye-holes of my helmet. In the reflection of the glass between us, I see my second wave descending behind me. I feel powerful. She is insignificant. I am too hateful from the drop and the death I saw to care if my thoughts might be wicked. The green flashes me the crooks and tilts back her whiskey. It's already boiling. She screams. Her plants behind her wither. Her hair singes. Moisture abandons her body and her flesh catches fire as heat generated by our claw drill rages through her apartment. Frozen by the whiplash from insect to human again, I watched the woman with detached remove, thinking, who's the bug now? The spell is broken when Ajax barks my name. My Praetorians have secured our landfall. Dogfights swirl overhead. Roan stomps up to me with bad news. They prioritized the claw drills, took out half of them. The rest have landed and have penetration. Only half? Gods, their rip wings are good. I hop onto a comms antenna protruding from the surface of the apartment complex. I have a few seconds to see the landfalls from a clear vantage. Even then, it's impossible to tell if my plan is doomed. The light of war stutters across the landscape. It stirs a memory, summoning an apocalyptic image I saw in an old paper book when I was young and making my way through the Palatine stacks. A lithograph depicting the war of God's angels after paradise was lost. The claw drills tower on the grim hellscape like the pagan obelisks to which the angels flocked. It is hell, terrible and awesome and silent beneath the heavens. I can appreciate its strange beauty now that I am human again. Maybe that is the problem. Maybe that is why we wage war. Because bugs don't and angels do. I shiver, and so do the drills as they disappear into the moon. Geysers erupt after them. Level by level, the moon depressurizes and spills its guts out. They were things once, the guts. Metal bulkheads, glass windows, plastics, insulation, and bodies, all now churned into fractal spew. Then identifiable debris comes, as pressure shoves anything untethered on the compromised levels toward the holes ripped in their world. Toward these debris geysers rush my Praetorians. I glance up, past the waves of assault ships coming down, at the mauled belly of the Lightbringer. My flagship and captain have done their job and dropped their cargo. Time for Pyther to let the others through. If they are coming, that is. If they aren't, we're dead, and in the moment, that is all right. Then Ajax pulls me down from the antenna. You want to make a sniper's day, he snaps, and curses me with a litany of phrases I've never heard before. Rowan radios the breach is ready. With Ajax, I rush to its edge. It is 20 meters wide. Helmet says 300 meters deep already. The geyser of debris unceasing as level after level depressurizes. The claw drill is already out of sight. Its demonic light throbs far below, promising death or glory. The hair on my arms stand on end as an energy field activates. Glancing up, I see Phobos's main shield has come back on, cutting us off from support. My stomach sinks. A Praetorian shouts a warning and points toward the pyramid looming over our landfall. Bastion 1, where scales of light appear on the dark surface of the fortress. From the scales, tiny humanoid shapes emerge. They are tiny only because they are so far away. Drachenjäger, Ajax murmurs over the comm. More scales glow on the fortress as a dozen more garages open. My voice is eerily calm. They'll sweep down the pyramid and hurl us off this moon. If they take our landfall, we're done before the main wave can land. We'll be cut off inside. Not our job, Rowan says. This isn't the Ledon. Trust your guard. Our objective is down there. Waiting on you, Dominus, Demetrius says, and jerks his head toward the breach. Ajax gives me a nod. Let's go make peace. Already I hear the cool litany of Centurions over the comm as they assess the new threat and prepare to rebuff the Drachenjägers. I gaze one more time at the far-off machines. They've begun a disjointed lope down the pyramid slope, building speed as they come in rolling waves of steel. I contemplate when, years from now, I will sit in the Palatine garden and review all the fair things my peace has wrought, and I dive into the mouth of hell. Chapter 25. Virginia. War Prism. One of the many lessons I learned at the Institute is the higher your rank, the less war is about courage or discipline or mud or blood, and the more it becomes a game of accounting. Usually it's about food, fuel, and weapons. To defend Phobos, I invest bodies and resources like a silver portfolio manager. Minimum cost, maximum profit. That is the game. Victra, Niobe, and Char must handle the fleet. Phobos is my charge. If it is lost, so are our docks, our ability to replace our lost ships, and our ability to defend orbit. Mars will then be strangled. Not today, not tomorrow, but slowly and then surely, when they are finally able to use the moon to launch a rain at the planet itself. We thought that the rain would be today. We were wrong. So many of us were wrong. Nothing to do now but fight. The crown on my head is a prism that breaks down the chaos of war into comprehensible information. It cocoons me in the battle. The crown can monitor and manage up to 180 engagements at once. Knowing my limitations undershoot the machines, I hand off 40 of these engagements to Nakamura and the Nucleus's staff. Center in my field of view is the ever-shifting 3D tactical map. It shows the worm-like progress of the claw drills through the top tiers of Phobos. My legions rush to head them off. Our bastion-based defense system was built so the bastions could be reservoirs of reinforcements, able to direct troops to any breach in their sector. But with the claw drills bypassing the bastions and our 10-deck security level, some of the drills have penetrated as deep as 50 decks already. Our system is being pushed to its limits. No, it has been circumvented completely. In just the first 15 minutes of the assault, I've nearly emptied Bastion 1's reserves. Of Bastion 1's 3 legions, 150,000 reds, greys, browns, and a few loyal obsidians, all but several thousand have already been divided and committed. The 1st Legion makes contact with the enemy 36 levels down. The 4 centuries I tasked with heading off the drill at the tramway are impeccably on time. They fire shoulder-mounted rockets and destroy the drill as it passes through the level. The drill burrows halfway into the floor before collapsing sideways. An armoured capsule affixed above the Helldiver cabin bursts open and berserkers pour out. That's new. The gold is with them. The Red Legion sentries open fire. Then Praetorians pour through the smouldering breach, and all I can do is send reinforcements. 16 more units make contact with Loon's forces in the next minute. The close-quarters fighting is bitter. Though outnumbered, Loon's Praetorian vanguard is armoured heavily enough to reduce almost every fight to melee chaos. Yet our numbers are making up the difference. If at the same time Cavax can keep the enemy on the surface from entering their breaches on the decks, we will destroy Lysander and his Praetorians once and for all. With no time to micromanage each individual engagement, I give suggestions on the fly. A flanking maneuver to a Centurion defending gun controls. A maniple formation to a legate on deck 33. Moments later, though, I circle back to see the Centurion dead, the legate sealing the breach with engineering teams. I redirect the legate to the next breach, 3 levels down. I must trust my ground officers. My most important function is arranging for and massing reinforcements where they matter most. I triage based on a culmination of factors: the importance of each claw drill's objective, the likelihood of preventing the enemy from reaching the objective, and my overarching strategy of containment. The strategy is working. Lysander has overreached. Fierce and disciplined as the Praetorians are, with Cavex delaying their second wave on the surface, they're outnumbered nearly everywhere. I've managed to mass legions in strategic areas to oppose their progress and swamp their flanks. 15 minutes in, more than half of the claw drills have been intercepted and destroyed by ground units. I may be the only one who sees the order in the chaos. Meanwhile, the squad comms are overwhelmed by that chaos.
Fuck! What the fuck was that? Get the fuck down, Corin. What the fuck were you thinking? Did anyone see where that came from? Where the bloody hell is Horrow? Need to call this shit up. Need heavy armour. Horrow ain't on comms no more. Certy as is. Fra. Where the slag is Horrow? Dead. Bloody damn. Certis, get over here, you lily shit bastard. Knew I needed to call this shit up. Boy, oh, you gotta be nut to butt. Wait, where the bloody ham is Doc? Doc! Oi, why the fuck are you so far forward? I was plugging up Horrow. Free, dom, fra. Berserkers! Waste them. Next one. No, next one, right. The fucker with the ham. Norris. His head's off, man. Fire. I'll get him. His head's fucking off. I got... Slag, Norris. We need to fall back. See that water processor-looking thing over there? That thing? No, that's an incinerator, Carthus. That motherfucker. That toaster thing. Yeah, registers. Heavies, give us cover, and move. Fuck. Scared. And I scar up. Rocket green. Rocket away. Eat my cock, Goldilocks. Bring that tripod up. Where's our heavy armour? Is anyone fucking listening to me? Overwatch?
I answer. I'm here. Heavy armour reinforcements en route and will flank from Tunnel 16C. Hold your position at all costs. And that was a veteran unit. I cycle to the next. Red Legion 1 bleeds and burns to plug the holes. Stomping over Praetorian carapaces, leaking blood and machine oil, they rush forward to make bulwarks against the invaders. Tramways, grav-lift shafts, subterranean agoras where commerce once thrived become slaughterhouses, choked with smoke, fire, rent metal, and robotic screams echoing in helmets. Sweat stings my eyes. Time disappears. Gone are the learned moralities that once differentiated me from my father. I force my ants in the path of the enemy worms. Then I isolate those worms, swarm them, kill them fast as we can. Plug the breaches, damn the cost. Create a grid around them with Hermanthus Legion and Hawk Legion. Constrict the grid, squeeze the enemy out. It's working but enough that every few minutes I can check on Cavex. His Drachenjäger charge must have been a dreadful sight to Lysander's Praetorians. 5 wedges rolling in silence down the slopes of Bastion 1. Under cover of the restored shield, they hit the enemy just as the troop carriers brought the second wave of House Loon legions. By the time I checked back, Cavex had hurled the enemy off a third of their breaches and looked as if he might eradicate the Praetorian Guard by hour's end. But the next glimpse shows a fuzzier picture. His charge has stalled. The stubborn Praetorians refuse to be routed. They rally again and entrench the cityscape, delaying him, giving their brothers behind them time and cover to flow down to support their vanguard inside the moon. It's impossible to find Cavex in the fray. Enemy sensor jamming is killing everything except direct laser comms. Armies of codebreakers on both sides wage war from deep within bunkers, while battle-brave green, Fulgur Bellators, lightning warriors, sneak through the war zone to hard-hack and enslave enemy systems or remotely hijack vessels or guns. Despite the chaos, Cavex is doing his job. I struggle with the magnitude of my own, and I almost missed 2 claw drills threatening to break through our lower perimeter. I move 8 sentries to intercept. By the time I've cycled back to them 10 minutes later, the craw drills are down, but the sentries I sent to stop them are already broken and in flight. The enemy group responsible for the rout is moving fast. They're over 200 strong and pressing for the maintenance lifts to the sector's reactor. I hurl more men from nearby at them, only to watch their biometrics flatline one by one. Somehow the enemy keeps finding ways to flank the units I send. Is that you, Lysander? Or is it another gold ally? The golds have so many fine commanders, it's impossible to know. In the murky images, I think I see a beast of a man in black armour with skulls on it. Ajax? Using another 300 of Red Legion as sacrificial lambs to slow the enemy progress, I search for more reserves to send from Bastion 1. All are committed except my 4,000 Lion Guards in the hangar. Nakamura, pass off your prism. Front. She jogs over as a grey officer takes her prism circlet. The enemy unit has bypassed our kill boxes and has chewed through everything I've thrown at them. We've whittled them down to 150 or so, but they're past the perimeter going for the reactor. They still have doors and automated defences to get through, but their battle greens are good. You can beat them to the reactor. Take 500 Line Guards from the hangars and see them dead. She salutes and then fixates on the holofeed following the enemy squad. She shoves an armoured finger toward a Praetorian with a transverse crest on his dragonhead helmet. He's half hidden in the smoke. "That's Flavinius," she says. Her eyes narrow, and she points to a big shadow in the smoke. "Ajax." "Take 1,000. Loon might be with them. I can't give you more," I say. "Let Virgilus lead them," she says. She motions up the Line Guard Centurion. "I'm with you, Mom. You've already sent Cavex. I will not leave your side again." "Virgilus, you heard?" He nods. "Go then. Good hunting." He salutes, and he's off. I glance at Nakamura, mildly annoyed at being contradicted as she returns to her prism. Victra finally breaks through the jamming. "Virginia! Holding! Our own! Wrath! Votum missing! Diomedes!" Char's voice. "Repeat, Char." "Diomedes toward Phobos. Registers, keep the fleet together, but Phobos." "The fleet is more important," I say. "Win your battle. We'll handle ours." I'm beginning to realize we won't, but amputations on the field are best done without consulting the patient. My father said that once. At the time, I thought it grotesque. "Do we have Wrath and Votum on sensor?" I ask my Blues. "The Lightbringer's mass is interfering with our instruments," they call. I consider, then hail Cavex to warn him of possible enemy reinforcements. No reply, so I tell my Greens to keep trying and plunge back into my battle prism. Not 5 minutes after Virgilus's departure, I have to send more Lion Guards to support Red Legion in the shafts leading to the sector's shield generator. 1,500 left. Then 1,000, as I send 500 more. Then only 500 left as another Praetorian vanguard breaks through Red Legion on level 45. I hold on to that last 500. I feel the tide turning. Our numbers are wearing down the elite vanguard. A cheer even goes up as the Lightbringer backs off from the punishment of our guns. I don't cheer, and that is why I often feel so alone. Holiday doesn't cheer either. She steps closer, protective, and I grow thankful she did not let me send her away. This is not going to be pretty. Sure enough, as soon as the Lightbringer clears out, our instruments sing with incoming contacts. Votum and Wrath ships are already plunging into the no-man's land. Some of those ships go dark or break apart under our cannon, but they have an easier crossing than Loons did. When they arrive, they park just shy of the shields and wait for them to fall. Knowing we're lost if those shields go down, I send my last 500 Lion Guards to reinforce the shield generator. They're only 3 minutes out when the enemy breaks through the Lion Guards I already sent with Virgilus. If it is Lysander leading that group, he's just punched me in the gut. "Tell Cavex to retreat. The shield is about to go down. He's exposed," I order. It's bewildering my 1,000 men didn't stop that group. My Lion Guards are some of the best greys of Mars, and they're dying like flies against the Praetorians. A few minutes later, Lysander's gut punch really lands when the shield goes down over the sector for good, and Votum and Wrath launch their own invasion. "Is Cavex on his way out?" I ask my Blues. "We passed the order, Sovereign. He has not replied." Nausea spreads through me. I try to compartmentalize. I can't. If Cavex is alive, he'll hook up from his battle with the Praetorians on the surface, a battle he was winning, and see the Votum and Wrath hulls raining reinforcements. He'll think, if only he had 20 more minutes, he'd have finished the guard forever. Our numbers would have swallowed their vanguard inside Phobos. We'd have won. For Cavex, that would be something he'd smile at spending his life on. But spending his life for Loon to gain glory? I want to puke. but the enemy won't stop hitting us long enough.
Apollonius's ships are the first to launch men at us. Cicero's are second, and then streaming behind them are 3 of Diomedes' destroyers. Our invaders will win prestige based on the order they arrived, and on the objectives and heads they seize. I glance at Sophocles and feel as empty as I did the day my mother died. The fox sits behind me. He cocks his head as if to ask me why all the strangers in the room are so worried, and more important, when is Cavax coming back?
I fight back the urge to moan in despair as the Minotaur's reinforcements fall on Cavax's division.
I think of telling Niobe I spent her husband in vain, telling my son Cavax is gone, and it makes me want to die. There's nothing we can do to stop them from reinforcing Lune. What would Darrow do? Fight and bleed until an opportunity to obliterate the enemy appears, and if none does, fight to the death.
It's time to retreat. I access the general frequency. All legions, this is your sovereign. The enemy has secured their landfall. Disengage. Begin a fighting withdrawal to sectors 2 and 8. Sector 1 cannot be held. If you stand, you will be unsupported and cut off. We hold them at 2 and 8, we can still hold the moon. Over.
Sophocles yowls in anxiety. Nakamura's voice is calm, but worried. My sovereign, it's time to evacuate you. Bastion 1 will be cut off in the retreat. I pay her no mind.
I have work to do.
My sovereign, Votan warships have dropped claw drills on Bastion 1. I will not let your life be put in harm's way again.
The nucleus is an escape pod. We can drop it into the hollows.
But if the escape shaft is blocked in the bombardment, we are 531 people. We can save tens of thousands of lives per minute.
This is a crucial moment. The retreat must be managed or it will become a rout and we will lose the moon and all the lives on it. Evacuate the bastion, Nakamura. Clear the nucleus of all non-essentials. Tell me when our window is about to close. Then we drop. And someone please secure that fox.
I crack my neck, shake out my arms, and dive into coordinating the retreat. My father would be proud. I do it logically, not humanely, sacrificing common soldiers to slow the enemy and save our uncommon ones. The cold sorting of life demands so much of my focus that it's not until Nakamura grabs my shoulder that I realize the nucleus's alarms are blaring, and have been for at least a minute. We need to drop. Those claw drills are almost through the outer armor. Another minute. I gave you 20. 20? Really? Time has lost all meaning. I look at the pie shape of Sector 1. Wide on the surface, a slice where it meets the hollows, and I know I've done what can be done. So far, the enemy is contained within the sector. Most of our forces have escaped to the sectors adjacent Sector 1, either to Sector 2 or Sector 8. I nod to Holiday to initiate the nucleus drop sequence.
A green calls out, Legate Telemanus' tracking Jaeger is on the line. Relief floods into me. Put him on.
A handsome, sweat-soaked face fills the nucleus. Raving, red-rimmed eyes, too close for comfort, stare out.
It is not Cavax. It is Apollonius our Valii wrath.
The mortal hallelujah. He makes the sound of a man receiving a foot massage. Lionheart, I have broken your champion. Now I come for you.
Chapter 26. Virginia. Labyrinth.
I think of Cavax breaking in the Minotaur's armoured hands and want to scream as Holiday arranges to drop the nucleus. Numb, I scan the displays, hoping to see evidence Victra is alive, that she's faring well in her battle on the pole. I receive nothing but old data showing a pitched battle. Rip wings swirling, capital ships hammering one another at close range. Helios's dustmaker slugging it out with the Pandemonia. I won't know what's happened until I make it to my fallback command center in the hollows. An orange drones. All personnel, brace positions for nucleus drop. Sever the hard lines.
Hard lines detached. Drop in 20. 19. Who has the fox? I call. On it, my sovereign, a burly red lion guard named Glaucus says. They've affixed Cavax's carryall to Glaucus's back armour. The man kneels and tries to lure the fox in. Sophocles is scared and refuses to come out from under a console. Each time they try to pick him up, he darts away. Holiday solves it before I have to. She lays down on her back, sets a ration on her chest, and pats it until Sophocles scampers over to nibble and lie on the nook of her armpit. Holiday stows him in the carryall on Glaucus's back. 5. I brace alongside Oro. He looks so fragile next to me without armour. The nucleus shudders and tilts. What was that? I ask. Exo-ligament 7 is severed, an orange announces. The particle beams have compromised the nucleus's thermal wall. That means the next particle beam will land directly on the surface of the nucleus, and its heat will transfer, superheating the air of the nucleus. Drop! Now! The great impenetrable nucleus begins its drop toward its exit shaft, and then halts and goes nowhere. Every screen goes out. The interior of the nucleus starts to heat up. Fast. A pupil of red light dilates above us on the metal. Sweat pours down the faces of blues and greens. The skin of my exposed face starts to itch. It's only getting hotter. I raise my helmet. Of the nucleus's complement, only my bodyguards and now Sophocles in the carryall have armour. The sweat starts to wick off Oro's face. Virginia, he whispers as his saliva turns to steam. The particle beam must have melted the shaft. The temperature outside my suit creeps upward. Then it doubles, and doubles again. Blues and greens start to scream from the heat. Emergency lifts, I order. Everyone, emergency lifts. Armour lost. Holiday and my lines don't listen. They manhandle me and plough a path through the gurgling techs and crew into the lift. Past their armoured shoulders, I see Oro struggling toward us, his eyes bulging from their sockets. Techs stumble, their hands melting to metal consoles as they try to steady themselves. We need Oro, I shout. Oro's strength fails. He falls to his knees. His lungs, burned from the scorched air, vent an inhuman squeal. Holiday runs out at the last second and hauls him toward the lift. Oro's burnt skin sloughs off and Holiday loses her grip. She falls. Glaucus and another lion rush out to grab Holiday and pull her into the lift just before its doors seal shut with a bang. Silence. The lift descends. Our armour steams. Holiday still holds the skin of Oro's forearms. She sets it gently on the floor and orders weapons checks. I stare at the skin. I stayed too long. That's my fault. Add it to the list. But I managed the retreat. I saved lives, just not in the nucleus. We can contain this invasion. The lift will take us to the emergency tram where we can transfer laterally to Bastion 2, Holiday says to me. We will make it. I nod, but soon the lift begins to slow. She checks its systems. Let me guess. Shaft is blocked, I mutter. System says there's debris down there. We might be able to slip past it, but the lift can't. Let's try. Abandon the lift. I turn on my grav boots and feel the uneasy thrum at my feet. All 30 of my guards activate their grav boots too. A pair of lions open a hatch at the bottom of the lift and drop out of sight to scout the way. We hear the sound of pulse fists first, then a report of enemy contact. The lions' signals go dead. It's not debris down there. I peer down the hole and see metal glinting in the darkness below and rising fast. A horn sounds in the darkness. Minotaur, I murmur. Down is no good. Everyone out the top. Drop the lift on them. If we leave the shaft now, we'll come out in the middle of the bastion, Holiday says. They could cut us off if they... Would you rather go down? I ask. Up we go, lads. Holiday releases the top hatch, and we pour out of the lift. By the time I'm through, the lions have opened the door to the level above. There's gunfire, but they shout clear, and I hustle through. 3 greys in Votum space armor lie dying. Holiday makes them dead, and Glaucus blows the lift behind us. It shrieks down the shaft. 28 lions and I take off into the bastion's corridors at a sprint. My helmet's HUD provides a tactical map. The bastion sensors report hostiles pouring in through multiple levels. I keep my razor in its hidden holster and take a rifle. My armor is identical to my bodyguard's, and for good reason. To the enemy, I'm the ultimate prize. Damn that lift. Damn those claw drills. I inform my bodyguards of the situation on the fly. We're cut off to the east and west. Enemy is pouring in. Wrath and Votum. With the fortress evacuated, there's nothing to stop the enemy advance except automated defences. We're in danger of being cut off. We can manoeuvre sideways, but we need to go down. Get to the hollows. Our best bet is vertical shaft D. If it is blocked, we try shaft B. Already I'm stacking contingencies in case my plan fails one by one. I flip to the bodyguard frequency to hear Holiday adding on, "Her safety is your only priority. If you are wounded and cannot keep up, you will be left behind." "Nil that," I snap. "We are outnumbered. They will close in from all sides, but they are glory hounds out for themselves. They will compete against one another to get me. We are not them. We are a pride. We kill together, we work together, we survive together. They came for a hunt, but they forgot. Hic sunt leones! Hic sunt leones! They echo, and we pound metal. The hallways are a blur of tension and silence, punctuated by random and intense kinetic violence, followed by retreats, mad dashes, and weird refrains, where hiding in lavatories or strategy rooms and even a kitchen become moments of extreme dread. It is a dance, and the enemy is finding we're as hard to pin down as a greased eel. But sadly, they aren't a pair of hands grasping at us with their transports pouring troops. They're about to become a very big net. My 28 lions are tougher, better equipped, better trained, and better led by Holiday than the capable but standard Votum legionnaires. Apollonius's men, on the other hand, are Martian veterans, hard-bred and battle-scarred. And for them, hunting me is personal. Many would have been Augustan Legion, my father's own. He didn't suffer fools. Neither does 12 years of war. No matter how good my lions are, they will die if we don't get out. I won't be killed, though. I'll be chained and dragged through the streets in Loon's triumph. The Votum Greens kill the power first. Our running firefights flare in the darkness. We hit like lightning, covering our retreat and disappearing into the station time after time, always trying to find a gap. We hit when we have to, we hide when we can, but mostly we run, phasing in and out of sight in our ghost cloaks. More and more we run. Running on local power, the doors still function, and I retain control of those with my sovereign implant. We split up half a dozen times. It confuses their pursuit, but they start to get wise, cut off vertical shafts, form a hard deck on lower levels we can't pass, deploy hall-spanning particle shields, traps, autocannons of their own, mines. We turn into a hall, running from Apollonius's closing horn, and a lion simply disappears in front of me, like he didn't even have armor. I don't even know what killed him. The last thing I see is one of his legs tumbling down the hall. Panting a few minutes later, I kneel in the darkness of a rec room for Red Legion 1, where jellyfish writhe in an aquarium. The jellyfish are red, grisly like that poor dead lion's leg. His name was Arminius. He liked garments. He wanted to design them. He was going to use his pension to start a clothing line. I was going to give him seed money. He didn't know. "Movement in the hall," Glaucus says, and recalls his drone. "It's Holiday." Holiday and 6 lions slip silently into the rec room. "Did it work?" I ask. Smoke slithers from Holiday's armor. "They bought it. Vodum thinks we're 2 levels up, heading east toward the secure trams. Drones say shaft D is clear." "And Apollonius?" "His men are mostly tied up with Red Legion in the battle for Sector 2. We got a comms officer to talk. I don't ask how. Officer said Cavax is alive. Apollonius broke his back and sent him to the rear as a prize." "He's alive, thank Jove," I breathe out in relief. A prisoner, but alive. I tried to set my worries away as we wait for the second team I dispatched to return to the rec room. When they do return, they carry 2 domed backpacks. "Cloaks and razors?" I ask. They nod. 20 and 15. Some night optics, too. "What do we need those for?" Holiday asks. "Insurance," I reply. The intercom crackles. "Augustus, this is Cicero our votum. You are cut off from your army. You are surrounded. There is no escape from the bastion. Neither is there shame in surrender. Indeed, there is more dignity in that than being hunted down and killed like an animal. Apollonius is stalking you this very moment. Loon is not Atalantia. He has agreed to recognize the Republic as a valid entity. Should you surrender to me, you will be afforded all the rights due your station as a head of state. Your men will likewise—" I click my tongue, and my lions move out. Cicero's getting worried. So am I. We haven't seen Apollonius himself in an hour. Never a good sign. The halls are quiet, dark. Our wounded don't slow us down, yet. We have 5 so far, 2 from Apollonius himself, and he didn't even manage to close. The wounded are fueled by the cold fire of the Republic's best emergency combat cocktail, Mjolnir 6. I'll stay sober. Mjolnir 6 blunts empathy. If I lost that, I'd send what was left of my bodyguards to create a distraction so I could slip out by myself. For the Republic. That's what Adrius would do, or my father. Not me. Not today. We move slow and careful, and manage to reach one of the many entrances to the tank garages in which Shaft D is located on level 13 without encountering the enemy. We're so close. Holiday turns on her ghost cloak and slips forward into the darkness with 3 lions. I hear the slur of a railgun, a gurgling. Holiday comes back with a red knife. Drones were right. Clear except for a few Votum techies trying to hack the Gravlift's controls to better move troops. I give the nod. We move into the hangar as quietly as possible in heavy armor. 3 lions have popped the lift door open a few meters. It's a big door, 30 meters wide for tanks. We form up around the lions. Holiday drops a drone into the darkness. I watch its feed on my HUD. The shaft looks clear, even on thermal. The shaft terminus is deep within the moon, but still within Sector 1's pie-like shape. It won't get us back to our lines in the hollows, but it'll get us close. Holiday spots something I don't, and motions a team to deploy nanowire across the mouth of the lift entrance. They string a dozen strands of the near-invisible Pauline fibre, casually, as if checking the door for traps. Her drone is still snooping down the shaft as she replays what caught her eye. Cold spots arrayed around the circumference of the tunnel shaft 200 meters below. A few degrees lower than the surrounding metal. Scores of them. Ghost cloak dampeners. Good ones. The tunnel is lined with soldiers. It's a trap. Apollonius for sure. He didn't know what level we'd access on, but somehow he knew this shaft was our way out. I thought I'd randomized our movements enough. I'm picking up a signal. Stasis field, possibly in the shaft. We'd be frozen right above them if we dropped. Flies in amber. I eye the darkness of the garage behind us through the lenses in the back of my helmet. He's watching us right now. Maybe sending men to flank us. Maybe coming himself. Why haven't they made a move? I ask. They don't know which of us you are. Better if we're flies in amber. Meaning they don't know which one of us not to kill, and they respect the quality of my lions enough to know they'll have to kill most of us. So Apollonius is trying to take me alive after all. Did Loon make him a team player? Let's punch them in the mouth and scram. Holiday nods to the walkways above. Go through engineering. Cook this shaft. We have other options. There's another option. Do we have a net? We have 2. Lions, Kavix is captured. He has sensitive information in his head, and he is our friend. Many of you know him. Many of you have attended his name days.
The only way we will get him back is if we have a prisoner of equal worth to trade. But we have a chance to take one here. They answer with a chorus of affirmative radio clicks. He mustn't suspect a trap. Holiday, you're up. I'll use the drone, Holiday says. Soon as they move, false retreat. First pride into quicksand formation. Second pride, fire support. Third pride, secure hangar doors. Let's not get flanked. Exit is engineering. Sovereign, your rear. No, I'm first pride. You lot might need the muscle. Holiday pauses, but doesn't argue. Do not draw your razor. I nod, ready for violence. Holiday guides the drone back up the shaft and lets it get extra snoopy. It coasts toward one of the cold spots. Closer. Closer. A laugh echoes in the shaft. The cloak melts away. A bull's head emerges from the shadow in front of our distant drone. "Found you," says Apollonius. A fly-sized drone blinks above. Apollonius must have one on every level leading to the shaft. We drop charges and let Apollonius see us flee. Through my rear lens, I watch the charges go off. The gap in the door becomes a column of fire. Goals cocooned in pulse shields rise through the flames and slip into the hangar after us. Right into the nanowire. The nanowire activates and oscillates back and forth like a saw at a rate of 1,000,000 oscillations a minute. It goes through armor like butter. I've never seen men cut into such weirdly precise blocks of meat and metal as the first 3 who meet the wire. The next 2 hack their way through it and chase us. Then Apollonius rushes in, backed by Greys. "Now," Holiday orders, and my lines turn on the enemy and fire as one on Holiday's targeting tag. The first gold disintegrates as 25 expert marksmen and I converge our fire. The lion next to me bucks back, arms broken like twigs as he's shot by a pulse fist. Holiday targets the next gold, so do 24 rifles. He is deleted 5 paces from us. Metal pings off our shields. One of his legs hits my shoulder. This all in 4 seconds. It let Apollonius get closer. Pride 2 fires on the Greys rushing out of the shaft, and Apollonius charges into my pride. We fall back like quicksand to receive him. Our plan is that 6 of us are to pepper him with fire, 2 are to shoot nets, and 2 are to deploy a shield dome. Something goes wrong. It happens too fast and too close to see what. One of the net lines is cut in half. His fired net flails overhead like a sheet in the wind. Another line is knocked out of sight. I glimpse Apollonius coming toward me in a rush of dark purple metal. I fire 2 shots before he is on me like a kicking horse. He drives a shoulder into me without looking and hacks off a lion's arm. He doesn't know which one I am. His shoulder check dazed me, but he expected it to knock me out. I'm no Grey. He's facing the other way, about to kill our last lion with a net gun. "Holiday, bodyguard!" Apollonius also has cameras in the back of his helmet. I reach for my concealed razor. My reach draws his full attention like blood draws a leviathan. He turns, a mass of terror and metal. "All hail Lionheart," he purrs. His giant razor cleaves through another lion as it comes toward me. It sparks just in front of my helmet, blocked by a glowing blue aegis. Holidays. I seize the moment, dive low, like Darrow taught me, razor out, and spear Apollonius in his left knee. He doesn't make a sound. He headbutts me on the crown of my helmet, and my HUD shorts out. I go right to the floor. Our netman fires. The net snares Apollonius and electrocutes his armor. His razor is trapped, but one of his arms isn't. He takes my razor from his knee and cuts himself free. I scramble to my feet, woozy, and see the shield dome is up. An iridescent half-dome projects from a lion's back unit. It ends a half-meter above the floor. If it meets the floor, it'll blow like a bomb. That lion has to stay upright and out of the fight. Apollonius is trapped inside the shield with 8 of us. His men outside, fighting my other lions, go into a frenzy when they see the risk to their commander. Holiday and 2 lions fire into Apollonius on full auto. His shield dies with a thunderclap. He loses his grip on my razor. It skitters out from beneath the dome. My lions converge on him and take out his legs. Glaucus arm locks Apollonius's left arm. Others grab his right. I tackle his knees as hard as I can. He teeters and falls on his back. A lion stomps on his hand and kicks his huge razor out from the dome. I help lock down his legs. Now's our chance.
Holiday rushes forward with her misericord. The weapon looks like a dagger hilt with 2 coloured ends and no blade. When jammed down on its black end, a magnetic charge in the hilt forces out a depleted uranium drill with a shaped charge. When jammed down on its red end, the drill has enough Heymanthus tranquilizer to put down a griffin. It's a new weapon, cheap to mass produce, and is meant for grounded knights in armour that is as expensive as the gear for an entire legion, like Apollonius's. Apollonius sees the misericord coming and thrashes against us. I can barely control one of his legs. A lion grabs his horns and puts his feet on Apollonius's shoulders to hold him steady for Holiday. Apollonius was hiding his true strength. He jerks his neck down and pulls the lion into Holiday's way. The misericord bangs against the man's shoulder, and the lion knows he's dead. That dose was meant for a gold. Apollonius lunges his head sideways and drives one of his horns up into Holiday's stomach. Glaucus shouts in anger and pulls his sidearm. He fires a full clip into the bull helmet. The metal dents, buckles. Glaucus fires again, and I see the digger round penetrate the helmet at the cheek. Apollonius moos, and his head flops sideways out of Holiday. Blood and teeth pour out of the hole in the bull helmet. Still kneeling atop Apollonius, Holiday pulls a backup misericord and drives it down into Apollonius's throat armour. It doesn't deploy. Lemon! She slams it down again and again. It's a dud. Both ends. My heart sinks. Then I lurch as Apollonius fires his boots. We hit the dome with the sound of a gong. We're almost knocked free. My lions outside cannot hold back his troops any longer. Still pinning his legs, I give the order to kill him. Holiday puts her rifle into the hole in his cheek. Then I hear a clatter. A circular metal ball rolls toward us. Apollonius didn't have to get free. He just had to be difficult enough to put down for something like this to happen. A grenade rolls under the dome shield and goes off. The force knocks me sideways. Dazed, head ringing, I stagger up as soon as I can think of it. But amidst the groaning armoured bodies, the largest is rising. I haul up Holiday and call a retreat. Chapter 27. Virginia. A Good Death. Trailing blood and machine fluid, we flee from engineering to a lateral tram tunnel. Its car is dead. We run all out for 2 minutes. Apollonius follows. No more horn blowing, no more mockery. He wants to kill us. We had him and we couldn't finish the deed. We're numb with the shock of it. Down to 18 lions now. Everyone is injured. 10 of us would not be able to run without the battle juice or their suits, including Holiday. Glaucus picked up my razor. I take it from him and pat the carryall. Poor Sophocles. Slag the shafts, I say. We'll ride the shit. If we can even reach sanitation, Holiday says, dubious. Her gut wound is starting to slow her down. Glaucus and I help her along. Cicero seems to know where we are, too. He's squeezing in. I feel his forces constricting, flowing from other levels. We'll never reach sanitation. We can't go down or up. We need help. The bastion's hold temperature, which I've gradually been increasing, is just passing 90 degrees Fahrenheit. We also still have the gear bags I had my lions take from the armory. We still have a chance. It's not a good one. We can't get close to sanitation, so with the enemy closing in, I lead my lions into a flight training room as close as I can to the brig. Wheezing blood, Holiday props up a lion missing a leg and puts a gun in his hand. Her helmet is off, her face pale and sweating. We left a trail of blood. We can hold here, buy you time. You are uninjured. Take a ghost cloak and slip out, Holiday says. She can't raise her left arm. Her shoulder is shot out too, but I'm more worried about the horn wound. We failed you on the day of red doves. Allow us to redeem... She looks crestfallen as I hoist the gear bags I had the lions fetched from the armory earlier. I head for the side door. We're near the brig, I call back. Hold the fort and be ready to move. He's a traitor, Holiday calls after me. He may kill you. My sovereign. I don't slow down. Cloaked, I hide in an alcove across from the brig's entrance as Votum legionnaires thunder past in the darkness toward the sounds of gunfire. My lines are under siege. A gold with a brilliant sunburst helmet and white cape stops and looks at the brig door. It's Cicero au Votum. "That is a big door," he comments flippantly. "It's the brig gate, Dominus," a centurion says. "Don't correct me. It's a door. You want greens on it? Don't be absurd. Keep them on the lifts. Lysander doesn't need convicts. He needs a sovereign and this fortress. Let's not ape the Minotaur and drop the ball. Still, a big door. Perhaps I have friends entombed inside. I did always wonder what happened to Mercurius. We'll crack it over supper. Come, come." I wait until they're gone and rush for the brig gate. Detecting my sovereign implant, its mass sinks into the floor. The brig is empty of guards. For obvious reasons, emergency evacuation does not include high-security prisoners. I push in and decloak. A bank of cells glows in the dimness. Inside, their residents watch me approach with my bags. 63 of them are Obsidian braves found guilty of treason against the Republic. These are the all-tribe cast-outs, too guilty and too high-profile to pardon. I pass brute after brute until I land upon the dread prize in a cell twice as thick as the rest. The Golds call him Sky Bastard. I know him as Valdir the Unshorn. He lies on his bed with his hands behind his back. I do not like this man, not one bit. Valdir was already a teenage butcher by the time he watched Darrow give Ragnar the razor in the mud of Aegea. That moment left an impression on young Valdir. He fell in love with my husband, and I mean the sort of love Patroclus had for the son of Peleus. Not exactly versed in Ovid, Valdir expressed his love in the language he knew best, making Darrow's enemies into stains. He grew bitter, as those whose love is unrequited do, when Darrow paired him up with Sephi as a power alliance to unite the Obsidians. At least that's my theory. Taller and younger than Darrow, Valdir reeks of demigod petulance. He is troublingly handsome, especially for an Obsidian. His eyes are deep and surly, his cheeks are gaunt and patterned with freckles. He is corded with rope-like muscles and stained with tattoos. His famously long valor tail is gone. He said he shaved it himself the day before we found him in one of Mars's most expensive brothels, covered with pinks and drunk as a red. But he's a liar, so who knows? He should be ashamed. He betrayed the Republic for the All-Tribe, and now the All-Tribe has disintegrated, its best troops and all its ships stolen by Volsung Far. I wonder if he wishes he was with Far and his Volk brothers, savaging our outer belt depots instead of rotting here in this cell. He looks as happy to see me as I am to see him. We are not strangers. Too many times Darrow brought him to dinner in the Citadel. I thought him a bad influence on Pax. Maybe I've underestimated my son. Maybe he was a good influence on Valdir. Pax sees worth in Valdir, as he did in Lyria. So here I am, a sovereign with her hat out to a traitor. Kind words will not affect this man, so I lay down a challenge. "You are able to look me in the eye," I say. "I wonder, will you look Darrow in the eye when he gets home?" "Tir Morga is dead, Gold. The Free Legions are dead," he says, soulless. He does not stir from the bed. "Sephi is dead. My heart is dead. I am dead." Certainly not lacking in drama, this one. You'd think his cell bed was a fainting couch. "Darrow is not dead, Obsidian," I say. "He is on his way back to Mars as we speak." Valdir looks over at me. A timid fire builds in his cold, dark eyes. I give that fire a good gust of wind. You don't care about me. You don't care about honor or the Republic, or even that these sirens mean the Society is taking Phobos, and Golds will come in here and kill you like a dog. But I know you care about what Darrow thinks of you. So, do you want to die here and be remembered by him as a cheap traitor? Or do you want to look him in the eye and tell him, Valdir is worth forgiving. Valdir helped protect the Republic, his sovereign. Valdir may be bald, but he has valor still. Valdir sits up. His eyes narrow at the damage to my armor. He may not be brilliant, but he has the kind of low cunning I need. The bastion has fallen, and you are cut off. That razor score on your greaves is thick. I didn't even realize I had one. Falchion made. It was the Minotaur's. Valdir's lips twist. My bodyguards are trapped not far from here. I need you to help me save them. I need all of you, or I will never see my son again. I upend the bag of ghost cloaks, optics, and razors. Your answer, Valdir. They are dying as we waste wind. He looks down in contemplation. What is in it for my brothers? If we escape, freedom. If we don't, a good death. I want armor. Fresh out, but the halls are dark and nearing 100 degrees. I poke the ghost cloaks with my toe. I hear you used to call that hunting weather in the Rat War. He considers for an exhausting moment, then looks up with a terrifying smile. Ghost cloaks are worthless when the enemy has thermal optics, but in the dark, when the air is as hot as the human body, the last thing anyone wants to encounter is 18 fresh obsidians with razors and nothing to lose, all of them chosen and led by Valdir the Unshorn. I don't have to create a diversion. I don't have to do anything. I offered to help. He said, Rear echelon belongs in the back. I told him where my lines were and which direction I needed it cleared. Then he went off to do it. I know how it will be done. I made the mistake once of asking Darrow how a griffin rider was useful in the tunnel fights of the Rat War. He told me over dinner. My appetite waned with each sentence. It is very hard to break armoured infantry groups without artillery or machines, Darrow explained, as if detailing how to clean a rifle. So you don't target them. You target their psyche. You target their groupthink. First, you send in a man like Sev or Valdir with their best ghouls. That's what we call them. If you can't plant the ghouls ahead of time, they should sneak deep as possible into the enemy ranks before hunkering down. Then you kill a scout on the outskirts. Badly. The more screaming, the better. That'll draw curiosity and a heavy squad. The squad will investigate. If you can, make them disappear in silence. You want the rest of them using their imagination. You want the commander wondering if he should send another squad, maybe even a sentry. Then you confirm their worst fears. Give them a death chant. We carry recordings when we don't have obsidians. You want anticipation. You want them preparing to face a known fear, physically, mentally. That's when your ghouls awaken and start killing the command chain. Then you have your main force close in silence at a fast pace and hit them as hard as you possibly can. Groups can hold a line together. Groups will make last stands. But alone, rarely. It's very hard for the human mind to accept dying alone. No matter their number, if you summon enough chaos, they will feel alone, especially with anonymity, especially in the dark. Once the first breaks, the rest will feel like they have permission to follow. When Darrow saw the look in my eye, he didn't say what he was going to. When they break, that's when the real killing starts. He didn't say much else that night. Neither did I. His eye was on the past and all he'd seen. Mine was on the future and all we yet might. Valdir had learned from the best. Waiting in the dark, I think back on that night as I hear the first scream in the distance. The scream goes on for half a minute. Then silence. Gunfire. Silence. Barked commands. Metal boots running. Cicero shouting orders. Then the death chant of the Obsidians. Apollonius exhorting his men to be brave. Cicero calling reinforcements. Then the ghouls must have awakened because the real chaos starts. It doesn't sound like battle. It sounds like a nightmare. A few minutes later, a ghoul appears out of nowhere. This one's skin is no longer pale. Deeds done. I follow the ghoul to the training room. There is a court outside the other rooms where people practice war. In that court, where the enemy had once gathered, there are only armoured corpses and a tower of blood in the centre, mutinous and swirling. Valdir has not turned off his cloak. His braves call to my lions to come out. My lions seemed so mighty in the nucleus. They're almost sheepish when they limp from the room and see the tower of blood and what Valdir's braves have done. They rush to me protectively and stand behind me and the remaining braves. The Obsidians suffered immense casualties. Only 10 attend Valdir. 11 out of 63. Valdir must see my expression because he decloaks. His chest is flayed open in 3 places. A good death, he confirms of his casualties. Minotaur, I ask. Almost. He shrugs. He had armor. He killed 10. Votum 4. Both are wounded, both enraged. They will regroup. After this they will follow. They will kill us the next time. We must flee now. This way. I take off at a jog. It is slippery going. We reach sanitation, but already hear the enemy coming. I help Holiday into the fetid tube through which daily flows all of Bastion 1's aggregated waste as Glaukos and Sophocles slide straight down into the darkness. She gives me a nod, and I give her a push. She disappears, the last of my lions. I load in and hang on by the rim. Valdir and his Obsidians wait with blank faces. Radios squawk in the distance. This leads to the fertilizer plant. It is 2 clicks above the hollows, I say. We will have to go on foot from there, through the hydroponic farms. If they follow via the shafts, they can still catch us before we get to the hollows. It'll be a race over open ground from... Valdir puts a hand on my head and shoves me down the tube. Chapter 28. Lysander. War Engine. Sniper bullets hiss down at me from the bulwark that bars our path to Sector 8. Demetrius, Marcus, Kyber, and Drusilla return fire and follow me as I duck away from the assault to take cover behind the freshly arrived tank Roan's using as his forward command post. An ant-man has finally managed to get in touch with Horatia. My guards chug down water and wait for the ant-man, a green, bristling with antennas, to hook his umbilical into the port in my helmet. Roan nods to me from inside the tank. I nod back. We're doing well. From the opposite side of Sector 1, Horatia's face appears in my helmet, washed with static. Horatia, report. I can barely speak, my mouth is so dry. We're taking heavy casualties, but we're almost through the bulwark to Sector 2. Well done, Horatia. I swat away the medicus attempting to examine the 3 holes Virginia's line guard put in my thigh, cuirass, and shoulder. The suit has filled the wounds with clots of res flesh inside, while liquid armor has coagulated to plug the holes in the armor itself. Marcus kicks the pushy medicus in the ass. The suit's got him! Be gone! A ragged cheer goes up as a column of star-shell reinforcements bound for the bulwark clump past at a jog. Ajax runs with them, accompanied by a dozen gold new men. He lifts his razor to me as he passes. I salute back. He wanted one last crack at the bulwark's stubborn defenders. On a day he can't seem to fail, who was I to say no?
Blocks of Praetorians and my house legions queue down the tunnel waiting for the bulwark to fall. We're ahead of schedule, but we need to keep up the pace. Apollonius will be driving like a dagger to the hollows by now, I tell Horatia. He's relying on us to suck up their reinforcements. Once you get through, keep pushing. Do not stop. Do not slow. Press to the bone. We're taking heavy casualties too, but if we keep up the pressure, Apollonius will punch through the hollows. He does that, the sectors will fall in a cascade.
Diomedes is still on pace?
On pace? He's setting it. If we had 10 like him, we'd already be dining in Aegea. I exaggerate, but not by much. The Rim Knight is the consummate professional. He joined my attack as he promised he would, and targeted no glorious prize like the Julii complex or the dockyards themselves. Instead, he went after a water cistern and flooded a reactor to shut down all the power to an entire bastion. Then he took on the credo of the day: speed, initiative, shock, and went back onto the surface of the moon and skipped ahead with his phalanx to cause more chaos behind the enemy's lines in Sector 6. He is unsupported and will die if I do not reach him, but that was his idea, and not once has he bothered to check how far out I am. I said I would meet him in Sector 6 at a set time, and he trusts that I will. We push on at this rate. I'll unite with Diomedes in just over an hour. Horatia wishes me luck and signs off. I pop my helmet and Marcus tosses me the tank's water hose. I chug and see my Praetorians also bear wounds. The Lion Guard were tough bastards. Still, we smashed through them to take down their shield reactor to Sector 1. With Ajax, Khyber, Roan, and his old guard, my double-strength sentry is more talent than I've ever seen in so small a unit. I do my part, but I'm no Achilles. That's not my role. There's a roar from my Praetorians and House Legions. I peer past the tank. Ajax has vaulted up the debris spill from the breach and hacked down the last Republic star shells blocking it. He jumps to the side, and our star shells pour through the bulwark into Sector 7. Chanting my war cry, the legions follow at a run.
Ajax salutes the Praetorian below, who gave him fire support. Shit, Marcus curses, enamored with Ajax's performance.
Right, Demetrius says. War engine. He's a prick, but... Shit. Just needed the proper vehicle around him, Swat. The Medicus is watching Ajax too, likely ready to pester him as well. Only Khyber isn't watching Ajax. She leans against the tank, her jaguar eyes slit. Marcus turns on me. Dominus, if he doesn't kill you, can we keep him? I think that can be arranged, I say, and watch Ajax fly back. He lands with a bang. Water? Drusilla asks. Ajax seizes the hose and drinks for half a minute. He spits when he's done. And they said this place would be a second rat war. He points at my guards. You four. They wait for an insult. That fire support. You deserve statues. 13, is all Drusilla, Demetrius, and Marcus say, but it sounds more like obviously. A knight like Ajax only really comes unlocked when he can close. That takes a good fire team. Your mother taught us, Dominus, Marcus adds. It is shockingly charitable, but not as much as when he says, You're the best closer we've seen. Since her? Ajax asks, annoyed. Period. Ever? Ajax goes blank, nods and turns to me, deeply touched. He doesn't know what to do with that compliment. The Medicus comes to pester Ajax. Khyber raises her rifle and shoots the Medicus in the head. We're all stunned. Khyber approaches the Medicus and opens his hand to reveal a trigger mechanism. Suicide bomber. He was waiting for Ajax to blow. How'd you know? I whisper, still a little stunned. Didn't. Gut, she says.
Ajax is even a little irked by her. "I owe you my life." 13. She nods to me, meaning Ajax owes me the debt because she is Legio 13 Dracones, and Legio 13 Dracones is an extension of me. She glances at the other 3 Praetorians with a strange expression on her face. "Let's get back to it," I say. A moment later, Roan exits the tank. I enter. He doesn't look happy. "We've got a problem." He shares a feed from our landfall on the moon's surface. A ragged enemy dreadnought is exchanging fire with our ships and escaping back toward the safety of Sector 3.
"That's the Pandemonia."
Ajax senses the tension and fills the tank entrance behind me. "I thought Julii was tied up on the pole." "She was. She just punched through and dropped her own rain. Here." His finger falls between Horatia's force and Bastion 1. "How many did she drop?" I ask. "As many as they could in a minute. 20,000. More." I frown. That woman is mad, but brave, I'll give her that. Still, I don't see a problem. This is why we have Cicero in reserve. Send him from Bastion 1 to cut her off." "Cicero isn't in Bastion 1, Roan says. "Neither is his vanguard." I look back at Ajax. He's dumbfounded. I'm already hailing Cicero with the tank's powerful antennae. His face soon fills the display. He's flying. He shouldn't be. "Cicero, where are you?" "Can't talk. We're hot on Augustus's tail. She's on the run through the latrine lines." I pause. Apollonius was to have Virginia. That was his price for giving my operation his public support. "Cicero, how many men do you have with you?" "My vanguard, of course." He goes on. "I know you're wroth, but I'll not have a Martian taking the glory. This day was made possible by Mercury. Her people and her honor should not play second fiddle to a vainglorious madman like the Minotaur." I close my eyes, too angry to speak, and listen to my troops pouring past into Sector 7. Just a moment ago it was the sound of victory. How things change in the blink of an eye. "He's ruined us," Ajax says. "The greedy little bastard." I can yell later, but I can only fix it now. "Cicero, patch in Apollonius." Reluctant, he obeys. Apollonius is furious. He should be. Cicero is butting in on his operation. I silence their comms. "Good men, we can lay blame later. You both need to quit the pursuit and turn around now. Julii is on her way down. She is behind our lines. We believe she has Pegasus Legion and is headed for you." Apollonius is already barking orders to turn around. Cicero still doesn't understand the danger. "Cicero, you are probably flying into a counterattack coming up from the hollows. They will slow you, and then you will be hit from behind by Victra and the only troops of the Free Legions not killed on your planet, the best troops. If you turn around, you may be able to slip past them. If you do not, you and all your men will be dead in 30 minutes. "If he's lucky," Roan murmurs. Cicero laughs, but his voice sounds very small. "Those can't really be my choices. I suggest following Apollonius's orders. I will try to send help. Good luck." Roan and Ajax let me think. "Roan, recall the men. Tell Horatia and Diomedes to do the same. We're overextended." He nods. "You said if we didn't take Phobos in a day, we wouldn't take it in a year," Ajax says. I nod.
"She's behind our lines. Say Julii doesn't go for them. Say she goes for Horatia, or us, or Diomedes. We'll be lucky to not die on this moon, much less conquer it."
"What if I cut the head off the snake?" Ajax says. I stare at my friend. He is in his power.